normal track.
तंबू का व्यवस्था नहीं है, न कोई व्यवस्था है, तो हम लोग घर में ही हैं। सारा रात हम लोग ऊपर ही रहे हैं।
From Belsand in Sitamarhi, this is Prabhakar Kumar for NDTV.
And with that, we are slipping into a very short break, but right after the break, we'll tell you how the Supreme Court came to the rescue of an 18-year-old.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है in the world of business, politics, sports and entertainment. देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा in the theatre. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
IIT Dhanbad for narrowly missing the deadline for depositing the acceptance fee of rupees 17,500. The Chief Justice of India said it cannot allow such a young talented boy to go away and ordered IIT Dhanbad to admit the student. Listen in to the reactions.
ये बोला कि प्रैक्टिशनर ने अब का पूरा प्रोसेस कर रखा था, सब कुछ एडवांस दिया, सीट भी अलॉट हुई, तो उसे सीट क्यों नहीं मिल रही है? केवल फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम के कारण उसे उसकी सीट नहीं छीनने जा सकती। इसलिए बोला कि पैसा उनके तरक्की में बाधा नहीं बनना चाहिए, इसलिए उन्हें IIT मद्रास को IIT धनबाद यानी IIT धनबाद में सीट मिलनी चाहिए।
Now, Israel's widely expected ground invasion of Lebanon appeared to be getting underway early on Tuesday, as its military said troops had begun limited raids against Hezbollah targets in the border area. The military said in a statement that it had begun limited, localized and targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, villages close to the border that posed an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. This comes after Israel has eliminated top commanders of Hezbollah, including its chief Hassan Nasrallah, in targeted strikes. Now, Israel has also tried to disrupt the communication network of Hezbollah by blowing up their pagers and walkie-talkies. Now, it remains to be seen what will happen next in this ground offensive that has started by Israel. Remember, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also warned Iran that there is no place in the Middle East that the long arm of Israel cannot reach against its attempt to attack his country over the targeted killing of Hezbollah chief. Now, in a 3-minute video clip released by his office, Netanyahu said that Israel stands with the people of Iran. Listen in.
When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also spoken to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and called for avoiding regional escalation of the West Asian conflict. During the phone call that came days after Israel killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, PM Modi extended support for Israel's fight against terrorism. Mr. Modi said, and I quote, spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu about recent developments in West Asia. Terrorism has no place in our world. It is crucial to prevent regional escalation and ensure the safe release of all hostages. India is committed to supporting efforts for an early restoration of peace and stability. Now, superstar Rajinikanth has been admitted to a hospital in Chennai. Hospital sources have confirmed that the superstar has been admitted to the hospital and said that it is for a heart-related procedure that was scheduled for today, and hence he is in the hospital. His condition, as per sources, is stable. There's been no statement yet from the hospital or the family side. The 76-year-old actor has been busy with 2 films by director Nanavel Raja, slated for October 10 release, and Coolie by Lokesh. He had returned to Chennai only a few days ago. A decade ago, the superstar had undergone a kidney transplant in Singapore and had chosen to opt out of his proposed political plunge on health grounds. It is India versus Bangladesh and almost 3 days lost to rain, yet there is enough interest in the ongoing test match in Kanpur. 18 wickets, 12 sixes, a few broken batting records.
Despite losing considerable time to rain, the Indians were relentless. Jasprit Bumrah gave early glimpse of what was to come in the rest of the day. It was a day when records were made and broken. Ravi Jadeja claimed his landmark 300th test wicket. Once Bangladesh was all out for 233, the template was clear. India were going with an ultra-aggressive approach to rack up as many runs as possible on the 4th day. Jaiswal went on a rampage against spin. India managed to hit at least 1-4 in each of overs 6 to 12, racing to 50 in just 3 overs, the fastest ever in Test history. The Mumbai batter brought up a 31-ball 50 and India got to 100 in just 10.1 overs. The men in blue declared on 285 for 9, Jaiswal scoring 72 and KL Rahul 68. By the end of the day, Ravi Ashwin had snared 2 wickets, Bangladesh trailing by 26 runs and India with a vice-like grip over the second test after a hectic day 4.
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates with my colleague Parmeshwar Bawa coming right next after the break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and
you are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. The Israel Defense Forces says a limited local and targeted ground operation is underway against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Earlier, Hezbollah's deputy leader Naim Qassem said the group was ready for an Israeli ground offensive and that the battle may be long. The White House says there has been no change in America's support of Israel in response to the start of what has been described as a limited ground offensive in Lebanon, despite Joe Biden's call for the Israeli government to consider stopping the operations and his suggestion that a ceasefire deal be implemented now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and called for avoiding regional escalation of the West Asian conflict. During the phone call that came days after Israel killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, Prime Minister Modi extended support for Israel's fight against terrorism. In a significant diplomatic milestone, the Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness is set to make the first ever bilateral visit by a Jamaican Prime Minister to India. He will be here till the 3rd of October. Russia is to increase its spending on defense by 25% to its highest on record as Vladimir Putin vows to continue his war efforts in Ukraine and further escalate his standoff with the West. A Himalayan river may be making Everest taller. Mount Everest is at least 15 meters taller than it would otherwise be and is still growing thanks to a nearby river eroding the ground. Well, a big focus, it was another sleepless night for Beirut. The Israeli military has just announced that its troops have begun crossing into southern Lebanon, saying that they would destroy Hezbollah military infrastructure and villages that are close to the Israel-Lebanon border. In fact, in a statement issued shortly before 2 a.m., the military described the operation as a limited operation and said that its troops had begun entering Lebanon a few hours ago in order to target sites that pose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. This invasion followed intense Israeli strikes across Lebanon over the past 2 weeks that have killed hundreds of people, including 95 just on Monday. Israel is trying to force a conclusion to a year-long war with Hezbollah that started in parallel with Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza, set off by the October 7 attacks on southern Israel. But in Lebanon, I must inform you, officials say more than 1,000 people have been killed. This is just in the last 2 weeks, while up to 1 million may now be displaced.
When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
Well, what is unclear is how intense the combat may now be between Israeli forces and Hezbollah fighters. In fact, Hezbollah fighters are well armed and battle-hardened, even if their leadership has been decimated in the last 2 weeks. But for the Lebanese people, meanwhile, their fear is that the country as a whole could be engulfed in their bitter conflict. Hezbollah says it is ready for an Israeli ground operation. The IDF has said that a limited operation has begun. Dr. John Rooney joins us live currently. He's a military intelligence researcher. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us on NDTV. The White House says there has been no change in America's support of Israel in response to the start of what has been described as a limited ground offensive in Lebanon, despite Joe Biden's call for the Israeli government to actually consider stopping the operations. An expert has actually argued that an emboldened Israel appears to believe it can safely ignore a lame duck US president. How do you see the latest developments in the last 12 hours?
I absolutely agree with that. I think that at the moment Netanyahu has played his hand very well. He has now timed this military enterprise at the time of weakness for the United States leading up to the US federal election or national election. And, you know, really, we've got about 5 months to play out because, quite frankly, whoever ends up in the White House will take some time to bed down. So whether it's Harris on the one side or Trump on the other, there won't be immediate capacities for any new US president to actually do anything about what's going on in the Middle East right now.
But nearly a year after he was blamed for Israel's massive security and intelligence failures surrounding Hamas's October 7th attack, some analysts are arguing, sir, that Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually winning. In fact, citing the latest polls show that if elections were held today, his right-wing party would finish first.
That's absolutely true. And look, I think that we in the international community, those of us who are outside of the Middle East, have to look at this with a bit of caution. All limited wars end up suffering from the horrendous side effect of mission creep. So at the moment, while Netanyahu may be riding high because of all the so-called victories that he's managed to score over the last week or two, the fact remains that a technologically sophisticated side always enters a war with the idea of being in control of everything, in being able to go in and come out at its choosing. I think that in this situation, the Hezbollah main force has not been dealt with. And don't forget, Hezbollah has a decentralized command structure. So you can take out the leadership, but there is always someone standing in their stead, ready and willing to replace that leader.
Crucial point highlighted there, sir. So Israel going ahead with this ground incursion, despite urgent calls from its main ally, the United States, not to do so. Does this clearly indicate that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu clearly believes the momentum is with Israel?
Yes, I believe that that's the case. I also believe that Netanyahu probably doesn't think too much of international opinion right now. He's riding high at the moment. Things are going Israel's way, but remember, they will go Israel's way until they don't. And in Lebanon, Israel has had a very checkered history. This will be the fourth time that Israel has gone into Lebanon. The previous three times, Israel did not achieve the kind of decisive victories that it sought to achieve. And I think that at each time they went in with the idea of being able to be in control of everything, that they'll go in and come out and have low casualties and everything will be fine. But it was never the case. And I suspect that this will be a case of history repeating itself.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining us with your perspective on the world 24/7. Really appreciate you joining us and taking out time for us. Well, Israeli troops moving forward into Lebanon is being viewed, meanwhile, with concern and caution in Washington. The White House says there has been no change in America's support of Israel in response to the start of what has been described as a limited ground offensive in Lebanon, despite the US president calling for the Israeli government to stop its operations and his suggestion that a ceasefire deal be implemented now. Asked whether he was aware of or comfortable with the Israeli plans, Joe Biden has clearly told reporters, "I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping." He in fact added, "We should have a ceasefire now," but last week the American and French governments announced that a deal had been reached for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israeli-Lebanese border.
Just the fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon, are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
And joining us for further clarity, currently Glenn Carl, former Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Transnational Threats. This actually includes terrorism on the National Intelligence Council. He's also a career CIA officer. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us. Other Iranian proxies they are currently saying they have essentially the Houthis in Yemen or the militia groups it backs in Syria and Iraq. They could try to hit Israeli targets or sites closer to home, like nearby US military bases. There are many concerns at this point, many questions more than answers. Another pivotal, dangerous moment for a region that's seen so many of them in the last few weeks.
Well, what Israel seems to be doing in the last couple of weeks, in particular in the last week, is targeting Iran's proxies. The Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas has been the case for, of course, almost a year in Gaza. And there have been a few strikes by Israel in Syria against Iranian proxies and soldiers. The surprise has been the dramatic success so far, the tactical brilliance and success of the Israeli intelligence services and military in the first week or 2 weeks of this operation against Hezbollah. And so far, the relative impotence of Hezbollah. That has changed, it appears, the strategic equation between Hezbollah, Israel, and Iran, and may change the strategic equation and considerations in the Middle East as Iran's proxies are being materially weakened rather than just the tit-for-tat exchange. That's the big surprise.
But sir, how do you see Joe Biden's call for ceasefire when Israel is preparing for a ground invasion? Currently, they say it's a limited ground incursion, but how do you see the current situation?
Of course, who would not want a ceasefire? And war always risks destabilizing more than the initial objectives of whoever initiates the combat. And so it is a sensible step to call for, given the dangers of a broader war in the Middle East, of course. Straightforward. That's true. I mean, it's a bit like the Pope or an imam someplace calling for peace and brotherly love. Words cost nothing and affect little when a nation is using its military. So it sets a position and diplomatically, but the practical effect is slight. Yes, that's true, certainly.
Well, amid heightened tensions in the Middle East, Benjamin Netanyahu has also issued a rare direct message to the Iranian people, stating that Israel stands with them as it fights the proxies of Tehran, like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah militant group. Sir, do you see Iran actually pushing itself forward and getting involved in a full-blown conflict with Israel, or will it still hold back? How do you see it play out?
Well, that's been every analyst's fear and the apprehension for years, in particular since last October, concerning the clash in Gaza and in the Middle East in general. That the war would widen, involve Iran, or Iran would become involved, which would then involve probably the United States and Turkey and other nations and so on. But Iran has consistently signaled from the beginning of the Gaza war that it doesn't have any interest in widening the war. The saying, of course, that you probably have heard is that Iran is willing to fight to the last Hezbollah Lebanese or Sunni Hamas member, etc., but isn't willing to risk its own integrity as a state. And that seems to be the case, because what benefits can Iran gain from a clash with Israel, a direct clash? And the answer is probably zero. And the likelihood of serious negative consequences to Iran is certain. So Iran is in a difficult position. Its proxies are being weakened and being shown at present to be weaker than everyone had believed, at least Hezbollah for 2 weeks so far. And Iran is faced with the choice of doing nothing and losing some influence, or taking a military step, which endangers, I think, the regime's existence.
Well, I must inform our viewers, sir, that we have news coming in. Canada has now announced it has reserved about 800 seats on commercial flights to evacuate its citizens from Lebanon. Sir, do you see this blowing up further? Is it going to get much worse before it gets better?
Well, the ground forces is the big next qualitative change that there could be, I think. It appears so far that the Israelis are trying to keep in mind a lesson learned painfully in 1982, when Israel invaded Lebanon and pushed the then PLO 30 kilometers away from the border to the Litani River. And that's probably an objective that they would have now, which is to create a buffer of about 30 kilometers to the Litani River, is my guess. But without having to introduce the significant numbers of ground troops, which would open Israel to much more vulnerability than currently is the case.
Well, Glenn Carl, thank you so much for joining us on The World 24/7 with your perspective. Really appreciate it. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister and called for avoiding regional escalation of the West Asian conflict. During the phone call that came days after Israel killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, Prime Minister Modi has extended support for Israel's fight against terrorism. In fact, our Prime Minister has said he's spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu about recent developments in West Asia. Terrorism has no place in our world, he added. It is crucial to prevent regional escalation and ensure the safe release of all hostages. India is committed to supporting efforts for an early restoration of peace and stability. My colleague Vishal Vivek has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Vishal, as we have been discussing with our colleague Ghazali as well, Prime Minister Modi had even met Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas on the sidelines of the UNGA, appealing for peace and supporting a two-state solution. Now he got on a call and dialed Mr. Netanyahu. Put this in context for our viewers.
So this has been going on for about last 1 year, 1 to 2 years actually. So it was the meeting with President Putin 2 years ago when Prime Minister Modi said that this is not a time for war. So he has been going on these trips and speaking with these world leaders and telling them that regional escalation and they should take some steps to avoid these escalations, and this is not a time for war. And he, as you mentioned, he met the president of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, at UNGA. He also met the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, and he spoke on the same lines, and he's speaking on the similar lines for the last 2 to 3 years, and appealing to the world leaders for world peace. And this has been reciprocated by other world leaders. They have been receiving these comments made by Prime Minister Modi in a positive way, and they have said that if there is anyone who can actually bring peace to these regions, it's actually PM Modi. Particularly when we speak about Ukraine, he has been appealing for peace there, and many experts believe that it is actually PM Modi who can bring peace to the region. And on the same lines he's spoken to now Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not as direct as the comments made before by Prime Minister Modi, but this also falls in the same category as to an appeal for peace. And as you know, 1,000 people have been killed already in the last 1 week in Lebanon. So this peace process actually needs to be furthered by many other world leaders as well.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Vishal, as always, for joining us with that update. Well, let's switch tracks now. In a significant diplomatic milestone, Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness is making the first ever bilateral visit by a Jamaican Prime Minister to India. He's going to be in the country till the 3rd of October, and this visit symbolizes an important moment not only in the evolving relationship between India and Jamaica, but also for India's growing engagement with the Caribbean community. Now, with a number of MOUs expected to be signed, this visit promises to deepen bilateral cooperation and enhance economic and cultural ties. We are told while the two leaders have met on several occasions during multilateral events, this is actually the first dedicated bilateral visit. A quick update from Russia now. Well, Russia will drastically increase its military spending in 2025. This is according to draft budget documents we've accessed. The planned 23% budget increase to $145 billion will exceed the country's combined expenditure on education, healthcare, and social policies. Just imagine that. The hike confirms that Moscow has switched to a war footing. This is what Russian outlet The Bell has written, citing analysts, and that the Kremlin will make the military a top funding priority regardless of when the war in Ukraine ends. Vladimir Putin recently ordered the army to add 180,000 troops and bring its total active force to 1.5 million, which would make Russia's military the world's second largest after China's. The budget increase could help pay for those recruits while also avoiding the need for another unpopular conscription push. And since we mentioned China, let's get you a quick update from there as well. Chinese stocks rose sharply, their biggest gain since 2008 on Monday, as investors cheered Beijing's massive stimulus package. In fact, Indian stocks, which have benefited from the anxiety around China's economy, dropped, while Wall Street had an unusually muted reaction. US traders' lack of excitement underscored Beijing's limited role as an engine for America's economy, and the sense among analysts that deeper fiscal stimulus is needed to sustain a larger turnaround, analysts noted. But Monday's rally in China, which saw stocks worth about $143 billion trade hands in a 35-minute span, preceded the country's Golden Week holiday. Now, while local governments will begin distributing vouchers to boost spending, tourism during the typically busy travel period is still expected to be sluggish this year. Well, news and updates continue in a moment right here on NDTV 24/7. Don't go anywhere.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोन। पैसाबाजार.com।
The nerves and the nature of the United States. Meanwhile, the vice presidential debate between Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance is today, 5 weeks before Election Day. Why does it matter? Well, the CBS News debate is the first and only time Tim Walz and J.D. Vance will go face-to-face ahead of the November election in the United States.
It is great to be
in other news, Japan's new Prime Minister will be sworn in today with plans to call an October 27th snap election, 1 year earlier than required. Analysts say the unusual move by Shigeru Ishiba, who won a close party leadership race to replace the unpopular Fumio Kishida, is aimed at swiftly uniting his polarized party and giving the opposition less time to prepare. As Ishiba campaigns to win a public mandate in the general election in Japan, he'll face immediate internal and external challenges, especially on the economy. Stocks in Japan tumbled ahead of his swearing in what economists described as the Ishiba shock, but the yen strengthened since he is seen as a monetary policy hawk. This is what a Japan politics expert has argued. And a Himalayan river may be making Everest taller. Mount Everest is 15 to 50 meters taller than it would otherwise be because the river is eroding rock and soil at its base, helping push it upwards according to a new study. The loss of landmass in the Arun River basin, 75 kilometers away, is causing the world's highest peak to rise by up to 2 mm a year. This is what University College London researchers have found. Well, and few countries have been more associated with coal than Britain, where the black rock has been part of the economy and the culture for more than 200 years. But on Monday, that era came to an end. Britain's last coal-fired power station shut down for good at midnight, making Britain the first G7 country to completely wean itself off coal to generate electricity. Now, several countries have phased out coal for electric power, such as Sweden and Belgium, but Britain will be the first major industrialized country who's done so. Canada has pledged to end its reliance on coal-fired electricity, meanwhile, by the year 2030. Well, thank you for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
A Himalayan river may be making Everest taller. In fact, Mount Everest is 15 to 50 meters taller than it would otherwise be because the river is eroding rock and soil at its base, helping push it upwards, according to a new study published.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 AM every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Champions, we are going to give you an action-packed coverage for the next hour. Over to you, Kitty.
Yes, a lot is lined up for this breakfast edition, of course, for our viewers from Jammu Kashmir elections, for which voting is taking place for the third and final phase today, to the Supreme Court's wrap to the Delhi government over the National Capital's green cover, to much more, and a very interesting interview that's lined up in this edition. We'll get you all of that in just a bit. Let's start with the headlines. Polling underway for the final phase of elections in Jammu Kashmir. Elections in 40 seats taking place. Focus is on North Kashmir.
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife offers to return land sites allotted to her in connection to the alleged Muda scam. This just after Enforcement Directorate files money laundering case against the Chief Minister.
India's young shooting stars clinched twin gold in Junior World Championships in Peru. Both men and women's team win in 10-meter air pistol event. Special showcase on Breakfast Show.
Supreme Court pulls up Delhi Forest Department over their lackluster approach in expanding capital's green cover. Top court says that Delhi Forest Department has approached complete lack of interest over the issue.
And Mumbai's iconic Dabbawalas take the green route, upgrade to e-motorcycles to combine clean mobility with food delivery. Well, we are starting this edition with our top focus. Well, voting is taking place for the third and final phase of the Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections across 40 assembly seats. Of the 40 constituencies, 24 fall under the Jammu division and the remaining in Kashmir. Now, over 3.9 million people are casting their votes today. The security detail across all poll-bound assembly seats remains tight, with CRPF and quick response teams deployed in areas of Udhampur, Baramulla, Kathua and Kupwara.
That's right, Kitty. In fact, this is, of course, the final phase of polls as far as J&K is concerned, and most prominent candidates in fray in this particular phase of J&K polls are People's Conference Chairman and former Minister Sajjad Lone and National Panthers Party India President Dev Singh. While Lone is fighting on 2 seats from Kupwara, Singh is contesting from Chenani seat of Udhampur. Let's go across to Nazir on this. We believe Nazir is joining us from a polling booth there. This is the final phase. Nazir, this is obviously high-stakes battle as far as J&K is concerned. Voting taking place for third phase. How is it this morning? Are you seeing long queues? And take us through the important seats and candidates in fray as far as the final phase of polling in J&K is concerned.
Well, this is the final and the third phase of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections, and 40 Assembly seats will go to polls today. And 415 candidates are in the fray, and their fate will be decided by over 39 lakh voters who are across 40 Assembly constituencies. 24 of them are here in Jammu, which is Jammu district, Samba district, Udhampur district and Kathua district, and 16 assembly seats in the North Kashmir, Bandipur, Kupwara and Baramulla districts. So this is a very, very crucial phase when it comes who would be the single largest party or who will form the government. Perhaps this phase will decide, and this is the key phase for which will determine the BJP's performance in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election, because this is the area, Jammu region, which has been considered as the strong hold of the BJP. They have won most of all the seats in 2014 assembly elections from here. BJP has won 2 parliament seats from here. Will they repeat the performance or there would be something different? Let me go, And also this phase is very crucial for the people from different communities who will be having the right to vote for the first time in their lives. So let me first talk to some of the people here who have got the right to vote for the first time. They are from the Valmiki society. Valmikis, they had actually only 270 people. 2 people had come here, were brought here by the then J&K government in 1957. But then they never got the rights like any other citizens. They were not equal citizens. But today, for the first time, they are getting right to vote. तो आप बताएं, पहली बार वाल्मीकि समाज को वोट का हक मिल रहा है?
हाँ जी, 10 साल बाद मिला है।
असेंबली इलेक्शन में कब आपने वोट डाला? इससे पहले कभी वोट डाला?
नहीं, पहले नहीं डाला। ये पहली बार डाल रहे हैं। हाँ जी।
तो ये कैसे मुमकिन हुआ, आप हमें बताएं।
जी हो गई, केंद्र सरकार ने कर दिया जी। 370 तो हमें भी अधिकार मिल गया। ये तो ऐसे मिलता ही नहीं था। ठीक है।
जी। तो इससे क्या आपके फर्क में, भविष्य में क्या फर्क पड़ सकता है आपके?
विषय में सर फर्क पड़ रहा है। पहले सफाई का जॉब मिलता था, ठीक है, तो बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, बच्चे को ला कराएंगे। वो बेटी है मेरी, एकता मट्टू।
अच्छा,
उसका ला करा रहा हूँ।
अच्छा,
फिर डॉक्टर वो जज बनाऊंगा उसे मैं।
Oh, he is hoping to make his daughter as judge because for the first time they will get a right for the job. आप बताएं, जाहिर सी बात है आपका पहली टाइम वोट होगा?
जी, सो ये सब कुछ पॉसिबल हो पाया है एब्रोगेशन के बाद, और एब्रोगेशन के बाद ही मैं LLB में एडमिशन भी ले पाई। इससे पहले हमें कोई भी अधिकार नहीं था ना, तो हम इस इंडिया को हम डेमोक्रेटिक स्टेट तो बोलते हैं, और जहाँ पर 18 इयर्स के बाद हर कोई एलिजिबल हो जाता है राइट टू वोट के लिए, लेकिन हमारे समाज के साथ अन्याय किया गया और हमें हर एक राइट से वंचित रखा गया, और हमें हमेशा ये बोला गया कि आप तो बाहर से आए हैं, और हमें हर एक अधिकार से वंचित रखा गया। तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम है कि हमें वोटिंग का अधिकार मिला है, और ये सब कुछ पॉसिबल हो पाया है मोदी जी की सरकार, जब से सरकार आई है।
Let me give a context what exactly she is saying. Actually, because of the special, constitutional arrangement in Jammu and Kashmir, only permanent residents had a right to vote for the assembly elections and right over the jobs and the land. But after abrogation of Article 370, any person who is living in Jammu and Kashmir has now all these rights.
Right.
So some would say, look how discriminatory the law was, that it was denying voting rights for the people, and they are now getting all the rights. But some would say, look, you can't throw the baby with the bath water. You can't just abrogate the law when if it is discriminatory. You can, change it a bit, but that is the view. आप बताएं मैम कि क्या है इस इलेक्शन के आपके मैंने you are clearly a BJP supporter.
Yeah, I'm Ritika Trehan. So obviously I'm in Bharatiya Janata Party, but I would like to say, tell you about the views of the people, what I'm getting right here, and obviously on the grassroots level.
What are the issues your party has actually contested election? We know the speeches, but how are you connecting with the common man who will come and vote for you?
First of all, they want a person, a candidate who works on the grassroots level and who is connected with them, who listens to their problems and who, solves their problems. But almost, 50-60% of the problems has been solved by the Centre Ministry, by our Honourable Prime Minister, because you can also see Valmiki Samaj here. They did not have any right to vote, education. They have got rights for education, voting right now. OBC समाज आप देख लीजिए कश्मीरी हमारे भाई बहनों को अभी रिजर्वेशन मिला है, POJK को कभी नहीं मिला था.
The reservation, she is talking about the people who have got the reservation, for example, Pahadi community, Valmikis, and West Pakistan refugees also, and people in the Kashmir as well. So, but here you can see all these people have been waiting for their turn to cast their vote. It is something, the celebration and the festival of democracy here in Jammu and Kashmir, where people are getting a chance to vote for assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir after a gap of 10 years. This is the longest gap in the history of Jammu and Kashmir between two assembly elections. But
absolutely. You've spoken about, another question that we want to ask you here is that, of course, it's quite heartwarming, at the same time interesting to see that the Valmiki Samaj is also getting to exercise their franchise in this assembly election in Jammu Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370, and they are giving all credit to the central government, to the BJP government at the centre at this point in time. You've also spoken about how, the stakes, of course, are high for the BJP, because the BJP is one party that had actually outperformed other parties when it comes to the Jammu division. And majority of seats this time around are in Jammu division, of course. But what's at stake for the Congress and the NC? The NC, of course, has made it stand clear on the abrogation of Article 370. The Congress remains silent. But the Congress party's performance hasn't been really clearly up to the mark in the last election that was held about a decade ago. What's at stake for these parties here?
Well, National Conference is not contesting in many seats when it comes to these 24 seats in Jammu region. Most of the seats have gone to the Congress as part of the seat-sharing arrangement between the two parties, alliance partners. But National Conference is seen as someone which could be the front-runner in these elections. It has an alliance with the Congress, but the BJP is seen someone which has a strong hold in this region, Jammu region. We have to see whether they can repeat their performance they manage in parliament elections. And this is actually a key battle for the both National Conference and Congress and then the BJP here in particular. And Congress stakes are really very high because they have to contest here in these, most of the seats
Right.
they are contesting are in Jammu region. Will they be able to, somehow win some seats from this region? Will hold the key for their,
Absolutely.
not just, presence in the alliance and also
Right.
their political future in Jammu and Kashmir as well.
Right, Nazir. Thank you for getting us all those details from that particular polling booth in J&K. Of course, interesting views there, Kitty, from people there. Of course, as Nazir had been pointing out, it is a key battle. Stakes are high as far as both the national as well as regional parties in J&K are concerned. But let's move on now. This is Karnataka news. In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife, B.N. Parvati, has written to MUDA, which is the Mysore Urban Development Authority, offering to return the plots of land that are at the heart of the corruption cases against her family. In fact, in a statement, she said she was obeying a call of a conscience. She says, along with returning these plots, I also demand a comprehensive investigation into all allegations related to MUDA. In fact, just yesterday, Enforcement Directorate filed a money laundering case against the Chief Minister. Central agencies case came on heels of an FIR filed by Lokayukta on the orders of a special court. So trouble certainly mounting for the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Kitty.
Yes, and now in a letter to MUDA, Parvati has offered to return the 14 plots allotted to her in Vijayanagar Phase 3 and 4. We are learning in lieu of compensation for the use of the land in Kesar village. She is written, and I quote, some may ask why make such a decision at this stage. I made this decision on the very day the accusation arose. Well, that's what she said in her letter. She has also said, however, as the accusations regarding the MUDA plot allocation were politically motivated, some well-wishers advise that we should fight against this injustice and not fall prey to their schemes, and that's why she's she initially stepped back from returning the plot, she said in her statement. Well, we do understand the MUDA case involves allegations of illegalities in the allotment of Mysuru's 14 premium sites to Siddaramaia's wife by the authority. It's been alleged that the value of the compensatory sites allotted to Siddaramaia's wife located in an upmarket area in Mysuru is far higher than that of the land acquired from her by MUDA. Well, to talk more about this, we have Pratibha also joining us on the broadcast. She's getting us more on this big development now that's taking place. Well, Pratibha, every day there's a new twist that we are getting to see in the MUDA case. The heat, of course, is mounting on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. What do we gauge from this decision that has been taken by Siddaramaia's wife to return the plots now?
This is definitely a new twist to the entire MUDA plot, which comes on a day of hectic political development, because we're talking of not just the Lokayukta FIR, we're also talking of the Enforcement Directorate that has registered an ECIR against Siddaramaiah, his wife and others in the MUDA case, also talking about money laundering here. And Siddaramaiah's wife, in fact, in her letter, has also mentioned that she did initially want to return those plots ever since the allegations surfaced. But then many of her well-wishers asked her to remain quiet and to fight this legally as well as politically. But now she said that she has answered the call of her conscience, and that despite keeping herself away from the public eye or the political limelight, she stated that these allegations have been concerning her, deeply disturbing her, and that she wants to protect her husband's honor and reputation, and that the MUDA plots hold no greater value. Now, how does this really play in the political circles is something that needs to be closely watched, because we are talking of the matter that is already sub judice. We are talking of both the cases that have been registered, and the investigation is yet to take place with respect to the ED or even the Lokayukta. Now, the return of plots, whether it will make any kind of difference to the investigation, is something that we need to see. And we also need to find out if Siddaramaiah would be willing to cooperate with the investigation, or whether he would be fighting this investigation by talking to legal experts, which he has already been indulging in meetings after meetings ever since the ED registered the case last night. Back to you.
Well, that of course remains to be seen. how this case really goes through. Well, what really happens next? We've been seeing a lot of developments almost on a daily basis here, Radhika, in this Muda land case. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye on the big developments as they take place. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. We're now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The Delhi police has announced the imposition of Section 163 of Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita at various locations across Delhi in anticipation of potential protests, demonstrations and campaigns in the national capital during the first week of October. The restrictions are in effect from September 30th to October 5th.
That's right, Kitty. In fact, restrictions have been put in place from a law and order point of view due to several issues, including the Waqf bill. For 6 days, unauthorized gatherings of 5 or more people carrying firearms or objects such as banners, placards, and organizing protests or dharnas in public spaces will be prohibited. Let's go to Ishika on this. Ishika, prohibitory orders there in the national capital. Take us through the details and what is the rationale behind this particular prohibitory order where for 6 days, carrying firearms, gatherings have in fact been prohibited in the city.
Well, yes, Radhika, as you rightly pointed out, till October 5th, now the Delhi police, in fact, has imposed Section 163 of the BNS, now which includes that no more protests on the national capital till October 5th, no more gathering of 5 or more people, especially with firearms and, and other things that could incite violence here in the national capital. Now, in a detailed explanation that came from the Commissioner's office, it was said that it has been done due to the, political tensions, considering the fact that there have been amendments proposed to the Waqf board, and also because of the other issues, be it, be it the Eidgah issue, or be it, in fact, even the festivals that are around the corner. So seeing all of this, this Section 163 has been imposed in the national capital. So police says that this is only to maintain the law and order situation in the city. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Ishika,
for getting us those details. In fact, a prohibitory order, Kitty, been issued there as a result of political tensions and warnings issued as a result of it. Let's move on now, Kitty. In fact, this is with respect to Indian travelers to the US. Some good news for Indian travelers to the United States. In fact, the US mission to India opened an additional 250,000 visa appointments for Indian travelers, including tourists, skilled workers, as well as students. This is great news. Of course, the recently released new slots will help hundreds of thousands of Indian applicants take timely interviews and facilitate the travel to the US. In fact, the US mission to India has already surpassed 1 million non-immigrant visa applications for the second consecutive year. In fact, during student visa season this summer, we continue to process record numbers, and all first-time student applicants were able to obtain an appointment at 1 out of 5 consular sections around India. So clearly, this is a great move, and this will expedite the process as far as Indians wanting to travel to US is concerned, Kitty.
Absolutely. Well, that is what is expected, and more than 1.2 million Indians have traveled to the US year to date in 2024, 35% increase over the same period in 2023. At least 6 million Indians already have a non-immigrant visa to visit the US, and each day the mission issues thousands more. Now, as US Ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti recently said that Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden set an ambitious goal to improve and expedite the visa process, and I'm proud to say that we've delivered on that promise. Our consular teams at the embassy and 4 consulates worked tirelessly to ensure that we meet this certain demand. All right, well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. We'll be keeping an eye on the developments there. Well, more news and updates will be coming up. We'll have to, take a very quick break here, Radhika. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है in the world of business, politics, sports and entertainment. देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा in the theatre. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new 19 kg commercial cylinders and a 12 rupees hike in 5 kg free trade cylinders. That's the big breaking news now coming in. At this point in time, we're learning that the prices of the LPG now have been increased. The oil marketing companies have announced a fresh hike in the price of 19 kg commercial LPG cylinders that is effective from October 1st, that's today, and also a 12 rupees hike in the 5 kg free trade cylinders has also been announced. This comes ahead of the festive season and of course is something that is going to impact the common man as well. Well, that's the big breaking news that we're learning of at this point in time.
Let's move on now to some wonderful news from the world of sports. Kitty, some good news for India from the world of sports. Indian shooters won 3 medals at the ISSF Junior World Championship 2024 in Peru. This happened on Saturday with men's and women's 10-meter air pistol teams bagging gold medals, while Kanak struck bronze in women's individual final. Competing at Las Palmas shooting range, Kanishka Dagar, Lakshita, Anjali Chaudhary combined for a total of 1708 in the qualification round to hand India the top podium in the women's 10-meter air pistol events team category. Kitty.
Yes, meanwhile, the Indians men team of Umesh Chaudhary, Mukesh and Pramod stood atop the team rankings with a combined score of 1726. Now, over 560 shooters from 51 countries are participating in the ISSF Junior World Championship 2024. India has fielded 61 shooters in the competition, which ends on October 6th. Now, last edition of ISSF Junior World Championship, we had seen Radhika was held in Changwon in 2023, and India had finished with 17 medals. That included 6 gold, 6 silver and 5 bronze. Now, 7 Indian shooters also had managed to bag more than 1 medal. But this, of course, the news that's coming in with India clinching gold in the men's and women's final is, of course, something very interesting, and good news now coming in. Well, we also have the champions now joining us on the broadcast today. From the women's team, we have Kanishka Dagar, Lakshita and Anjali Chaudhary joining us on the broadcast with their coach Vidya. Well, from the men's team, we have Umesh Chaudhary, Mukesh Nelavali, Parmod, as well as their coach Zakir Khan joining us on the broadcast here. First of all, many congratulations for winning the gold and bringing this glory to our country. All right, I can see the men's team here, right here on the broadcaster. All right, let me go across to the men's team winners here. First of all, Umesh, Mukesh, Pramod, and also their coach Zakir Khan. If I could come to you first, how do you feel about this win? And of course, you all have made India very proud, and we are quite happy with the goal that you've bagged in the final of the championship. How do you feel about it? First of all, I would like to ask.
We feel very happy and feeling proud. We feel proud and happy to win the medal for the India, for the country.
Yes.
All right. And also, Kitty, we were just discussing India's performance in this championship has been remarkable. So all of you guys, what do you think were the key factors behind your success? Take us through your journey and, what contributed to this group win as far as all three of you are concerned in the men's team, and also some challenging moments perhaps you faced, as you went through this journey.
This is all about hard work and luck.
Yes.
Any challenging moments that you want to talk about?
No, this is my first international championship, and Mukesh is also the first international championship. We all three have the first international championship. So there is pressure, but we did it.
Okay. How long did it take you to prepare for this championship? If I could ask you, your coach also, to speak about it. Sir, would you like to tell us something about these youngsters' journey? How did you prepare them for this mega event?
Yeah, we prepared in camp, during the camp in Delhi. With the team coaches, and this guy did really good in the match. It was a good match for the experience. This young youngster played very well in the World Championship level.
Absolutely.
And
were you expecting? Women's team.
Okay.
Kitty,
Okay, Radhika, go
I
ahead.
think women's team have also joined. Kanishka, Lakshita and Anjali, they have also joined us. To the three of you, as Kitty was asking, how do you feel to be crowned world champions at such a young age?
We feel so lucky, and we are feeling very proud that we win medal for India.
Okay. And
it was a great experience.
Yes. Go ahead. Tell us about your experience.
That was a really nice feeling to win a gold for India. We all are feeling very happy. And it was really to stand with them.
Okay, I think we'll have to go to the women's team members in just a bit because the voice is cracking. Let me go back to the men's team here. I was speaking to the coach here, Zakir Khan as well. You've been telling us about, how you've prepared these youngsters for this mega event. Were there any challenges there? I mean, how long did it take you? And did you really expect a gold medal at this event?
Yes, we really did hard work and during the camp and training sessions. So I was expecting good result.
Okay, you were expecting good result. That's wonderful to know.
Yeah, and one more question that I wanted to ask the coach is, shooting is usually considered an individual sport, but here this is a group shooting event in which both the men and the women won. So take us through the collaboration, the collaborative effort that led to this victory. How important was coordination and collaboration, since this is not often considered as a team sport. So if you can just take us through, how you all sat together and
how you really worked as a team.
Devised strategy to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
We coordinate in the training sessions, and we make the plan for the championship. And it's hard work of last 2 or 3 years by shooters. So it was good competition for the shooters. Mukesh playing first time in big competition, World Championship like level.
Okay.
And Pramod also playing his first international match.
Okay.
So I'm very happy with them performance.
You're happy, and we are really glad. We are also really happy to have both the teams here. If I could go to Umesh, Mukesh and Pramod, individually, if you could answer for me. Umesh, if I could start with you first. Tell us a little about yourself, about your background. How did you start preparing for shooting? Was it your passion since the very start, from a very early age, or when did it start?
I started shooting in 2021. Then I continuously working hard, so I reached here now.
Okay. And yes, after Umesh, Mukesh, if you could also answer. Tell us a little about yourself, Mukesh.
I started shooting at Okay, I currently am in BTech 3rd year.
Yes.
And I started shooting in 2018, and then I've been shooting since then. But the performance was good this year, and the competitions went really well. So we got to the top 3 rankings in India, and we were able to participate in the Junior World Championship.
Okay. I'll have to go to the women's team also. Yes, Radhika, if you would like to take a question there. The women's team is also back
to
with
the
us.
women's team, I mean, obviously we've been having audio issues. Just wanted to ask, what's your message to those who want to achieve the feat that you have achieved? To those who are aspiring to be, be champions of the level and caliber that you all have achieved. So what's your message to those who want to become like you?
Yeah, it's just about the hard work and just learn from the ups and downs that comes in the progress, and it will make you to reach at the success. And just hard working, keep hard working. Just keep hard working.
All right,
and
keep
never
working hard is the message from all of the shooters there. Thank you all for joining us on the special broadcast on NDTV. Of course, thank you for the interaction. We'll, of course, look forward to more such achievements from you in the future as well, Kitty. But we have to move on to our next big story, which is to do with the Supreme Court's directive. In fact, Kitty, Supreme Court on Monday criticized the Delhi government's forest department for its lackluster and lackadaisical approach to enhancing capital's green cover, summoning the Forest Department Secretary to explain lapses. In fact, during a hearing on the efforts to boost green spaces in Delhi, court in fact ordering the Secretary of the Forest Department to appear on October 18th to respond to further questions from the court and to file a personal affidavit outlining steps taken to improve the city's green cover.
Yes, and during the proceedings, the bench sought an update from the Delhi government's Forest Department on the measures taken to enhance green cover in terms of its previous directives in May and June. However, the counsel for the department requested more time, stating that the government's status report did not include the required information and referring to a separate affidavit filed in a contempt case. Well, the court said, and I quote, "First, the Forest Department is not doing anything at all. You have a completely lackluster approach. I think it is not for the benefit of judges like us that we are hearing this case. It is for the benefit of the people of Delhi that we are hearing this matter." This is what was said by the bench during this hearing that took place on Monday, Radhika.
All right, we have Shreya who's joining us from the national capital. Shreya, of course, the court there coming down heavily on Delhi government as far as its attention to green cover in the city is concerned. Of course, it is diminishing. That is something that was raised by the top court there. But, tell us what people feel about this court trap to the Delhi government. Do they also feel that the green cover is diminishing in the national capital?
That's right. Delhiites almost experience extreme climate conditions and having more green cover is the need of the hour. And the common sentiment among people is that urban development should take place in tandem with environmental conservation, and enhancing green cover is the need of the hour. So I'm joined by a fellow resident here. Sir, what do you think? The Supreme Court has criticized the Delhi government for not taking concrete actions to enhance the green cover. Where do you personally live? Do you see enough green cover in that area?
See, I stay in Southeast Part 2. Around my own house, NBCC has developed in the last 10 years, where more than 11,000 trees were cut. And the worst part is that BJP-run central government and Aam Aadmi Party is always fighting. But when the central government, through NBCC, requested for tree cutting permission for 11,000 trees in the heart of the city, not even a single permission was rejected. And the law is after every tree you cut, you have to put about 100 trees. Even the Honorable Supreme Court had, very clearly stated that, even in terms of when in Rich, 1,100 trees were being cut. So do you think in Delhi, the government has put approximately 10 lakh trees? Nowhere. At the same time, the Delhi government keep on talking about the transplantation of tree. Myself, I was a litigant in Ayur Vigyan Nagar, where the Delhi government again had given permission for 230 trees to be transplanted within the same colony. Today, not even 30% of trees have survived. You can't expect a civil contractor to pick up a tender for transplanting a tree, even if you go on Dwarka Express Highway. When these trees are being transplanted, all the trees are finished. It's a technology which requires brain, which requires, help of good environmentalists. Singapore is doing it. They have a very authentic way of doing it. But in Delhi, I noticed, that's when I went to the Honorable High Court, a civil contractor was digging a tree and putting a tree out. So, this is something which is very hurtful. At the same time, now when the air pollution month will start, we all know for the last 10 years that, you have Diwali, you have Chhath Puja, you have air pollution after that.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is the entire Delhi will come to a standstill. There will be a forcible lockdown in the city again. One of the major reasons is dust. Delhi government was supposed to buy 20,000 buses.
Right.
Today they stand on merely 4,000 buses.
Right. So that's a secondary issue. So what do you think? How can individuals, like citizens themselves, can be more proactive in enhancing the green cover?
Actually, we all are more conscious about it. We are doing that. We are putting a lot of plants. Even in Lodi Garden, in this rainy season, we put a lot of plants. More than 100 plants we put here. But the fact is that, still a lot of things are to be done. That is why Supreme Court commented upon the Delhi government. And they have to do that because in every winter now we are expecting that there will be huge pollution and all. Like my brother rightly said, that a lot of things have to be done.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. So citizens have to consciously make it a point to plant trees and be responsible. But at the same time, it is the Delhi government that needs to take comprehensive steps to enhance the green cover in the national capital to combat pollution. Over to you.
They've been pointing out to the fact that, of course, much more needs to be done. And, of course, one step at a time, at least the basic that needs to be done, that has to start, that is what the court also said, that there is a lackluster approach, that the government is really not doing anything. But there is a response that has been sought from the Delhi government, and it will have to respond in a few days from now. All right, we have some big breaking news now coming in at this point in time. This is from West Bengal. We are learning the junior doctors have decided to cease work, protest again. The Kolkata doctors have now decided to go back to their strike. What we are learning at this point in time, the junior doctors in Kolkata will cease work from 10 a.m. today. They had resumed work as the flood situation in Bengal had worsened earlier. But yesterday also we've seen the Bengal government had informed the Supreme Court that 26% work was done when it comes to improving the security mechanisms at medical colleges in the state. But since the cases have been coming in Kolkata, we've seen how, doctors have been attacked also recently, after which the junior doctors had clearly said that they are going to go back on strike and they're going to resume strike from 10 a.m. That is the big breaking news coming in.
That's right. So West Bengal junior doctors to go on a cease work protest once again. Kitty, of course, they had been protesting for weeks and weeks post that Kolkata horror. Now, once again, they decide to cease work. Let's go straight across to Saurabh on this. Saurabh, the junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety, security once again. Take us through the details. We believe that it is starting from today and it will go on for quite some time. Take us through the rationale behind it. What are the doctors demanding at this point?
Well, this stems from the Supreme Court hearing yesterday, and in the Supreme Court yesterday, when the state government was asked about how much progress has been made on, setting up, say, washrooms, restrooms, CCTV cameras, deployment of policemen, etc. on campus for security, the state government, listed, the areas of work and how much percent of work has been done. For example, CCTVs, they said 26% has been installed. Since some other things, about 40% of the work has been completed. But, in none of the areas of these, improvement works for security, the progress of work is more than 50%. Now, the Chief Justice asked the state government, why was the progress so tardy? And in response, the state government said, look, the state is reeling under floods. Massive floods have hit, the state. The state administration is also providing flood relief and, engaged in flood management. In fact, we have fresh warnings of floods, districts that are adjacent to Bihar. And you see this flood situation in Bihar could also face a flood situation, and there's an alert there as well. So in that context, the state government has said, give us time till 15th of October to complete these works. Also, they said, tendering process, etc., all has to be followed when something is done. And they've sought time till 15th October to complete all these works. Now, the doctors say that their security is not being looked into. They say that they feel insecure, and therefore they will go back to protesting. What does the ruling Trinamool Congress say? The Trinamool Congress says, in the wake of Kashmir Mange Azadi slogans at some of the RG Kor protests, they say the protests have been taken over, RG Kor protests have been taken over. But they say that the state government is doing everything it can to assure doctors that their safety, security, etc. are being looked into.
All right. Thank you, Saurabh, for getting those details. So doctors continue to feel that their needs, security needs are not being taken care of by the state government there, which is why now they are continuing to protest. But let's move on now from Kolkata to Mumbai, Kitty. Mumbai Dabbawalas, who've been integral to city's identity, have decided to take the green route now. In fact, in a move to promote sustainable mobility and ease of delivery, Dabbawalas in Mumbai will now be using state-of-the-art electrical motorcycles for distributing lunch boxes in the city. In fact, 25 of them have received these motorcycles, and more will receive in the days to come.
Well, that's really wonderful news, and despite the changing times, the mode of transport for Dabbawalas has remained the same. Considering that the Dabbawalas use bicycles for their deliveries, this move is aimed at empowering them by electrifying their fleet. Take a look at this report.
The Dabbawalas, a symbol of Mumbai's enduring spirit, capture the imagination of the city like nothing else. Long-standing, hard-working and with tireless dedication. This 130-year-old institution, which has been delivering lunch boxes on bicycles to the working class of the city, will now experience a sense of ease, thanks to the introduction of sustainable mobility through e-bikes into their daily routine.
133 साल से ब्रिटिश काल से हम लोग मुंबई में डब्बा पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मुंबई को सेवा देते देते आज मुंबई की जो सड़कें हैं, मुंबई का जो जीवन है, भौतिक जीवन है, उसमें काफ़ी सारे बदलाव आए हैं। आज अगर हम रोड पे चलते हैं तो 20 साल पुरानी मुंबई और आज की मुंबई, इसमें बहुत बदल है कि लोगों की भीड़ और उतनी ही वाहनों की भीड़ मुंबई में लगी रहती है। इसकी वजह से मुंबई में जो वक्त पे डब्बा पहुंचाने का हमारा जो कौशल है, या तो फिर जो इसमें थोड़ी बाधाएं ज़रूर आ रही है। थोड़ी कसरत का सामना करना पड़ता है, थोड़े समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता है, ट्रैफिक बहुत ज़्यादा रहती है। मगर जो हमारा लौकिक है कि वक्त पे डब्बा पहुंचाने का, ये लौकिक संभाल के रखने के लिए हम जी तोड़ मेहनत कर रहे हैं।
Vatavaran, an NGO which has been a strong advocate for clean air in the city, has provided 25 state-of-the-art e-bikes to the Dabbawalas along with IIFL Foundation, CSR wing of IIFL, one of the players in the financial service space. They believe that the Dabbawalas have the potential to be much more than just tiffin servers and play an active role in promoting sustainable transportation.
मुंबई में जो पिछले 134 साल या 134 इयर्स जो कम्युनिटी सर्व कर रहे हैं साइकिल से, वॉकिंग से या लोकल ट्रेन से, तो दैट इज़ द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल मॉडल जो हम कह सकते हैं कि दे आर द रियल चैम्पियन ऑफ द क्लाइमेट एक्शन लेने के लिए, क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए वो एक असली चैंपियंस है।
The Dabbawalas feel the e-bikes will greatly assist them in their food delivery.
सोसाइटी में हम लोग पोल्यूशन फैलाने वाले कोई भी वाहनों का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते हमारी टोटल डिलीवरी सर्विसेज में, सिस्टम में। तो इसके चलते ये लोगों ने जो हमें ई बाइक्स दिया है, उसकी वजह से हमारे कार्य में सुलभता भी आ सकती है और थोड़ी उस क्या फास्ट ट्रैक पे भी हम जा सकते हैं।
The number of Dabbawalas dropped drastically after the COVID-19 pandemic. With this initiative, the hope is that they will be restored to their former glory.
We have given these EV bikes, which are environment friendly, and this will create less carbon footprint.
The expectation is that many other last mile delivery systems will follow this initiative, paving the way for a better, more sustainable future in the city.
हम ये जो लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी की कंपनियां जो हैं, कई सारी कंपनियां आज हमारे घर घर में विद इन द मिनट्स हम हमारे चीज़ें पहुंचाती हैं। तो ये सबसे ज़्यादा हवा प्रदूषण का स्रोत या एक जिम्मेदार अभी भी है और आगे जाकर भी होने वाला है। तो ये सभी को एक रोड मैप करके, एक मॉडल करके हम डब्बावाला चाहते हैं कि वो डब्बावाला का मॉडल जो है वो अडॉप्ट करें।
For over a century, the Dabbawalas from Mumbai city have been a symbol
of eco-friendly practices. Now, with the introduction of e-bikes for them, it not only makes their job easier, but also helps them continue the cause of a clean-aired Mumbai in the future. More importantly, it spreads an important message that a change does not necessarily come at the cost of environment. With camera person Hemant Mohite, this is Anush Raite reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
Let's move on to some updates from Chennai now. Kitty, superstar Rajinikanth has been admitted at the Apollo Hospital in Chennai. In fact, hospital sources confirming that a heart-related procedure has been scheduled for today, which is why he's been admitted. His condition, sources say, is stable.
All right, we'll try and get more details about his condition and his health. At this point in time, my colleague Sam is also not joining us on the broadcast. He's getting us more on that. We do understand, Sam, Rajinikanth had returned to Chennai just a few days ago as he's believed to be shooting for a film. Any more information that's coming in at this point in time about his health condition?
No official bulletin yet, Radhika and Kitty, from the Apollo hospitals, but hospital sources confirm there's nothing to worry. He has been admitted for a scheduled elective procedure for today, and his condition is stable. We expect an official bulletin from the hospital in the course of the day. There's no word yet from the family as well, but he had just returned from a shoot. He's been busy with 2 films over the last several months. One, Detain, due for release on the 10th of October, and then Coolie, with which he's busy now, which is slated for next year. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has wished Rajinikanth a speedy recovery, and fans will be hoping that everything goes well.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for getting us those details from Chennai. So as of now, no official bulletin being released by the hospital is what Sam is saying. But his condition is said to be stable. Of course, several people wishing him speedy recovery, including Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. Thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you, Sam.
All right, we are shifting our focus now. India has launched an AI security certification program in partnership with CISA. And what are the unique highlights and strategies of this program? NDTV's Sakshi Bajaj has spoken to Darshan Shantamurthy, who's the founder and CEO of CISA. Let's take a look.
Well, India has launched a unique AI security program in partnership with CISA. What are really the unique features, and how will this AI security program then enable professionals to safeguard really from cybersecurity challenges at large that the world faces today? Well, to decode all of this, I'm joined by Darshan Shantamurthy, the founder and CEO of CISA. Thank you so much for your time. First, really, a significant milestone for India and CISA in partnership. Please take our viewers through the broad highlights of this program.
Thanks, Sakshi. Thanks for having me here. So this is a major milestone for India. We are going to be the first country to launch an ANAB accredited certification program for AI security. It's a big milestone especially in the context of India wanting to lead, not just for India, but for the world in cybersecurity and AI. This is a big milestone. The program largely is focused towards how we can create cybersecurity professionals for tackling AI challenges. AI is a great tool, a great technology, going to help mankind and humans from a society standpoint. It's going to have a major impact, but it also has certain demerits. And this program, Cybersecurity for AI, in terms of making sure that the AI technology is used for the benefit of the good of the society, is what this program is all going to be focused on.
Right. And for those wondering that, look, okay, what really are then the unique features of this particular AI certified program, what would you say to them?
See, one of the key things is when you're using a generative AI, you could trick it, by asking questions which may not be good for which should actually not, like, for example, how to build a bomb, or for example, how do you, break into a network, and some of these technologies can be used in the wrong way. So you need a responsible AI and a framework so that at the end of the day, these technologies are used in the right way, in the right manner. So this course is about how do you build technologies, how do you put those guardrails so that these technologies can be used in the right way for, especially for building, good, responsible AI technologies.
Right. And for those wondering, okay, really, what really is the duration of this program? When can they be, implemented in a sense as a professional, really taking on this program, enabling a safe AI work environment, as you were explaining? What would you say?
This program is going to be for about 2 days. It has prerequisites. It is a workshop where people can go through for 2 to 3 days of training after having done some prerequisite amount of learning. And then they would get about 4 weeks time to prepare for an exam, which is a prometric exam, and they need to be able to appear and pass that exam in order to be qualified as CSP AI. This certificate is going to be given from CISA in partnership with CERTIN. So it's an approved program from CERTIN as well, which is under the MIT. And this will help professionals and build that. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about is there's so much of fear about losing jobs with AI. This is going to create a new role, new segment, where one of the key things is technologies are going to create new roles, new opportunities. So there are a lot of AI security professionals that can come out of this program, so that we can also create new job titles and new roles in the marketplace.
All right, that's all we have on this special segment of Breakfast News. We'll be back with more, Kitty, tomorrow at the same time.
Absolutely, and more news and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology. Feels like home.
Dulux. For every news from every part of the country, download कीजिए NDTV app. सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है in the world of business, politics, sports and entertainment. देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा in the theatre. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
I've been reporting on.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including polling, which is underway. That started early this morning at 7 in Jammu and Kashmir. Do remember, this is the last and final phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. Elections being held in 40 seats, and the focus is on North Kashmir as polling is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Well, that started early this morning and will get concluded at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife offers to return land sites. These are the sites that were allotted to her in connection to the alleged Mudra scam. Now, this just after ED files a money laundering case against the Chief Minister of Karnataka. And West Bengal junior doctors to resume their cease work protest from today. This just a day after West Bengal government sought more time from the Supreme Court to improve the security mechanism at the medical colleges in the state. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be in Mumbai today. He will be chairing meetings on NDA's seat-sharing map in the run-up to the elections in the state of Maharashtra. The focus will be on Mumbai, Thane and the seats of Konkan. And Haryana poll campaign heats up, and the biggest faces across party lines to campaign today. Prime Minister's rally in Faridabad, while Rahul Gandhi and Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge also in Haryana, with the Aam Aadmi Party chief, that's Arvind Kejriwal's rally is expected in Ballabgarh. Superstar Rajinikanth has been hospitalized in Chennai. Hospital sources say a heart-related procedure has been scheduled for today. And after eliminating top commanders of Hezbollah, it is the people in Israel that have started. Israel has begun its limited ground offensive in Lebanon. The IDF heightens its security at the borders close to Lebanon. Let's get to your top story, and that is voting that's taking place for the third and final phase of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. 39.18 lakh voters will decide the political fate of 415 candidates in 40 constituencies spread from the plains of Jammu to the mountains of Kashmir. Of the 40 constituencies, 24 fall under the Jammu division, and the remaining in Kashmir. Over 3.9 million people are casting their votes, and the security detail across all assembly seats remains tight, with CRPF and quick response teams deployed in Udhampur as well as Baramulla, Kathua and Kupwara. And most prominent candidates in the fray as far as the phase 3 of the elections are concerned are People's Conference Chairman and former Minister Sajad Lone and National Panthers Party India President Dev Singh. While Lone is fighting on 2 seats from Kupwara, Singh is contesting from a seat of Udhampur. Now, Prime Minister Modi has urged voters to come forward and cast their votes to make the Festival of Democracy a success. He's gone on to say that he's confident that apart from the young friends who are going to be casting their vote for the first time, women power will also participate, and they will be voting in large numbers. While the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has appealed to the people of Jammu and Kashmir to vote, saying that it is the final chance to teach a lesson to those who snatched a state from them. Now, there are hopes that this will be the maximum turnout as far as the phases in the elections this time around is concerned. The turnout for the first phase had fallen short of the figure recorded in 2014. So when we do the comparison, the first voter turnout was 61.1% in the first phase in comparison to 2014 when the turnout was 66%. In the second phase that was held in some of the areas that are once dominated by terrorists, recorded lower at 56%. And that in comparison to 2014, the turnout was 57.3%. So we have with us Nazir joining us to get us more. Nazir, take us through the prominent leaders in the fray as far as the last and final phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. I mean, of course, there's Sajad Lone, but there are also former deputy chief ministers.
Well, there are several prominent leaders of different political parties, be it Congress, JP, National Conference or the People's Conference leader Sajad Lone. So here in Jammu, it is the Raman Balla of the working president of Congress who is in the fray, Tara Chand is in the fray, BJP's Davinder Rana is in the fray, and you have Harshdev Singh in the fray, and in the valleys, North Kashmir, and you have Sajad Lone in the fray, and several other leaders, Nasir Samani, provincial president of the National Conference in the fray. But one thing which I have been observing since morning, this is a polling booth in Gandhinagar in Jammu. In last parliament elections, I have seen long queues, people waiting for their turn, and that is not the case this time. It may, as the day progresses, people may come and vote, but right now I don't see many people actually have come to vote here and in this particular polling booth. And this is something which is not encouraging when it comes to the participation in election, because this is the first assembly election after a gap of 10 years. Sir, आपने वोट डाला?
जी सर, हमने वोट डाल दिया.
You have voted. Is this first vote you have polled, or you have voted before in the assembly election?
Yes, we have voted before also.
In the assembly election. Yeah. Okay. So since this is the assembly election which is happening after a gap of 10 years, what are the issues the young people like you have in mind when you come out and vote?
Sir, we don't have any issues. We are living a very good life.
Okay.
Everything is very well. Let us hope for the best.
Okay.
We are not having any issues.
So you don't want anything, but government should do when you vote for somebody. Naturally, something would be in your mind that what the government should do.
So first thing is the safety.
Okay.
First thing is the safety.
Okay.
If safety is there, then everything will work. Even development will take place.
Okay.
Everything will be better.
So safety comes first. Yes. That is the key. And look at the young man. He's talking about he has voted first time. Ma'am, आपने वोट किया? हाँ? जी. क्या इश्यूज है आपको लग रहा है कि आम आदमी के लिए जो वो वोट डाल रहा है, किस बुनियादों पे वोट डाल रहा है? What are they?
First, like in Jammu Kashmir, we have a lot of terrorism which the people have suffered from the past few years. So first, obviously, the safety point of view, we don't want that our children should live also in the same atmosphere.
Correct.
So secondly,
and Jammu region has come under the shadow of terror over the last few years.
And we have suffered a lot because every time there is all the media also, they also highlighted the Kashmir only. Nobody bothered about the Jammu.
Very true. Correct. And you see militancy, we talk about the valley and the everything, the politics here in Jammu, there has been a complaint. For example, over the last 3 years, we have seen Jammu has become the main theatre of militancy. So, आप कुछ बता रहे थे.
We have a lot of issues. There is unemployment. That is not the reason that the Jammu people, they don't study or they don't get job. But every time there is, Kashmir is only highlighted. So
आपके लिए जब आपके मन में what are the issues you are actually voting for, which should be addressed according to you? You are representative should address.
Obviously, first is to stop the terrorism or the militancy. Secondly, we want that the region, the Jammu region, should also grow.
Okay. Thank you so much. So clearly, larger aspiration for the development of the region. And here, as I said, so far there's no encouraging trend when it comes to the number of people who have come to vote. Let me talk to this one. Are you a first-time voter?
Yes, I am a first-time voter.
Oh, so great to talk to you. So, and it would be a first time voting in assembly election because it's after a gap of 10 years. So tell me, for a young voter, how do you see the election after a gap of 10 years, revival of democracy, and what are the issues common man has in the mind when it comes to youngster? Is it jobs? It's any other thing? Tell me.
Actually, I was not here for I am here for last 7 years only. Okay. I was a resident of JNK, but I was living outside because my father was in the army. But this is the first time I am voting, and I believe after 10 years if the government is formed, I think it should be more progressive and jobs should be there for youth. Development should come in on infrastructure or roads, education, in all aspects. I think this development should be coming in JNK.
Okay.
So this is the what we can say the need of the hour for JNK.
Right.
And I wish the best party wins.
Thank you so much. So in this election also, what is one of the most remarkable thing while people talk about abrogation of Article 370, which many people may not be happy with, and that has become the main issue in most of the regions in Jammu and Kashmir. But there's a community which have been greatly benefited because of the revocation of Article 370, which are like 6,000 voters from the Valmiki community. They have got a right to vote for the first time in their lives, because earlier only the permanent residents of Jammu and Kashmir were eligible to vote in assembly elections, had a right to jobs or the land ownership rights. But that has changed for the first time, and there are many people who actually this time, I have spoken since morning, have got a right to vote for the first time in their lives. So this is one remarkable thing which has happened. And there are also West Pakistan refugees as well who had come from Pakistan, but had not got the citizenship here, or the particularly domicile of Jammu and Kashmir. Though that has changed. But there are large issues which side of the fence you belong. Whether some people say, oh, great as if it was a discriminatory law, but some are saying you can't throw the baby out with the bath water.
Right, Nasir, of course, it is when we talk about the election that's being held after a decade where restoration of statehood has emerged as the biggest issue, with over 5,000 polling stations which have been set up for the third phase, and also special polling stations have been set up for Kashmiri migrants. Of these, 11 are in Jammu, 4 in Delhi and 1 in Udhampur district. We will keep tracking the developments in J&K with Nasir, but first let's just listen in to what Jitendra Singh had to say and Ghulam Nabi Azad.
ये उत्सवमय वातावरण, ये लोकतंत्र का उत्सव, ये जमहूरियत का जश्न, ये ना केवल जम्मू में बल्कि सारे के सारे जम्मू कश्मीर में कई वर्षों के बाद पहली बार देखने को मिल रहा। मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि दिस इज द ट्रू मेन स्ट्रीमिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर।
लोगों से अभी तो सवेरे है, 7 बजे सुबह के, पूरा दिन है, अभी 11-12 घंटे हैं। मैं सबसे वोटरों से जम्मू कश्मीर के, चाहे वो कश्मीर वादी के हों या जम्मू के हैं, सबसे निवेदन यही करूंगा कि अभी 10-11 घंटे हैं वोट डालने के, तो शाम तक सबको वोट डालना चाहिए। बुजुर्ग, बूढ़े, नौजवान, बहनें, माएँ, बेटियां, बहू, सबको वोट डालना चाहिए।
And switching tracks now to Maharashtra and its Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be in Mumbai today. He'll be holding meetings with BJP functionaries as well as Mahayuti partners during his visit to review the preparations for the upcoming elections in the state. Amit Shah will be meeting with party functionaries from Mumbai's assembly constituencies and later will hold an interactive meeting in Navi Mumbai in the evening. The focus mainly will be, as far as this visit is concerned, on Mumbai, Thane and Konkan seats. Meanwhile, MVA partners will also be holding another round of meetings today. On Monday, the Vidarbha seat division was discussed in detail. Now, during his 2-day visit to the state, as far as the last visit is concerned, Amit Shah had meetings with party workers across Vidarbha, Marathwada, North and Western Maharashtra. And we have Radhika joining us. Radhika, this is the third visit of the Home Minister since he met the state BJP core committee on the 8th of September. That's right. This is the third visit as far as Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned to Maharashtra. Yes, today he will be holding a set of meetings, one in Mumbai and another in Navi Mumbai. Amit Shah will be meeting party functionaries as well as people from the Mahayuti Alliance. The leaders from Mahayuti Alliance meeting will also happen. So he will be meeting Chief Minister as well as Deputy CMs of the state. There will be talks on campaign strategy, there will be talks on seat sharing and of course candidates, and some of the constituencies will be discussed in detail is the information we are getting, which include Mumbai. Mumbai, of course, an important region as far as assembly elections are concerned. There are 36 seats in Mumbai, and apart from Mumbai seats, what will be discussed is Konkan region seats, which include part of Mumbai as well, and also areas like Thane region. So several of the Mumbai metropolitan region, neighborhood Mumbai regions will be discussed in the meeting, and this is as far as candidates and seats are concerned. No consensus reached yet. We are talking about 288 seats. BJP wants to fight in at least about 140 to 150 seats. Sena wanting about 80 to 90 seats, and NCP close to the same number, but at this point, NCP not in the best position as far as negotiation table is concerned. BJP wants to be the big brother, although Sena had performed better than the BJP as far as strike rate is concerned in the Lok Sabha election. So, Lok Sabha was a big setback for Mahayuti, which is why there are multiple meetings and negotiations and talks going on, and Amit Shah is helming several of these meetings. So, he will be meeting all the top leaders and BJP functionaries today in order to come to some sort of consensus, especially when it comes to both the Mumbai as well as neighbouring Mumbai seats are concerned, and partly Konkan region will also be discussed. There are 75 seats as far as the entire Konkan region is concerned, which is under dispute. So there are disputes and tiffs and bickering for seats that are continuing, but Amit Shah and several top leaders continue to maintain that there is no dispute this time, and there will be respectable equal division of seats is something all the leaders are saying. So it remains to be seen how seats will be divided and what will come out of these discussions.
Right. This comes at a time where Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has gone on to say that the seat-sharing talks between Shiv Sena, BJP and the NCP of the Mahayuti has been more or less decided, at least 80% of it. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to Haryana and the Haryana Dangal, with the poll campaign heating up with the biggest faces to campaign today. And we're talking about the Prime Minister's rally in Faridabad and, of course, Rahul Gandhi, along with Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge to be campaigning in Haryana, while it will be Arvind Kejriwal, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party, who will be holding a rally in Ballabgarh today. We have my colleague Gurpreet joining us to get us more on this. Gurpreet, of course, just ahead of the elections that will take place on the 5th of this month, big names that will be campaigning for the state, starting with the Prime Minister, followed by Rahul Gandhi and, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge there. And, but it is the Aam Aadmi Party chief, Arvind Kejriwal, who will also be in Ballabgarh today.
Well, this is the final stage of the campaign of all the political party. We have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has been addressing the public rally at the various locations of Haryana just to charge the worker and the supporters of the party. We have seen Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. Yesterday they held a public rallies, and after that they had also conducted road shows in the various locations of Haryana. The idea of all the political party, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party, we have seen Arvind Kejriwal. He is also camping at the various location, and they are also carrying forward this road show so that they will be able to motivate their workers and they will be able to leave the impact on the voters, because this is the last leg of the campaign where we have seen all the top leaders of the political parties, whether it's the BJP, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, they are already in the pitch of this Haryana battle. What we have learned, they wanted to motivate their workers also. They want to convey their strategies, policies to the masses so that they will be able to impress, and the people of Haryana, they will be able to think about each and every political party, and they will be able to listen to all the top leaders, how they are going to change the political shape of Haryana if they are coming to power. We have seen yesterday Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, they had targeted on the various issues and specifically on unemployment. That is one of the major issue. At the same time, we have seen, if we can talk about Prime Minister, he was also targeting the Congress party on the corruption issue. So let's see which political party and which political strategy will be worked out. That will be clear once the result will be out. As of now, what we can understand, all the top leaders, they are trying to reach out to the voters, and they are trying to tell how their political strategy will be work in the state of Haryana. So we have to wait and watch to see which political party is going to leave impact on the minds of the voter, and which political party and which political strategy will be worked out. That will be clear once the result will be out. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the developments in the state of Haryana in the run-up to elections. And now breaking news coming in. A mishap has taken place with actor Govinda, who accidentally has been shot in the leg. Well, it is Govinda's gun that accidentally misfired, and which is why the actor was rushed to the hospital. From what we're hearing from our sources at the moment is that the actor is out of danger. So this is a mishap that took place as far as the actor Govinda is concerned. He was, in fact, this might be during the shooting of a film where this mishap that took place, where he accidentally got shot in his leg. Of course, this brings to mind something that's similar that happened on the film sets of Rust, a movie with Alec Baldwin, where in fact that resulted in the cinematographer getting shot, fatally shot. Miss Hutchins had lost her life due to that misfire that took place on the sets of a movie called Rust in Hollywood. Now here, actor Govinda has also been shot. He has been shot in the leg, and this was a misfire as far as his gun is concerned. We will get you more details as far as the actor is concerned, but from what we're hearing at the moment is that the actor is said to be out of danger. So he has gotten shot in the leg from what we are hearing at the moment, and this is in regard to a misfiring that took place on the sets perhaps of a film, and the actor got shot in the leg. From what we are hearing at the moment, according to sources in the hospital where he has been admitted, he was rushed to the hospital just after the incident that took place, a complete mishap on the sets of a movie set perhaps, where the actor got shot in the leg. It was an accidental misfiring by a gun which resulted in the actor getting shot in his leg. He was rushed to a hospital, and according to sources in the hospital, the actor is believed to be out of danger. Let's get you breaking news, and that is in regard to Bollywood actor Govinda, known for many films. In fact, when we talk about his famous films, the actor is known for his dance moves especially. He has been shot accidentally. This is a misfire that has taken place as on the movie sets of a film where he was shooting. It is the actor who has been shot in the leg, according to what we are hearing from our sources, that the actor was then rushed to a hospital, and while he was rushed to the hospital, he is in hospital at the moment. And from what we're hearing from our sources in the hospital is that the Bollywood actor is said to be out of danger. But what does this really mean for the actor? This was a misfire while cleaning the gun, is what we are hearing from our sources, the mishap that took place. A similar incident that took place on the movie sets of a film called Rust in Hollywood, which involved Alec Baldwin, where the gun was supposed to shoot blanks, but apparently the gun was loaded at the time of the shooting of the film, which resulted in the death of a cinematographer. And here the misfire has taken place while the gun was being cleaned. So while cleaning the gun is when the actor has got shot in the leg. So this was a complete accident in which an accidental misfire in which the actor has got shot in the leg. We don't know whether it was Govinda who was cleaning his own gun and got shot, or was it somebody else cleaning a gun. Those details, this is breaking news coming in at the moment. We will keep getting you details of what really transpired. How did Govinda, the actor, get shot accidentally in his leg by a gun? This is a gun that was being cleaned, and that's when it misfired. And let's just get you the latest as far as Govinda, the actor of Bollywood, is concerned. He has been shot in the leg. News just coming in of Govinda, how he accidentally got hurt, and this is because a gun was being cleaned. And while the gun was being cleaned, it accidentally misfired, which led to the actor being shot in his leg. The actor has been shot. He was rushed to the hospital, and while he was rushed to the hospital, he is in the hospital, and the hospital authorities there are saying that the actor is said to be out of danger. And we have my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joining us on the phone line. Radhika, what details do you have for us? It's very unfortunate that while a gun is being cleaned, the actor got shot. Was it his own gun? Was he cleaning the gun? We don't have any details at the moment.
We have basic details at this point. Yes, a very unfortunate incident there. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda taken to nearby hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by his own revolver this morning. This is what the Mumbai police officials have confirmed. In fact, he got shot in the leg with his own revolver when he was cleaning the weapon, is the information that we are getting. In fact, the accident happening because the revolver lock was unfortunately open. He was immediately taken to the hospital. In fact, team of doctors are treating him, is the information we are getting. And we believe that the bullet has been removed from his leg and is out of danger now. However, very unfortunate incident of a misfire happening with actor Govinda, who is also Shiv Sena leader. He was rushed to the hospital this morning. Currently, sources from the hospital and the police are telling us that the actor is out of danger.
Right now, in fact, Radhika, is that the actor and Shiv Sena leader has been taken to a nearest hospital. This after that accident that took place where he got shot in the leg by his own revolver early this morning. So, Radhika, of course, from what we are hearing from our sources is that the actor is believed to be out of danger.
To be out of danger. This is an unfortunate accident that happened early this morning when actor Govinda was cleaning this weapon, cleaning the gun. He was shot by his own revolver. when he was cleaning because it was not locked properly. That's the information we are being told. So Govinda taken to the nearby hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by his own revolver. He is out of danger. We are in touch with police officials as well as hospital authorities who say that while he was taken to the nearby hospital soon after the incident, his condition is out of danger and that the bullet has been taken out is what we are being told. But a very unfortunate incident. Now, did this revolver belong to Govinda or any family members? That is something we are not entirely certain about. But he was, with the gun, he was cleaning it. And when the misfire happened, as a result of which he was wounded in his leg, he was immediately taken to a hospital, the bullet removed, and he is currently out of danger. Thankfully, it was, he is out of danger at this point, and nothing serious occurred as a result of the misfire. It struck his leg, and now the bullet is off his leg, is the information that we are getting at this point. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda now out of danger is what we are being told.
Morning, and apparently the incident took place at 4:45 a.m. He was checking the weapon before heading out is when the mishap took place, and according to initial reports, they indicate that perhaps the bullet struck his knee, prompting medical attention, and therefore he was rushed to the closest hospital and he's said to be out of danger. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details, and with that we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to say this.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में paysabazar.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
paysabazar.com.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप. सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट. देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर. Read all about Yutra on the NDTV app. So download now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही paysabazar.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे.
paysabazar.com. क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए paysabazar.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है.
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो.
paysabazar.com.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. Now let's get you the latest from Karnataka. And the Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife Parvati has written to MUDA, the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, offering to return the plots of land that are at the heart of the corruption cases against her family. In a statement, she said that she was obeying the call of her conscience, and along with returning these plots, I also demand a comprehensive investigation into all allegations related to MUDA. Now, the Enforcement Directorate filed a money laundering case against the Chief Minister yesterday, and in her letter to the authority, Parvati has offered to return the 14 plots allotted to her in the Vijayanagar Phase 3 and 4 in lieu of compensation for use of 3.16 acre of land. I wish to surrender and return the compensatory plots by cancelling the deeds of the 14 plots executed in my favour by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, and that's what her letter read. I'm also handing over the possession of the plots back to the authority. Kindly take necessary steps in this regard as soon as possible, is what she has written to the MUDA authorities. And we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, it is the Chief Minister's wife who is now, offering to return the plots which are basically at the heart of the controversy. And this comes really on the heels of the ED, booking the Chief Minister in a case, in regard to the MUDA scam.
Well, definitely, yes. It is definitely a day of a lot of activities that would be witnessed in Karnataka as far as these cases go. The ED has registered an ECIR against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the money laundering case related to the MUDA scam. And talking about the MUDA allegations, ever since it surfaced, Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka Chief Minister, has been pretty firm on his ground, maintaining that there has been no wrongdoing and that he wanted to fight this without bowing down. This is the latest statement that has come in from the Chief Minister's social media handle, where he has said that this is something that he did not expect from his wife. The returning of land was not discussed with him, and that he has also sought forgiveness from his wife for having gone through a lot with respect to this conspiracy, and his wife being a victim of the political conspiracy, and that she's been deeply hurt, and this has also kind of upset Siddaramaiah. These are the mentions that we see in the social media post that is just surfaced around an hour ago, and just last night it was the letter that was written to the MUDA as well as the Chief Minister by Parvati, stating that she wanted to respect the honor and dignity of her husband, who has maintained a blemishless image for a period of 40 years in his political career, and that she has never gone after land, gold or any other wealth, and that this does not really, this pales in comparison to her husband's dignity and honor, and that is precisely why she wants to return this compensatory set of plots. And she's also mentioned that she wanted to do it initially when the MUDA allegations surfaced, but many of her well-wishers told her that we need to fight this politically and legally. But the question still remains, why now? Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, what does this really mean forward when we talk about the Chief Minister going forward from here with the ED booking him in the same case? And of course, this comes on the heels of the Chief Minister there remaining defiant, saying that he will not be stepping down from the position of the Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka, with the Deputy Chief Minister there backing him and other Congress leaders as well.
Two things that we really need to watch out for. One is how would Siddaramaiah really cooperate with this investigation now, because the ED, after registering the case, would definitely issue summons and proceed with the interrogation of the Chief Minister as well as looking into his assets now. And what kind of a counter strategy would be adopted by the Congress government is also something that we need to see. What we hear from sources in the Congress camp is that he has been indulging in meetings after meetings with legal experts to try and see how he could get the legal matters to intervene in terms of stopping or thwarting the ED from conducting this interrogation. And on the other hand, with respect to the Lokayukta FIR in itself, how would he fight that, whether he would cooperate with that investigation, and what kind of strategies would he adopt in terms of going after the division bench in the Karnataka High Court or the top court, are also some things that are being discussed at this point in time right as we speak. But then when and how would he do it is also something that we need to really see. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, we will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to Delhi, and the police have detained climate activist Sonam Wangchuk supporters at the Singhu border. The climate activist and his supporters were detained by the police at the border on Monday night. This is Mr. Wangchuk, who also took to social media site X to inform about his detention. He's saying that I'm being detained along with 150 padyatris at the Delhi border by a police force of hundreds, some say 1,000. Many elderly men and women in their 80s and a few dozen army veterans. Our fate is unknown. We were on a most peaceful march in the largest democracy in the world and the mother of democracy, is what he went on to say. He and other volunteers were embarking on that foot march from Leh to New Delhi to urge the centre to resume dialogue with Ladakh's leadership regarding their demands. One of their key demands is for Ladakh to be included in the 6th schedule of the constitution, granting lawmaking powers to the local population to protect their land and cultural identity. Mr. Wangchuk and around 75 volunteers started their foot march from Leh on the 1st of September, and earlier Mr. Wangchuk stated that they were on a mission to remind the government to fulfill their promises that were made by the government years ago. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, Mr. Wangchuk has been detained at the border, and he's gone on to say that, you know, basically to remind the government to fulfill a promise that was made 5 years ago.
Right, exactly, Divya. Sonam Wangchuk, along with his supporters who were peacefully marching towards the Gandhi Samadhi in New Delhi, in the national capital, have been detained right at the Singhu borders, and they've been detained by the police there for reasons that are still unknown. However, what we do know is that the police have stated that section 163 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita has been imposed across various parts in Delhi, because of which nobody is allowed to, you know, congregate in a group, in large groups, which is why this entire group of climate activists were detained at the border. What we also know is that Sonam Wangchuk has been taken to the Bhavana police station, and he is detained there. His supporters, whom he took to social media platform X, and when he was getting detained, he spoke to the people, telling them, informing them that what is happening. They were willing to, you know, spend the night at the border itself. However, the police requested Sonam Wangchuk and all the climate activist supporters to return. But when they did not return, the police had to detain all of them, and they've been detained at different police stations across outer Delhi area. And what we're also understanding at this point from Sonam Wangchuk's team is that the police is not, they claim that the police is not allowing Sonam Wangchuk to meet his lawyer to represent him in this situation at this point. So this is what is happening at this point, and we know that this was part of his Delhi Chalo Pad Yatra, wherein he's also been fighting for causes and for rights of Ladakhi people. And even Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has taken to the social media platform at this point and said that every person has the right to come to the national capital. This is the capital of the country and it is available for everyone. Then why is it so that he, of course, takes a jibe at the BJP and says that why is it so that they're scared of unarmed people to come into the capital? Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has also, slammed the Bharatiya Janata Party and, urged the Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly and said that he has to listen to the voice of Ladakh and that this is entirely unconstitutional. People coming into the capital claiming to peacefully protest and peacefully just march to Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi, and why are they being stopped? So these are questions that are being raised by political leaders as well at this point on the detention of Sonam Wangchuk as well as his 150 supporters.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanushka. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. And of course, switching tracks to Jammu and Kashmir, where voting is underway, Kitty.
Yes, voting is taking place for the third and final phase of the Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections across 40 assembly seats. Of the 40 constituencies, 24 fall under the Jammu division and the remaining in Kashmir. Over 3.9 million people are casting their votes today. The security detail across all poll-bound assembly seats remains tight, with CRPF and quick response teams deployed in Udhampur, Baramulla, Kathua and Kupwara.
That's right, Kitty. The most prominent candidates in the fray as far as the largest and the highest phase as far as Jammu and Kashmir elections are concerned, given the fact that 40 seats are going to go to polls today, as far as that voting that started as early as 7 o'clock this morning and will continue till about 6 o'clock in the evening. The most prominent faces are People's Conference Chairman and former Minister Sajjad Lone and National Panthers Party India President Dev Singh. While Lone is fighting on 2 seats from Kupwara, Singh is contesting from a seat of Udhampur.
Absolutely, all right. Divya, we are also learning now the voter turnout till 9 a.m. Has been recorded at 11.6%. We've seen how there was an impressive voter turnout in the first and the second phase of elections that was witnessed earlier. And now the third phase of polling is taking place. It's, of course, a high-stakes battle for Jammu Kashmir today for all the parties that are contesting, of course, the BJP, the Congress, the NC, and of course the PDP. Yes.
Right. Let's just compare, the voter turnout as far as the first phase was concerned, which was 61.1%. It was lower than, what we'd seen back in 2014. And even the second voter turnout, the second phase, where we saw 56% of voter turnout was, in comparison to 2014, again, it was slightly less.
Yes, absolutely. But, the elections, of course, are taking place after a decade now, and a lot has changed in the last 10 years. Of course, the abrogation of Article 370 and a lot of other issues are something that is going to dominate these elections. All right, Divya, let's switch to our guest also now. We also have Shazia Ilmi joining us on the broadcast here. She is national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Advocate Arshpreet Kadial, national spokesperson of the Congress, joining us on the broadcast here. We also have Mr. Akshat Goel, who is co-founder Dhruv Research on the broadcast here. Thank you so much to all the guests for joining us here on NDTV. Ms. Shazia Ilmi, if I could come to you first, what is the BJP expecting? I mean, we've been talking about voter turnout. The voter turnout has been good enough, as I've been speaking to Divya also. I mean, elections are, of course, taking place after a decade, and a lot has changed in the last 10 years. What is the BJP expecting now?
So, like you rightly said, a lot has happened in the last 10 years. We've had the DDC elections, we've had, which is District Development Councils, and Panchayat elections and urban local bodies elections. And now, after 10 years, we have these elections. So, I think what we're witnessing is like a complete freedom from fear, and that is apparent in the voter turnout, in the candidates, and so many independent and others, and also people celebrating the festival of democracy without feeling any pressure. Somebody told me that in yesteryears, when they used to go and vote, they would be scared. There would be somebody watching them. So I think that is the biggest takeaway. As for what is BJP is expecting, well, to form the government, and we'll do exceedingly well in Jammu, and we have already started working in Kashmir in terms of as a political party. We have 19 candidates so far that we have fielded. But overall, people like what LG is doing, how the state has transformed. And the economy has grown from 1.17 lakh crores to a 2.45 in only 7 years. So people want more of the same. I've spent considerable time there. So I would think that there would be more being expected also from BJP, considering it's the first time
will that sentiment actually reflect on the ground or not? That, of course, remains to be seen. Will that get reflected in terms of votes?
Right.
That is something that, of course, remains to be seen here.
Absolutely. And, of course, we also have Akshat Goel, co-founder of Dhruv Research, with us. Dhruv, the elections that are being held after a decade, where restoration of statehood has emerged as the biggest issue. Take us through the issues on which the voters, you feel, will be casting their vote on today.
So, despite Article 370 or the full statehood issue being raised by the political parties, the major issue here still remains the unemployment issue or the price rise issue or the lack of job issues for the local Kashmiris or the Jammu people. So despite these parties, maybe they are campaigning a lot about Article 370 that they will bring back the like statehood, but that doesn't seem to be the major issue. However, in the Kashmir region, a full statehood issue, a demand of a full statehood issue is still a somewhat a like relevant issue as compared to the Jammu region.
Right. Of course, we also, in terms of, Kitty, when we talk about the situation on the ground and the issues that, the voters will be casting their vote on today, in terms of security, especially the kind of, attacks we've seen, especially in the Jammu division as of recently.
Well, of course, Jammu, of course, remains an area of concern now for the coming government also. But yes, politically, if we talk about here, to the Congress spokesperson, if I could ask here this question, what is the Congress really hoping for in these elections? Of course, you have an alliance with the National Conference. The National Conference, of course, also has made it clear their stand on Article 370. Now, the Valmiki Samaj also gets to vote for the first time here in the assembly elections. We've been speaking to a lot of people. Our colleague Nazir had spoken to a lot of people on the ground also. They say they are very much grateful to the central government for that. Do you think that is something that could be disappointing for the Congress here?
Well, people have waited for years and years for this day to come when they could shatter the arrogance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the arrogance to delay the restoration of statehood, the arrogance to delay the conduction of the elections, and the blatant ignorance that the Bharatiya Janata Party's government has shown towards the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And the BJP should go ahead and tell us as to why did they not even consider to field a candidate in the Lok Sabha election of Kashmir. The BJP was so scared of the results that they did not even want to field their candidate because they knew it. Ki zamanat zabt hogi, and the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be meeting with the same fate in this very election. We are confident that the Congress Party NC Alliance is going to be winning with a landslide victory. And the reason behind that is that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been ignoring the state of Jammu and Kashmir and the people of Jammu and Kashmir because you remember Mr. Amit Shah back in the day had said after the abrogation of Article 370, there would be no terrorism at all whatsoever. It would come to a grinding halt. Instead, the opposite of that happened. And Mr. Modi, the country's Prime Minister, in the last 5 years, he visited once in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, so where does the Congress stand on Article 370? Where does the Congress stand on that?
The Congress Party
there are a lot
stand
of
on
lines.
Article.
I think
If
Prime
I may,
Minister visited Kashmir
more
than Jammu.
Shazia, I'll just come back to you. Shazia, I'll just come to you. Let the Congress spokesperson respond.
See, the problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party is they're not used to listening. They're only used to commenting upon and basically...
And you're used to lying.
Okay, answer my question. Where does the Congress Party stand on this issue?
Tell us one thing. The BJP had promised one thing, that after the abrogation of Article 370, terrorism would end. Now that the terrorism hasn't ended, Mr. Amit Shah's words have fallen flat on the ground. Being the Home Minister, he ought to resign. Second, Mr. Modi did not have the time to visit Jammu and Kashmir. The grievances of the people of Jammu and Kashmir kept lingering on and on because there was no government.
Okay, you're again putting the onus on the BJP that the BJP needs to answer. But the question that I'm asking is here, what is the Congress's stand here? I mean, the National Congress, that is your ally, that has of course made it stand clear. Where does the Congress really stand?
The stand of Congress has always been clear. What the people want is what the Congress wants, and that is what we'll continue.
What do you think? What do the people want?
Number two, the people want what the people want will be spoken by the people, and whatever they want, the Congress will always deliver it. Number two, all I'm trying to say here is that on one hand, it's the Congress Party that has time and again raised the voices of the people that have been neglected, that have been negated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And on one side, we have the Bharatiya Janata Party who negated the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits when it was happening. And you remember that back in the day, through various government schemes, people had gone to Jammu and Kashmir to get the employment there. And because there was these obnoxious circumstances, they had to leave Jammu and Kashmir. And around 5,000 to 6,000 people had to leave from there. And not just that. Time and again, people have been suffering because of employment.
Okay, is that so? Okay, let the BJP spokesperson respond to that. I won't say much to that. Let Shazia respond.
As always, as Rahul Gandhi has been caught lying, not just in the parliament but outside as well. on the Agniveer scheme, and that is his latest ploy of misinformation. We heard his, representative here also lie quite brazenly about how many times PM has gone there. I think you should just brush up on your facts, and your lack of information should not be my responsibility. So I don't want to correct you, but I think you can just do a very basic search.
Well,
and you know
really
better
like
when
to
you
be
speak.
corrected.
You should come better prepared. Thirdly and most importantly, these are the people who created the issue. It was in 87 when the Rajiv Gandhi Farooq Abdullah Accord was signed, which led to militancy. They are responsible for 55,000 killings, civilian casualties, and other casualties in the region. And this is very rich coming from them. So it's like, we will create the problem, we will hobnob with the terrorists, we will be with the party which says we want dialogue with Pakistan.
Who's Tariq Ahmed Mir?
So, you know, if your people and your proxies are creating and killing ordinary Jammu residents and Kashmiris, you have blood on your hands, my dear friend.
Who's Tariq
and you have
Ahmed
a
Mir?
lot to answer for.
Okay,
so besides lack of knowledge that you clearly have, you also do not know what has happened. Understand the background
person was
of the
given
party
ticket in 2014.
and how it's meddled and ruined and damaged
the
the
BJP
prospects of
spokesperson
an
tell us
entire
who is Tariq
generation.
Ahmed Mir, who was given ticket by you in 2014 assembly elections, who were arrested by the NIA for procuring weapons for Hizbul Mujahideen commander Naveed Bapu.
30 years of curfews, 30 years of militancy.
Ashrit, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance to speak. Let Shazia respond.
On you, and don't keep speaking over me because I'm calling you out.
I was just making
Let
a case
her
for
answer. Let her
Sorry
answer.
for
You
interrupting.
also spoken about the Kashmiri Pandits ex-soldiers, saying that the BJP completely neglected them. But the BJP has been time and again raising their issue and has been talking about their rights. Let Shazia respond. Yes, Shazia, go ahead.
Yeah, so he continued to speak over me, and that's one reason why I...
Because you did that.
So he talked about how many votes he'll get. Do you know Omar Abdullah, your partner, how badly he lost? Do you know how badly Mehbooba Mufti lost? Do you realize that in the Lok Sabha elections? Do you know that there hadn't been panchayat elections, there hadn't been DDC elections, that there was no grassroots democracy at all in Kashmir? That your family, the party that rules your family, the family that rules your party rather, and the other two families had just damaged the prospects of 2 generations. Do you realize that in terms of not just education, which is from 4 medical colleges, there are 11 medical colleges. So we've done more in these, 6 years than you've done in 70 years.
Okay,
and
all right. That's the charge by the BJP. That's the charge by the BJP. Shazia, okay. Okay, of course. Let the Congress spokesperson respond to that now.
2 things. One, the BJP should tell us who Tariq Ahmed Mir is. This person was given ticket by the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2014 assembly elections of Jammu and Kashmir. He was arrested by the NIA for procuring weapons for Hizbul Mujahideen commander Naveed Bapu. That is the history of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Number 2, so don't give lectures on terrorism to us. Number 2, Talib Hussain Shah. Talib Hussain Shah is a BJP office bearer in Jammu and Kashmir who was a Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who had been captured by the local residents. And there are many more examples of this sort. So how could we expect the Bharatiya Janata Party to do anything to resolve the issues of Jammu and Kashmir? The fact of the matter is, the Bharatiya Janata Party
you know very
needs to tell us
little.
why
Your
do you
lies are
have
cut
these
out
kind of
every
leaders in your
time,
party?
and you're doing the
Why
same
did you
again.
have these kind of leaders in your party? And how do we expect you to do anything to resolve the issues and grievances of the people on Jammu and Kashmir who are tired of terrorism militancy?
You need to visit the state
How do we expect you to do anything? How can people expect you to form government and do anything for them?
But why
when you have been harboring these kind of people in your party, when you have been giving tickets to such people,
that their views and the Congress NC's views are similar on Article 370. There was a lot of uproar over that also. And many said that, the NC and the Congress, of course, are peddling the same agenda as the Pakistan, because the Pakistan defense minister continued to say that, their views, the views of Pakistan and that of the Congress and the NC are similar.
Give us Pegasus. No, for one day we'll tell Ishara kahan se hota hai, who asks the defense minister to issue a comment, and very conveniently, politics of convenience happens. We really want the Bharatiya Janata Party to give us Pegasus for one day so that we could tell them ishara ho kahan se raha hai and when is it happening.
Just see how juvenile. Just see how juvenile.
All I'm saying is that the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now please hear me out. What I'm saying is
let's have a serious debate and let's not have
a few things. You had promised employment to the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, you made your point. You made your point, Ashwin. All right, I have not been able to give much time to Mr. Akshat here also. We are just wrapping this discussion. We don't have much time. I'm really very sorry. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Ashpreet, Shazia, as well as Akshat for joining us here on the broadcast here. I hope next time we have more time and we'll be able to take this discussion further.
Right, Kitty, thank you so much for that. And as we get up for the launch of the 11th season of the NDTV Detain Banega Swasth India campaign, the Environment Minister, Bhupender Yadav, spoke exclusively to NDTV about the need to shift from mindless consumption to mindful use of our Earth's resource to ensure a better future for generations. Take a look at this story.
As we are ready to launch season 11 of the Banega Swasth India campaign, we have a very special guest with us. हमारे साथ हैं Environment Minister भूपेंद्र यादव. सर, प्रधानमंत्री का एक इनिशिएटिव है मिशन लाइफ.
ये आज के समय की आवश्यकता है. जिस धरती पर हम रह रहे हैं, ये धरती हमें अपने उत्तराधिकारियों को देने के लिए मिली है और इसलिए धरती के संसाधनों का उपयोग कैसे हमारे को माइंडलेस कंजम्पशन की जगह माइंडफुल यूटिलाइजेशन की ओर जाना होगा और इसके लिए आजकल हमारी मिनिस्ट्री मिशन लाइफ के लिए आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ कैंपेन चला रही है, जिसको आप आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ हैशटैग पे भी देख सकते हैं और हमारे जुड़े हुए जो विषय हैं वाटर को लेकर के, एनर्जी को लेकर, ई वेस्ट को लेकर, डिजिटल वेस्ट को लेकर, हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल को लेकर, फूड को लेकर हम किस प्रकार के अच्छे इनिशिएटिव बना सकते हैं जो हमारे धरती को भी अच्छा रखे और दुनिया को भी अच्छा रखे. दूसरा, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा इनिशिएटिव चलाया गया है कि हमारा ग्रेटिट्यूड अपनी माँ के प्रति भी है, धरती माँ के प्रति भी है और इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहूँगा कि सब अपने जीवन में कितनी ही बड़ी संपत्ति अर्जित करें लेकिन एक पेड़ माँ के नाम पे जरूर लगाएं.
सर, आपने इतने अच्छे इनिशिएटिव्स कर रहे हैं और आपने इतनी अच्छी तरह हमें समझाया, जनता को समझाया. सर, एक सवाल क्लाइमेट चेंज पे एज एन एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्टर आपसे पूछना पड़ेगा. सर, हम जी रहे हैं, चाहे वो बाढ़ हो, बारिश हो, गर्मी हो, वी आर विटनेसिंग इट. सर, क्लाइमेट एक्शन के तौर पे मिटिगेट करने के लिए क्या स्टेप्स हमें लेने चाहिए?
सबसे पहले तो हमें एनवायरनमेंट के प्रति जागरूक होना होगा, अपने पर्सनल कंजम्पशन पे ध्यान देना होगा और दुनिया में पॉजिटिव चीज़ क्या कर सकें, हम कैसे इसमें आगे बढ़ सकें और किस प्रकार से हमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी को सेव करने के लिए, अपनी नदियों को अच्छा रखने के लिए, अपनी झीलों को स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए, अपने शहरों को भी अच्छा बनाने के लिए और जो चीज़ें हमने धरती से ली है उसको रीयूज़, रिसाइकिल करके हम दुनिया को कैसे अच्छे बनाएं वो काम करना होगा.
And with that, we're sitting in a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. To stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में paisa.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
paisa.com.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID. Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही paisa.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे.
paisa.com. क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप. सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट. देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए paysabazar.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात बोल। paysabazar.com।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. Agitating junior doctors in West Bengal resumed their indefinite total cease work to press the state government on various demands, including ensuring their safety and security at all medical establishments. This just a day after Bengal government sought more time from the Supreme Court to improve the security mechanisms at the medical colleges in the state. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda has been taken to the nearest hospital after he accidentally shot himself in the leg by his own revolver earlier today. Jammu and Kashmir polling, well, 11.9% voter turnout has been recorded till 9 a.m. Voting is underway in Jammu and Kashmir for the third and last phase of the assembly polls to pick representatives for 40 of its 90 constituencies. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife offers to return land sites that were allotted to her in connection to the alleged Muda scam. This just after the Enforcement Directorate files a money laundering case against the Chief Minister. Climate activist Sonam Wangchuk was detained late last evening by the Delhi police, but opposition leaders Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Samadhi party have slammed the Modi government for this detention. Actor Rajnikant has been admitted to a private hospital in Chennai. Although there has been no official confirmation about the same from the hospital or Team Rajnikant, it is learnt that the actor has an elective procedure scheduled today. Well, our big focus, agitating junior doctors in West Bengal have resumed their indefinite total cease work today to press the state government on various demands, including ensuring their safety and security at all medical establishments. The junior doctors had on the 21st of September rejoined their duties, as my colleague Saurabh Gupta was reporting from Ground Zero, partially at government hospitals after a 42-day protest. They were on a cease work agitation to protest against the rape murder of an on-duty woman doctor at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital on the 9th of August. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Saurabh, the agitating doctors in West Bengal have now resumed their indefinite total cease work to say that they will not continue work until their demands are met?
That's right. These doctors have gone on protest, and of course they've also, said that their demands have not been met. I beg your pardon. And these demands include the demands of security mechanisms that have to be put in place. And they've also, obviously, in all of this, said that their demands need to be met, and that's why they're going on this cease work protest. Now, yesterday in the Supreme Court, the state government told the court that they would need more time. The state is reeling under floods, and of course, they need more time to complete the work, and a short time till the 15th of October. This was in response to when the Supreme Court asked why the pace of the work was tardy. And the government said that, all of this work takes time. In fact, yesterday, even the Chief Secretary, who briefed the media after the Chief Minister met the medical superintendents and vice principals of all medical colleges and hospitals in the state, said that, there are works are progressing. In some places it's 26%, in some places 30, 40, etc. Now, 26% of the CCTVs that are to be set up as part of these new security measures have already been set up. But in none of these works, whether it's restrooms, washrooms, more than 50% work has been completed, is what the Supreme Court observed. And now doctors are saying they feel insecure, so they are going to go back to their protest of cease work at all the hospitals. These are junior doctors who returned to work, amidst floods in the state. And now again, of course, there are fears of flash floods as well. But the administration says that they're working to ensure that, the security measures that have been put in place in the wake of the Arjikor incident are completed, and they've sought time till the 15th of October.
West Bengal Junior Doctors Front has issued a statement, meanwhile noting their decision to resume the strike. As Saurabh is reporting, they have emphasized that without concrete action from the government to address safety concerns, patient services and political influence, they would be forced to continue their strike indefinitely. Saurabh, have we heard from the Chief Minister's office yet?
Well, the Chief Secretary briefed the media yesterday and said that all of these works are being completed, and of course they will continue to finish these works. That's what they've told the Supreme Court. And at this point, though, these are works like, for example, building a toilet, building a washroom. These are things that will take time. Meanwhile, the doctors have said that they will continue their protest. But how long is not clear, though they are going on strike from 10 a.m., which is now, of course, that, these junior doctors will continue to stay away from work. And this after the Supreme Court hearing yesterday.
Thanks so much, Saurabh, as always, for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. With that, let's get you a quick update from battleground Jammu and Kashmir, where voting is taking place for the third and final phase of the assembly elections. 39.18 lakh voters will decide the political fate of 415 candidates in 40 constituencies spread from the plains of Jammu to the mountains of Kashmir. Now, of these 40 constituencies, 24 fall under the Jammu division and the remaining in Kashmir. Over 3.9 million people are casting their votes today, and the security detail across all poll-bound assembly seats remains tight, with the CRPF and quick response teams deployed in Udhampur, Baramulla, Kathua and Kupwara. In fact, the most prominent candidates in fray in the third phase of the Jammu and Kashmir polls are People's Conference Chairman and former Minister Sajjad Lone and National Panthers Party India President Dev Singh. While Mr. Lone is fighting on 2 seats from Kupwara, Mr. Singh is contesting from the Chinani seat of Udhampur. There are hopes that this phase will see the maximum turnout. In fact, let's go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who joins us from Ground Zero at the moment. But before that, let's just listen to the political reactions we have lined up for you.
ये उत्सवमय वातावरण, ये लोकतंत्र का उत्सव, ये जमहूरियत का जश्न, ये ना केवल जम्मू में बल्कि सारे के सारे जम्मू कश्मीर में कई वर्षों के बाद पहली बार देखने को मिल रहा। मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि दिस इज द ट्रू मेन स्ट्रीमिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर।
लोगों से अभी तो सवेरे है, 7 बजे सुबह के, पूरा दिन है, अभी 11-12 घंटे हैं। मैं सबसे वोटरों से जम्मू कश्मीर के, चाहे वो कश्मीर वादी के हों या जम्मू के हैं, सबसे निवेदन यही करूंगा कि अभी 10-11 घंटे हैं वोट डालने के, तो शाम तक सबको वोट डालना चाहिए। बुजुर्ग, बूढ़े, नौजवान, बहनें, माएँ, बेटियां, बहू, सबको वोट डालना चाहिए।
My colleague Nazir is live with us. Nazir, there are hopes that this phase will actually see the maximum turnout?
Well, exactly, and the first 2 hours have clearly seen an encouraging voter turnout, which is more than 11% across 40 constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir. But here in Jammu city, I didn't see the long queues like we used to see, particularly in the parliament elections, and you see just few people, women, just standing in the line. That doesn't mean that this is a trend everywhere. Particularly in rural areas, I see there are large number of people have already turned up to cast their vote. But in the Jammu city also, I have seen, whether I was in Gandhinagar or in this polling station, I have not seen long lines the way we have seen in parliamentary elections. Having said that, this is a do or die battle for the BJP in Jammu here. because these 24 seats which are going to polls today have been the bastion of BJP, and they have won both the seats, parliament seats from this Jammu region in the recent parliament elections. They had won 25 seats from Jammu in last assembly elections in 2014. Will they repeat that performance? Only the voters will tell today what they have up to, what they are up to, and what is in their mind. But the only thing everybody wants is that should be encouraging, increasing participation in these polls, because first two phases have not been as encouraging as many would have liked them to be, because it has not matched the turnout has not matched the voter percentage of even 2014, which was 66%, but it was either around 60% in first phase and less than 60% in the second phase. But this phase, which has been actually these areas normally known as high voter turnout areas, so these people, it is expected that it may go. आपने वोट डाला?
जी डाल दिया।
क्या मुद्दे हैं इस इलेक्शन के जिनकी बुनियाद पे आप वोट डाल रहे हैं?
जो मन करे उसमें डाल दिया।
मन करते तो क्या इश्यूज आप चाहते हैं? आपका क्या काम होना चाहे जो आपके प्रतिनिधि?
गरीब बस्ती है, काम करते हैं, मजदूरी करते हैं, ठीक है, लगे दिहाड़ी तो लगाते हैं, नहीं लगे तो घर में बैठते हैं।
तो आप क्या चाहते हैं? आपके वोट से तब्दीली आनी चाहिए, क्या फर्क पड़ता?
हमारा भी कुछ मसला हल होना चाहिए। गरीबों का क्या, कोई बच्चा थोड़े कमाने वाला, खुद कमाते हैं, तो थोड़ी पेंशन वगैरह होनी चाहिए, हेल्प होनी चाहिए बच्चों की, यही होना चाहिए। और क्या होना चाहिए गरीबों का, या क्या?
So she's saying that the government should take care of the poor. They should look after the poor. That is everything. In these elections, we have seen every party has tried to, woo voters through, some call it freebies, some call it welfare measures, whether it is the free electricity, whether it is, ration, whether it is, pension, all these things political parties have promised, whether they will keep those promises or not, but that people would decide today who they are going to vote for. But this election, this phase is going not only decide the fate of the political parties, but some of the main political leaders in Jammu and Kashmir. For example, here in Jammu, you have Tara Chand, former Deputy Chief Minister, who is contesting here, who is a senior Congress leader. You have Davinder Singh Rana, senior BJP leader, who is contesting from Nagrota. He was earlier the face of National Conference in Jammu. Then he switched over to the BJP. Here you have Shamlal Sharma, former minister. You have Raman Balla. So many people, top leaders in Jammu, be it Congress or the BJP. Or then in the valley, you have Sajjad Lone, People's Conference, who is contesting from 2 seats. You have Muzaffar Beg, who is contesting now as an independent. And then you have several other leaders who have been contesting. Nasir Aslamani, provincial president of National Conference, who is contesting from Kupwara. But good thing so far has been in the rural areas, there has been encouraging, trends since morning. Large number of people have been coming out to vote. But in the urban areas of Srinagar, like in Jammu, like we have seen in Srinagar, that was really dismal voting, less than 30% voting in 8 constituencies of Srinagar city. But here in Jammu, clearly it would be much, much higher than that. But if you see the signs since morning in several areas of Jammu city, it has not been as long queues as we have seen in the parliament elections. Nevertheless, this is a crucial election because since these 24 seats in Jammu region has been the core constituency of BJP, will they be able to repeat their performance of parliament elections of 2014? In the valley, BJP doesn't have much presence, so they are all relying on this phase. Third phase, particularly in Jammu region, stakes are high for all the parties who will perform best in this phase will be in the driver's seat when the results are out. We already have had polling for 50 seats in 2 phases. Now this phase is the biggest phase in terms of the seats. 40 seats are going to polls in this phase across 40 seats, across 7 districts in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Nazir. Also, many point out that the highlight of this voting in this phase will be the participation of West Pakistani refugees from the Valmiki Samaj and Gorkha communities who got voting rights in the assembly, urban local body polls and panchayat elections only after the abrogation of Article 370?
Yeah, exactly. That is one of the important highlights of this election, because this election is the first election which is happening after the abrogation of Article 370. And that is why then when there are constitutional changes, many things happen in the real life of the people. For example, people who are living here, be it West Pakistan refugees or You have Valmiki societies who are not the permanent residents of Jammu and Kashmir. They are for the first time getting the right to vote. In fact, they were celebrating it, saying it is the really historic moment in their lives because they have been able to cast their vote for the first time in their lives. You know, you would talk about it, whichever side of the fence you may be. Some people have been saying, look, rights of the people have been snatched after abrogation of Article 370 and stripping Jammu and Kashmir of the statehood. But those who have got the right to vote, they are saying, look, it was a discriminatory law. But some would say, you can't throw the baby out with the bath water. Let me talk to some of the voters here. आप बताएं, आप वोट डालने के लिए आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं? आप मुद्दे क्या हैं मैडम इस वोट में जो आप वोट डाल रहे हैं, किस बुनियाद पे आप किसी को वोट डाल रहे हैं? क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या इश्यूज है, क्या चाहते हैं आप अपने प्रतिनिधि से?
ये जो काम जो हम करते हैं वो सही काम करे, वो
काम सही करे। आप फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर हैं?
नो।
अच्छा, यू आर वोटिंग फॉर फर्स्ट सेकंड टाइम?
यस।
कब किया है लास्ट टाइम पे? पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन में? तो जाहिर सी बात असेंबली में फर्स्ट वोट है ना, क्योंकि असेंबली इलेक्शन पहली बार। तो एक फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर जो असेंबली में है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं एक यंग वोटर जो है क्या चाहते हैं?
There should be an increase in the employment. There should be an increase in the employment.
Employment and what else? Okay.
Jobs, government jobs.
Jobs.
Yes.
So jobs too. I'm talking to young first-time voters in the assembly elections. They are saying they want jobs. So that is the issue for the young population, because the unemployment is the biggest issue, has been because in these elections, and we'll have to see will the new government address this burning issue in Jammu and Kashmir.
As always, Nazir, thank you so much for joining us with that ground report from Jammu. The voter turnout was robust in the earlier phases, with 61.38% participation recorded in the first phase, that was on the 18th of September, and 57.31% in the second phase, that was on the 26th of September. As my colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Jammu, up until 9 a.m., the voter turnout recorded has been 11.9%. We'll keep getting you the latest from Battleground Jammu and Kashmir. For now, we're stepping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Narendra Modi has posted on X saying birthday greetings to our former president, Ramnath Kovind. He is widely respected for his service to society and contribution to national progress. In fact, Narendra Modi adds his insights into various subjects are also very enriching, praying for his long and healthy life.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए paysabazar.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो बात बोल। paysabazar.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news. Welcome back. Well, in a significant development, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife Parvati has written to the Muda Commissioner expressing her willingness to return the 14 sites in the Mysuru upmarket. Well, the letter by Parvati was circulated late last night among the reporters by the CMO on the official WhatsApp group. But significantly, the Enforcement Directorate officials said the agency has booked Siddaramaiah, his wife, and some others in a money laundering case linked to the Muda land allotment case, taking cognizance of a recent state Lokayukta FIR. A special court exclusively to deal with criminal cases related to former and elected MPs, MLAs had directed the Lokayukta police in Mysuru to initiate an investigation into the matter. And now Mr. Siddaramaiah's wife says that she is willing to return the 14 sites that were allotted to her. We have a string of reactions lined up for you. Listen in to those, followed by my colleague Pratibha Raman's ground report.
See, I don't know. I don't know the intricacies or the decisions of ED to register a PMLA case. As far as I know, there was no financial transactions. There is no benefit out of those transactions, either by CM or CM's wife. In both the cases, I don't see any financial transactions. So why or how the ED has entered, I don't know. They have to justify later on.
We have read that the Chief Minister's spouse has offered to surrender the 14 controversial plots. This raises very, very serious doubts and questions, because only a few days before, Mr. Siddaramaiah claimed that he was wronged and he needed 62 crore compensation for returning these plots. And today, you have the Chief Minister's wife saying she'll unconditionally return these plots. So something is definitely not adding up here. And it raises more questions than answer questions. So rather than writing letters to surrender and return plots, it's time the Chief Minister submits his resignation letter at once.
Well, definitely. It is definitely a day of a lot of activities that witnessed in Karnataka as far as these cases go. The ED has registered an CIR against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the money laundering case related to the Muda scam. And talking about the Muda allegations, ever since it surfaced, Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka Chief Minister, has been pretty firm on his ground, maintaining that there has been no wrongdoing and that he wanted to fight this without bowing down. This is the latest statement that has come in from the Chief Minister's social media handle, where he has said that this is something that he did not expect from his wife. The returning of land was not discussed with him, and that he has also sought forgiveness from his wife for having gone through a lot with respect to this conspiracy. His wife being a victim of the political conspiracy, and that she is deeply hurt, and this has also kind of upset Siddaramaiah. These are the mentions that we see in the social media post that is just surfaced around an hour ago. And just last night, it was the letter that was written to the Muda as well as the Chief Minister by Parvati, stating that she wanted to respect the honor and dignity of her husband, who has maintained blemishless image for a period of 40 years in his political career, and that she has never gone after land, gold or any other wealth, and that this does not really this is in comparison to her husband's dignity and honor, and that is precisely why she wants to return this compensatory set of plots. And she's also mentioned that she wanted to do it initially when the Muda allegations surfaced, but many of her well-wishers told her that we need to fight this politically and legally. But the question still remains, why now? Back to you.
Well, let's turn our attention now to news coming in. Well, actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda accidentally shot himself in the leg. He was taken to a hospital earlier today, and according to initial reports, he accidentally shot himself with his revolver at around 4:45 a.m. this morning. He sustained a bullet injury to his leg. We are told he's being treated at the moment by doctors. Govinda was reportedly cleaning the weapon in his Mumbai house at 4:45 a.m. this morning is what we're told. Let's go across to my colleague Sujata, who's tracking the latest developments for us. Sujata, as per Govinda's campaign manager, Govinda was actually putting his licensed revolver in its case when it slipped from his hand and he accidentally fired a bullet into his leg, and all this happened at 4:45 a.m. today?
Well, yes, and what we gather from Govinda's manager at this point, he stated that Govinda was off for an event in Kolkata when the preparations were done, and the licensed gun that he owns was he was trying to keep it back in the cupboard. That is when the bullet there, it occurred, and accidentally it went and placed itself into the knee of Govinda, or the left leg, and after which he was rushed to the hospital here at Critical Hospital in Juhu. And at present, the daughter of Govinda as well as his other family members are present, whereas his wife, who was already there in Kolkata, has now taken a flight to come here. And this incident happened at around between 4:45 to 5 in the morning, and it is being said that it was basically this was an involvement where a misfire incident that has happened, where the bullet was accidentally discharged from his own licensed gun that he owns, after which the Mumbai police, they rushed the spot, and before that Govinda was brought here at the Critical Hospital, where at present he is admitted in the ICU, and the doctors state that he is in a good condition and a safe condition for now, whereas the bullet has been removed. And also there is this ICU observation where he will be kept for 24 hours, after which he will be either kept in a better ward where he will be treated further. However, he will be in a safe zone and he will be removed from the ICU. So at present, Govinda himself has assured his fans through an audio note that he is fine and the bullet has been removed, whereas this is an event which was to be happened tomorrow. However, it did not. Now the event stands cancelled because of this incident, whereas the manager says that he was already at the airport and it was Govinda who was on his way. However, as soon as he tried placing the revolver in the cupboard, that is when it fell down and the bullet was discharged.
Right, in fact, Sujata, I sincerely apologize, I'm cutting you through. We actually have a reaction from the actor himself. Govinda has now said that the actor is out of danger. Let's revert to Sujata for the latest coming in. Sujata, many are questioning that there's nothing known as an accidental shot because you have to load the gun, release the lock, etc. But Govinda's manager has said that they had a 6 a.m. flight to catch for a show in Kolkata. As Sujata is reporting, that stands cancelled. But Sujata, the actor, saying he is now out of danger?
Well, yes, and Govinda himself has reacted to this incident where he's assured his fans that everything is stable and the bullet has been removed with the blessings of his family, his friends and well-wishers. And he also assured nobody to, actually worry of this incident, because in the morning, as soon as the news broke down that Govinda was hit and injured by a bullet, it actually led, shockwaves amongst his fans on social media who were worried about his condition. But at present, Govinda himself as well as his manager has, they have been continuously in touch with the media and they have been assuring them that everything is stable and the bullet has been removed.
Right, Sujata, I sincerely apologize for cutting you through. We have a reaction coming in. Let's just listen in to what's happening.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
Well, you've just heard a reaction coming in from the actor himself. That was a reaction over the phone line where actor Govinda says he is out of danger. The bullet has been taken out and he was injured due to a misfire. He was taken care by doctors. He was rushed to the hospital, remember, earlier today. But his caption... Right, I am told Sujata is still with us at the moment. Sujata, we've just heard the reaction coming in from the actor. He has categorically said that it was a misfire and he is safe now. What further details can you disclose to our viewers currently?
Well, yes, and we just heard the audio note by the actor to his fans as well as the media, where he's clearly, seen talking about how he's currently safe, and because he's assuring his fans himself, so somewhere it is a relief for the fans as well that he is in a stable condition and he's speaking, and in a better condition than what he was brought here in the hospital in the morning. And also here at Critical Hospital, if I try to show you in the visuals, the family is currently inside the hospital. The Mumbai police teams have been deployed here to understand and also take care of the crowd if and whenever they gather here. And also at present it is being told that the Mumbai crime branch themselves will be coming here and inquiring and questioning the actor about what exactly happened that this incident occurred. And at present, if we see, Govinda's manager has been clearly saying that this was a misfiring incident that happened where accidentally the bullet was discharged from his licensed gun into his into his knee. But what was the exact occurrence of events is what the Mumbai police will try to understand after that, and an authoritative statement will also be out, after which it is likely that the family as well as the spokesperson of Govinda might also come out and give a statement into the media, because the fans have been continuously active on social media texting about him, and also speaking about his recent him joining hands with the Shiv Sena. It is likely that the chief minister himself is likely to come here at the hospital and meet the actor, after which this incident has happened. But at present, what we get to know from the hospital doctors is that they state that currently the actor is in a better condition. He's speaking, he's assuring his family members that he's fine. He's in the ICU currently. It will be a one-day observation where he'll be kept, and after which he will be either sent back home or kept in a general ward for a few days. And also at present, the family members have begun to come. However, now that the Bollywood also comes to know about this, they'll be they'll be starting coming here soon, and the chief minister as well as the other party members of Shiv Sena and other political leaders will also be arriving here either through telephonic conversations or speaking to his team. They'll be taking speaking about him to them. And at present, Govinda himself assured his fans that he is in a better state. And also what remains here to be seen is that what does the Mumbai police find in this entire case, because though at present and from now until when the incident happened, it is Govinda and his team stating that it was a misfiring incident, but the Mumbai police will definitely try to inquire to its other staff members as well as his bodyguards and bouncers that what happened and why exactly was the licensed gun unlocked, where he was moving to an event in Kolkata and he was about to leave his home for the airport. But the entire incident remains to be questioned by the Mumbai police, after which the matter will be probed further. Over to you.
Right. In fact, as Sujata is reporting, many are questioning whether an accidental shot can actually happen, because you have to load the gun and release the lock. But his campaign manager has said that allegedly the revolver was in a cupboard when it fell to the floor and went off, and then the bullet hit Govinda below his knee. We just played out that reaction for you of Govinda's from the ICU, where he's informed everyone that he is now out of danger. Let's just listen into that again.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूँ गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
Well, Govinda was meant to be in Kolkata today to attend an event that has obviously been cancelled. He is currently in the ICU, kept under observation, where his daughter is with him. His wife, we are told, is flying back to Mumbai. She was actually in Kolkata, and she was the first person that he contacted about this misfire. We'll keep getting you the latest updates as soon as we have further details from officials in Mumbai. For now, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Well, the Delhi police has detained climate activist Sonam Wangchuk late last evening and his supporters at the Singhu borders. Well, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has now criticized the Delhi police's detention of the climate activist Sonam Wangchuk and his supporters at the Singhu border, describing it as unacceptable. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has said the detention of Sonam Wangchuk and hundreds of Ladakhis who were peacefully marching for environmental and constitutional rights is unacceptable. This is what Mr. Gandhi has stated in a post on X. He attributed the responsibility for the detention to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But Mr. Wangchuk and his supporters were detained by the Delhi police late last evening. Section 163 of the BNS has been imposed at the Delhi borders. This is what the Delhi police has announced. Activist Wangchuk and other volunteers have embarked on a foot march from Leh to New Delhi in order to urge the centre to resume dialogue with Ladakh's leadership regarding their demands. In fact, I must inform our viewers that one of their key demands is for Ladakh to be included in the 6th schedule of the Constitution, which would grant lawmaking powers to the local population to protect their land and protect their cultural identity.
80 साल का एक बुजुर्ग अपने लद्दाख जैसे क्षेत्र की, जो पाकिस्तान से जुड़ा हुआ क्षेत्र है, सेंसिटिव क्षेत्र है, वहाँ के लिए कुछ मांगने अगर अपने देश की राजधानी में आ रहा है और महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पे आ रहा है, जिन्होंने पूरा जीवन अंग्रेज़ों के खिलाफ अहिंसा और विरोध में काट दी, ऐसे में केंद्र सरकार का दिल्ली में कर्फ्यू लगा देना, ये कह देना कि अब आने वाले 6 दिनों के अंदर 5 से ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठे नहीं हो सकते, क्या बकवास है?
My colleague Tanushka is tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Tanushka, we've heard opposition leaders like Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, slam the Modi government for this detention. But could you confirm whether climate activist Sonam Wangchuk is still detained by the Delhi police?
Parmeshwar, yes, Sonam Wangchuk, climate activist, is still very much detained by Delhi police. I'm currently outside Bhawana police station, wherein he is currently under detention by the police. Remember, they were all detained along with his 150 supporters from the Singhu border. And I'm joined with someone who is a supporter of Sonam Wangchuk and the movement, of course. And he just met with Sonam Wangchuk inside as well. Sir, आप हमें अपना नाम बताएं और बताएं कि सोनम जी अंदर जो है किस हालत में है, डिटेंशन में कब तक रहेंगे, आपकी क्या बातें हुई उनसे?
सोनम वांगचुक जी स्वस्थ हैं। मेरा नाम सतेंद्र लोचब है, भारतीय किसान कामगार अधिकार मोर्चे से हूं मैं। और यहीं बवाना के अंदर जैसे ही हमें मैसेज आया कि भाई सोनम वांगचुक को बवाना या खंजावला थाने में डिटेन किया हुआ है, तो जैसे ही हमें पता चला तो हम यहाँ पर पहुँच गए, उनसे मिले हैं, स्वस्थ हैं, अनशन पर हैं, कुछ खा पी रहे नहीं है, लेकिन वो भी स्वस्थ हैं और जो उनके साथी हैं वो भी स्वस्थ हैं। ये तो क्रांतिकारी के लिए गहना है कि भाई उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया, डिटेन कर लिया, तो ये तो चीज़ें क्रांतिकारी के जीवन में आती रहती हैं।
Right. So what we're understanding right now from this, supporter of the movement as well is that Sonam Wangchuk is inside, and he says that he met with him and he's under, like stable and healthy conditions. However, he's still continuing with his protests, which means that he's not, eating or drinking anything at the moment. Back to you.
As always, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Let's switch tracks now. Vardhman Group Chairman SP Oswal was duped by cyber fraudsters into transferring 7 crore rupees to their bank accounts and was also taken into digital custody by the fraudsters who posed as CBI officials, he said, adding that they kept him under digital surveillance for 2 days via Skype as a suspect in a money laundering case. The fraudsters impersonated Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, held a fake Supreme Court hearing via Skype and cited the money laundering investigation against Jet Airways founder Naresh Goyal. Lots to unwrap there. Mukesh reports.
वर्धमान के सीएमडी
एसपी ओसवाल के साथ करीब 7 करोड़ की चीटिंग हुई है, उनको 2 दिन तक डिजिटल अरेस्ट रखा गया। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए खुद ओसवाल सर हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, कब आपको कॉल आया था और फिर कैसे क्या हुआ?
ट्राई से कॉल आया तो उन्होंने कहा कि आपके फ़ोन डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिए जाएंगे 2 घंटे में, until you speak to press बटन 9। तो मैंने 9 बटन प्रेस कर दिया तो वहाँ से जो बोल रहे थे वो कह रहे थे कि मैं सीबीआई कोलाबा ऑफिस से बोल और आप के पास एक मोबाइल फ़ोन नंबर है, तो नाउ वी आर इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग कि ये आपका हम डिस्कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं अभी ये नंबर, अगर आपका नहीं है तो किसी ने आपके नाम से ले लिया होगा बाय मिस रिप्रेजेंटिंग। तो खैर उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा कि आप एक अकाउंट चला रहे हैं कनारा बैंक में, आपके नाम पे अकाउंट चल रहा है, अभी जो है नहीं अकाउंट। मैं कहा मैंने मेरा कोई अकाउंट नहीं है, मेरे सारे अकाउंट लुधियाना में है। और उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं हो ये अकाउंट आपके नाम पे, तो उसमें कुछ फाइनेंशियल इरेगुलरिटीज हुई हैं तो नरेश गोयल के साथ केस के साथ संबंधित हैं। तो एनी हाउ नाउ यू आर दिस अकाउंट आपके नाम है तो आप सस्पेक्ट हैं। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं तो मेरा अकाउंट नहीं है, मैंने कुछ किया नहीं है और मैं नरेश गोयल जी को जानता नहीं हूँ। तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप उन्होंने आधार कार्ड से आपका नाम अकाउंट खुला हुआ है, तो आधार कार्ड उनके पास कैसे आ गया? तो मैंने कहा मैं जेट एयरवेज में ट्रैवल करता हुआ था, बहुत मैंने ट्रैवल किया हुआ है, तो हो सकता है कभी आधार कार्ड मैंने दिया होगा और आइडेंटिफिकेशन तो उनके कंपनी में होगा। तो कहते हाँ हम समझ सकते हैं कि उन्होंने शायद इसको मिसयूज किया या फिर किसी ने किया है, तो लेकिन फिर भी अभी हमें क्लियर तो आपको करना पड़ेगा। तो उसके लिए मैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन टिल दैट टाइम यू आर ए सस्पेक्ट एंड तो आप हमारी डिजिटल कस्टडी में हैं और हम आपको प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके मीनवाइल यू हैव टू सेंड फुल कोऑपरेशन। तो मैं भी थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस हो गया कि ये मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, सेव करेंगे, तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन क्लियर कर देंगे। तो फिर बात चलने शुरू हो गई, यानी हाउस में सीनियर आ गया मिस्टर राहुल गुप्ता, जो कि चीफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर अपने आप को बताते थे। तो उन्होंने मुझे सर्वेलेंस के रूल भेज दिए कि सर्वेलेंस के 56 रूल्स हैं और फिर एक लेटर लिखवा दिया प्रायर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के, प्रायोरिटी ऑन इन्वेस्टिगेशन का। मैंने लेटर बना के दे दिया कि प्रायोरिटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाए। तो फिर उन्होंने कहा कि अब 1 घंटा लगेगा, हम परमिशन ले लेते हैं सीनियर से, क्योंकि आपकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्रायोरिटी पे कर दें, क्योंकि आप बॉम्बे नहीं आ सकते। तो शुरू कर दी। तो उन्होंने कहा सर आपकी फिर हम स्टेटमेंट लेंगे, तो मेरी स्टेटमेंट लेनी शुरू कर दी शाम को उन्होंने। तो स्टेटमेंट पहले मेरा चाइल्डहुड कहाँ पढ़ा, मैं क्या किया, बिजनेस में आया, तो फिर मेरी प्रॉपर्टी के डिटेल कि हमें ये आपकी प्रॉपर्टी की डिटेल चाहिए, आपके पास क्या क्या है। मैंने कहा मुझे ऑफहैंड तो याद नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूंगा, मैं अपने फाइनेंस और मैनेजर से बात करूँगा। मैंने
आप इस दौरान जब इस दौरान बातचीत कर रहे थे तो जो लोग वहां से बात कर रहे थे उनका बैकग्राउंड क्या दिखाई दे रहा था? क्या उन्होंने पुलिस की वर्दी पहन रखी थी? कैसा था बैकग्राउंड वहां पर, क्या कुछ दिख रहा था आपको?
देखो जो विजय खन्ना थे वो तो नॉर्मल ड्रेस में थे और सीबीआई का ऑफिस लग रहा था, उन्होंने पीछे सीबीआई का लगाया हुआ था कि ये उन्होंने मुझे स्काइप पे लिया था। दे टुक मी ऑन स्काइप एंड फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ सर्वेलेंस, और 24 घंटे मेरी स्काइप पे फोटो आती रहती थी और उनकी फोटो मेरे पास आती थी विजय खन्ना जी, और 24 घंटे विजय खन्ना ही मुझे मॉनिटर करते थे। एंड वेयरएवर आई यूज्ड टू गो आउट ऑफ माय रूम, तो मैं उनको बता के जाता था और साथ में टेलीफोन लेके जाता था स्काइप वाला, ताकि वो मुझे देखते रहे चाहे खाना खाने गया हो। तो
क्या क्या उन्होंने आपको किसी से बात करने से मना किया था, मैसेज करने से मना किया था?
उन्होंने कहा था कि आप इस बारे में किसी से बात नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ये अंडर नेशनल सीक्रेट एक्ट है, और इस एक्ट में अगर, और उन्होंने भेजा कि आपको 3 से 5 साल की सजा हो जाएगी तो उससे आप बात करोगे और आपको भी, तो ये आपने शेयर नहीं करना किसी से।
सर आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर भेजा गया, बाकी डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपको भेजे गए, आपको क्या लगा? ये बिल्कुल जेन्युइन लग रहा था ऑर्डर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का? उसमें क्या कोई स्टैम्प लगा हुआ था सुप्रीम कोर्ट का? क्या बिल्कुल जेन्युइन ऑर्डर था?
ऊपर तो जैसे वो सत्यमेव जयते होता है ना सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, वो लिखा, वो एम्बलम था, नीचे था कोई क्लर्क कौन सा जो उनका होता है रिकॉर्डिंग का, मिस्त्री सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, उससे साइन किए होते और स्टैंप लगी हुई थी। और तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट बार एसोसिएशन की तरफ से भी कुछ था के साइन किए होते, स्टेटेड कॉपी। तो when it was, honestly speaking, I was taken in completely by being overwhelmed by the intimidation or assurance also that they are going to protect me. हाँ
सर आपने कभी डिजिटल अरेस्ट के बारे में सुना था कि डिजिटल अरेस्ट कोई वर्ड होता है?
मैंने सुना नहीं।
Well, our big focus, it was another sleepless night for Beirut. The Israeli military has just announced that its troops have begun crossing into southern Lebanon, saying that they would destroy Hezbollah military infrastructure and villages that are close to the Israel-Lebanon border. In fact, in a statement issued shortly before 2 a.m., the military described the operation as a limited operation and said that its troops had begun entering Lebanon a few hours ago in order to target sites that pose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. This invasion followed intense Israeli strikes across Lebanon over the past 2 weeks that have killed hundreds of people, including 95 just on Monday. Israel is trying to force a conclusion to a year-long war with Hezbollah that started in parallel with Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza, set off by the October 7 attacks on southern Israel. But in Lebanon, I must inform you, officials say more than 1,000 people have been killed. This is just in the last 2 weeks, while up to 1 million may now be displaced.
When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
But what is unclear is how intense the combat may now be between Israeli forces and Hezbollah fighters. In fact, Hezbollah fighters are well armed and battle hardened, even if their leadership has been decimated in the last 2 weeks. But for the Lebanese people, meanwhile, their fear is that the country as a whole could be engulfed in their bitter conflict. Hezbollah says it is ready for an Israeli ground operation. The IDF has said that a limited operation has begun. Dr. John Rooney joins us live currently. He's a military intelligence researcher. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us on NDTV. The White House says there has been no change in America's support of Israel in response to the start of what has been described as a limited ground offensive in Lebanon, despite Joe Biden's call for the Israeli government to actually consider stopping the operations. An expert has actually argued that an emboldened Israel appears to believe it can safely ignore a lame duck US president. How do you see the latest developments in the last 12 hours?
I absolutely agree with that. I think that at the moment Netanyahu has played his hand very well. He has now timed this military enterprise at the time of weakness for the United States leading up to the US federal election or national election. And, you know, really, we've got about 5 months to play out because, quite frankly, whoever ends up in the White House will take some time to bed down. So whether it's Harris on the one side or Trump on the other, there won't be immediate capacities for any new US president to actually do anything about what's going on in the Middle East right now.
But nearly a year after he was blamed for Israel's massive security and intelligence failures surrounding Hamas's October 7th attack, some analysts are arguing, sir, that Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually winning. In fact, citing the latest polls show that if elections were held today, his right-wing party would finish first.
That's absolutely true. And look, I think that we in the international community, those of us who are outside of the Middle East, have to look at this with a bit of caution. All limited wars end up suffering from the horrendous side effect of mission creep. So at the moment, while Netanyahu may be riding high because of all the so-called victories that he's managed to score over the last week or two, the fact remains that a technologically sophisticated side always enters a war with the idea of being in control of everything, in being able to go in and come out at its choosing. I think that in this situation, the Hezbollah main force has not been dealt with. And don't forget, Hezbollah has a decentralized command structure. So you can take out the leadership, but there is always someone standing in their stead, ready and willing to replace that leader.
Crucial point highlighted there, sir. So Israel going ahead with this ground incursion, despite urgent calls from its main ally, the United States, not to do so. Does this clearly indicate that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu clearly believes the momentum is with Israel?
Yes, I believe that that's the case. I also believe that Netanyahu probably doesn't think too much of international opinion right now. He's riding high at the moment. Things are going Israel's way. But remember, they will go Israel's way until they don't. And in Lebanon, Israel has had a very checkered history. This will be the fourth time that Israel has gone into Lebanon. The previous 3 times, Israel did not achieve the kind of decisive victories that it sought to achieve. And I think that at each time they went in with the idea of being able to be in control of everything, that they'll go in and come out and have low casualties and everything will be fine. But it was never the case. And I suspect that this will be a case of history repeating itself.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining us with your perspective on the world 24/7. Really appreciate you joining us and taking out time for us. Well, Israeli troops moving forward into Lebanon is being viewed, meanwhile, with concern and caution in Washington. The White House says there has been no change in America's support of Israel in response to the start of what has been described as a limited ground offensive in Lebanon, despite the US president calling for the Israeli government to stop its operations and his suggestion that a ceasefire deal be implemented now. Asked whether he was aware of or comfortable with the Israeli plans, Joe Biden has clearly told reporters, "I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping." He in fact added, "We should have a ceasefire now," but last week the American and French governments announced that a deal had been reached for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israeli-Lebanese border.
Just the fact that Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon, are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister and called for avoiding regional escalation of the West Asian conflict. During the phone call that came days after Israel killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, Prime Minister Modi has extended support for Israel's fight against terrorism. In fact, our Prime Minister has said he's spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu about recent developments in West Asia. Terrorism has no place in our world, he added. It is crucial to prevent regional escalation and ensure the safe release of all hostages. India is committed to supporting efforts for an early restoration of peace and stability. My colleague Vishal Vivek has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Vishal, as we have been discussing with our colleague Ghazali as well, Prime Minister Modi had even met Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas on the sidelines of the UNGA, appealing for peace and supporting a two-state solution. Now he got on a call and dialed Mr. Netanyahu. Put this in context for our viewers.
So this has been going on for about last 1 year, 1 to 2 years actually. So it was the meeting with President Putin 2 years ago when Prime Minister Modi said that this is not a time for war. So he has been going on these trips and, speaking with these world leaders and telling them that, regional escalation and they should take some steps to avoid these escalations. And this is not a time for war. And he, as you mentioned, he met the president of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas at UNGA. He also met the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, and he spoke on the same lines, and he's speaking on the similar lines for the last 2 to 3 years, and appealing to the world leaders for world peace. And this has been reciprocated by by other world leaders. They have been receiving these comments made by Prime Minister Modi in a positive way, and they have said that if there is anyone who can actually bring peace to these regions, it's actually PM Modi. Particularly when we speak about Ukraine, he has been appealing for peace there, and many experts believe that it is actually PM Modi who can bring peace to the region. And on the same lines he's spoken to now Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not as direct as the comments made before by Prime Minister Modi, but this also falls in the same category as to an appeal for peace. And as you know, 1,000 people have been killed already in the last 1 week in Lebanon. So this peace process actually needs to be furthered by many other world leaders as well.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Vishal, as always, for joining us with that update. Well, let's switch tracks now. In a significant diplomatic milestone, Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness is making the first ever bilateral visit by a Jamaican Prime Minister to India. He's going to be in the country till the 3rd of October, and this visit symbolizes an important moment not only in the evolving relationship between India and Jamaica, but also for India's growing engagement with the Caribbean community. Now, with a number of MOUs expected to be signed, this visit promises to deepen bilateral cooperation and enhance economic and cultural ties. We are told while the two leaders have met on several occasions during multilateral events, this is actually the first dedicated bilateral visit. A quick update from Russia now. Well, Russia will drastically increase its military spending in 2025. This is according to draft budget documents we've accessed. The planned 23% budget increase to $145 billion will exceed the country's combined expenditure on education, healthcare, and social policies. Just imagine that. The hike confirms that Moscow has switched to a war footing. This is what Russian outlet The Bell has written, citing analysts, and that the Kremlin will make the military a top funding priority regardless of when the war in Ukraine ends. Vladimir Putin recently ordered the army to add 180,000 troops and bring its total active force to 1.5 million, which would make Russia's military the world's second largest after China's. The budget increase could help pay for those recruits while also avoiding the need for another unpopular conscription push. And since we mentioned China, let's get you a quick update from there as well. Chinese stocks rose sharply, their biggest gain since 2008 on Monday, as investors cheered Beijing's massive stimulus package. In fact, Indian stocks, which have benefited from the anxiety around China's economy, dropped, while Wall Street had an unusually muted reaction. US traders' lack of excitement underscored Beijing's limited role as an engine for America's economy, and the sense among analysts that deeper fiscal stimulus is needed to sustain a larger turnaround, analysts noted. But Monday's rally in China, which saw stocks worth about $143 billion trade hands in a 35-minute span, preceded the country's Golden Week holiday. Now, while local governments will begin distributing vouchers to boost spending, tourism during the typically busy travel period is still expected to be sluggish this year. Well, news and updates continue in a moment right here on NDTV 24/7. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com
feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 AM every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. What's the most
Actor Govinda has been shot by his own revolver. Actor Govinda is in the hospital, but according to the authorities in the hospital, he's said to be out of danger. He accidentally got shot in the leg by his own revolver this morning at about 4:45. The gun misfired as it fell to the floor and fired on its own. Agitating junior doctors in West Bengal resume their indefinite total cease work to press the state government on various demands, including ensuring their safety and security. This comes just a day after West Bengal government sought more time from the Supreme Court to improve the security mechanism at medical colleges in the state. And the Muda scam is the Chief Minister's wife who has offered to return plots, and the BJP questioning the timing of this decision. The Karnataka Chief Minister's wife offers to return 14 plots linked to the Muda scam allegations, and the BJP they're questioning the timing. Voting is underway in Jammu and Kashmir for the third and last phase of assemblies to pick representatives for 40 seats of its 90 constituencies. 24 come under the Jammu division of the 40 constituencies, and the rest are in Kashmir, the 4 being on North Kashmir. And Sonam Wangchuk has been detained, and the opposition targets the centre. The climate activist has been detained by the Delhi police, and opposition leaders Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Arvind Kejriwal slamming the government of Prime Minister Modi. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Varta. Let's get you our top story, where junior doctors in West Bengal are demanding better security at state hospitals after the rape and murder of the colleague at the medical college in Kolkata. They've resumed their total cease work from 10 o'clock this morning. Let's listen in to their demands.
বেড না পাওয়ার ফলেই জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের মরণপণ চেষ্টার পরেও একজন মুমূর্ষু রোগীকে বাঁচানো যায়নি। তারপরেই হাসপাতালে পর্যাপ্ত সুরক্ষা ও নিরাপত্তা ব্যবস্থা না থাকার ফলে রোগীর পরিজনেরা ডাক্তারদের উপরেই চড়াও হয়। মহিলা ইন্টার্ন ও নার্সদের নিগৃহীত হতে হয় তাদের হাতে। আমরা আমাদের আন্দোলনের প্রথম দিন থেকে বলে এসেছি, সরকারি হাসপাতালগুলিতে রোগী পরিষেবা সুনিশ্চিত না করা গেলে, চালু হাসপাতাল পরিকাঠামোর জনমুখী রদবদল না ঘটিয়ে ডাক্তার ও স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীদের নিরাপত্তা সুনিশ্চিত করা সম্ভব না। সাগর দত্তের ঘটনা এরই এক জ্বলন্ত উদাহরণ। আমাদের দাবি মেনে তৎপরতার সঙ্গে রাজ্যের প্রত্যেকটি হাসপাতালে যদি বেড ভ্যাকেন্সি মনিটর চালু করা যেত, যদি সেন্ট্রাল রেফারেল সিস্টেম গড়ে তোলা যেত, তাহলে হয়তো এই মৃত্যু এড়ানো যেত। এমন বহু রোগীর মৃত্যু হয়তো এড়ানো যাবে ভবিষ্যতে। প্রত্যেক রোগীর পরিবার জানতে পারবেন কোন হাসপাতালে কোন বিভাগে কয়টি বেড খালি আছে। প্রত্যেকটি হাসপাতালের ডাক্তাররাও বুঝতে পারবেন কোথায় রেফার করলে রোগীর যথাযথ চিকিৎসা সুনিশ্চিত করা যাবে। যদি প্রত্যেকটি হাসপাতালে সরকারি গড়িমসি না করে যথাযথ সুরক্ষার ব্যবস্থা করত রাজ্য সরকার, তাহলে এড়ানো যেত।
So the Kolkata doctors, they're announcing that they're resuming their strike, saying that they're disappointed with the efforts being made by the Bengal government and that more efforts should have been made to ensure more security for doctors and hospitals.
আইকিউ সিটি মেডিকেল কলেজ ইত্যাদি জায়গাতেও আমরা বারংবার উল্লেখ করেছি যে অভয়ার ঘটনার বীজ লুকিয়ে আছে বর্তমান স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থার গভীরে। আমাদের আরেকখানি মূল দাবি ছিল বর্তমানে স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থায় জারি অগণতান্ত্রিক ভয়ের পরিবেশকে নির্মূল করার, সমাজ থেকে এই ভয়ের রাজনীতি এবং কলেজগুলিতে হুমকির সংস্কৃতি অপসারণ করার। আমরা দেখেছি সুপ্রিম কোর্টেও আজ প্রতিষ্ঠিত হয়েছে যে আরজি করের ঘটনা কোনো বিচ্ছিন্ন ঘটনা নয়। আরজি করের মতো একটি ঘটনা ঘটেছে, তার কারণ সেখানে একটি অগণতান্ত্রিক ভয়ের রাজনীতির পরিবেশ তৈরি হয়েছিল।
So the doctors, they're essentially saying that there should be an end to this atmosphere of fear, and the Bengal government has failed in ending this as well.
একইভাবে তিনি ক্যাম্পাসে একদল গুন্ডাকে আশ্রয় দিয়েছিলেন, যারা এই অপশক্তির বলে বলিয়ান হয়ে এতদিন এই দুর্নীতিকে কার্যকর করেছিল। আমরা স্পষ্টভাবে আমাদের বৈঠকে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং মুখ্য সচিবকে সরাসরি জানিয়েছি এবং ইমেলেও বলেছি, এই ভয়ের পরিবেশে আমরা সুরক্ষিত বোধ করছি না।
So Kolkata doctors, they're essentially saying that they still feel unsafe in hospitals and that the same problems that they had highlighted earlier still remain in hospital premises.
এই স্বঘোষিত নেতা নেত্রীদের জুলুমবাজি চলতেই থাকবে। একে প্রতিরোধ করবার জন্য সকল স্তরে গণতান্ত্রিক নির্বাচনের মাধ্যমে ছাত্রছাত্রী ও জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের প্রতিনিধি সুনিশ্চিত করতে হবে। কলেজের সমস্ত সিদ্ধান্ত গ্রহণকারী প্রতিষ্ঠান, কলেজ কাউন্সিল, অ্যান্টি র্যাগিং কমিটি, ইন্টারনাল কমপ্লেন্টস কমিটিতে নির্বাচিত প্রতিনিধি রাখার দাবি আমরা জানিয়েছি বারংবার, যা এই প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলির সঠিক কার্যক্রম সুনিশ্চিত করবে এবং যৌন হয়রানির বিপক্ষে একটি প্রতিরক্ষামূলক পরিবেশ তৈরি করবে। তার সাথে
there had in fact not been any major progress from the government side in terms of fulfilling these
মৌখিকভাবে ভেঙে দিলেও তার কোনো লিখিত নোটিশ আমরা পাইনি, এবং যদি ভেঙেও দেওয়া হয় তার পরিবর্তে গঠিত প্রতিষ্ঠানে নির্বাচিত ছাত্রছাত্রী ও জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের প্রতিনিধিত্ব সম্পর্কে সুস্পষ্ট কোনো সিদ্ধান্তও আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। মুখ্য সচিব তার 19 তারিখের সরকারি নির্দেশনার ইমেলটিতে স্বাস্থ্য সচিবকে দায়িত্ব দিয়েছিলেন আমাদের সুরক্ষা ও রোগী পরিষেবা নিয়ে পরিকাঠামোগত রদবদলের যাবতীয় সিদ্ধান্তগুলিকে কার্যকর করার, কিন্তু তার 12 দিন পেরিয়ে গেলেও দৃশ্যমান কোনো পরিবর্তন আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। এমনকি সাগর দত্তের ঘটনা সম্পর্কে তিনি সুপ্রিম কোর্টে দাঁড়িয়েও মিথ্যাচার করে গেছেন। সমস্ত ঘটনা আমরা স্বাস্থ্যক্ষেত্রে পাহাড় প্রমাণ দুর্নীতি ও ভয়ে রাজনীতির দায় নিয়ে নারায়ণ স্বরূপ নিগমের অপসারণের দাবি তুলেছিলাম। আমরা এও মনে করি স্বাস্থ্য দপ্তরের অপদার্থতা বা সক্রিয় মদত ছাড়া এই প্রবল দুর্নীতি অসম্ভব। আমরা স্পষ্ট দাবি জানাচ্ছি, প্রশাসনিক অক্ষমতা ও দুর্নীতির দায় স্বাস্থ্য মন্ত্রককে নিতে হবে এবং এই সমস্ত দায়ে স্বাস্থ্য সচিবকে অবিলম্বে অপসারণ করতে হবে। গত 19/9 তারিখে আমরা আমাদের পূর্ণ কর্মবিরতি প্রত্যাহার করে অত্যাবশ্যক পরিষেবাগুলিতে কাজে ফিরেছিলাম। বিভাগভিত্তিকভাবে আমরা আউটডোর ও ইনডোর পরিষেবা শুরু করেছিলাম বহু জায়গায়। রাজ্য সরকারের সাথে 2 দফা মিটিং, সিপি, ডিএমই, ডিএইচএস, ডিসি নর্থকে তাদের পদ থেকে সরানো, সুরক্ষা ও রোগী পরিষেবা প্রশ্নে কিছু লিখিত ডাইরেক্টিভের ভিত্তিতে আমরা কাজে ফেরার সদিচ্ছা দেখিয়েছিলাম, রোগীদের জন্য সদিচ্ছা দেখিয়েছিলাম।
Bengal doctors, Kolkata doctors were essentially saying that they had in fact decided to resume work, considering keeping the patients in mind, keeping the Bengal flood situation in mind, but now they have been forced to resume their stir once again.
রোগী পরিষেবা উন্নত করার জন্য কেন্দ্রীয় রেফারেল সিস্টেম, বেড ভ্যাকেন্সি মনিটর, স্বাস্থ্যকর্মী নিয়োগ, কোথাওই প্রায় কোনো রকম অগ্রগতি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আমরা সরকারকে মনে করিয়ে দিতে চাই, শুধুমাত্র কাগজে প্রতিশ্রুতির জন্য আমরা আন্দোলন করিনি, আন্দোলন করছি না। আমরা আন্দোলন করছি রাজ্যের স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থার এক যথাযথ জনমুখী বদলের জন্য, যাতে রোগীরাও পরিষেবা পান আর ডাক্তার স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীদের জন্য এক ভয়মুক্ত সুরক্ষিত কর্মস্থল সুনিশ্চিত হয়। অথচ বাস্তবে তার অগ্রগতির জন্য সরকারের কোনো সদিচ্ছা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আমাদের কাজে ফেরার জন্য উপযুক্ত ভয়হীন পরিবেশ সুনিশ্চিত হয়নি এখনো। একথা আমাদের কাছে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে সাগর দত্ত ন্যাশনালের ঘটনা এবং শাসক দলের বিধায়কদের ভয়াবহ হুমকির মুখে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা প্রমাণ পাচ্ছি যে আমরা ভয়হীন পরিবেশ পাইনি এখনো। এর সাথে রাজ্যের প্রতিটি হাসপাতাল, মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে ভয়ের রাজনীতি নির্মূল করার দাবি আমরা করেছি আন্দোলনের প্রথম দিন থেকে। আর একটিও অভয়ের ঘটনা যাতে না ঘটে তা সুনিশ্চিত করতে গেলে এই ভয়ের রাজনীতিকে উপড়ে ফেলা ছাড়া প্রত্যেকটি জায়গাতে গণতান্ত্রিক পরিসরকে সুনিশ্চিত করা ছাড়া আর উপায় নেই। অথচ এ ব্যাপারেও রাজ্য সরকারের কোনো সদিচ্ছা আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। স্বাস্থ্যক্ষেত্রে চালু সিন্ডিকেটের মাথাদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো এনকোয়ারি কমিটি তৈরি হয়নি। কলেজে কলেজে আরডিএ এবং স্টুডেন্টস কাউন্সিল।
The doctors are resuming their protests. Do remember that they called off their protests from the 21st of September only for 9 days amid a flood situation in the day, ending their 42-day cease work in protest over the rape and murder of the incident. So we've just heard the junior doctors claiming that enough is not being done and that assurances on paper do not work. They are demanding more safety and security while they're at work. Those are the basic demands of medical staffers in the colleges and the hospitals of West Bengal. Let's just listen into what the Chief Secretary had to say.
I am confident. I have interacted with them and I'm sure they will respond to this and they will serve the society for which they have done this training. They are the doctors. We all respect their profession and I think every citizen, everyone respects their profession and we expect that same response from them. But point is, we are working and we will work together with the health department, health officials, with the district officials who are working in different hospitals, medical colleges. Everybody is working together. It's a collaborative effort and I'm sure the results will be visible. So we should not be impatient about it.
Saurabh, we just heard the doctors who've resumed their protests since 10 o'clock this morning that there's been no major progress by the government in regard to reforms and ensuring the safety of medical staff. That they're saying that the assurances that they're being given are just on paper and it's just not enough when it comes to basic safety measures while they're on duty. So their demands are very justified and yet, the government seems to be taking more and more time on the matter.
Well, the government's position is clear, the doctors' positions are clear, and there is, of course, some gap between these two positions. One is that, of course, the doctors are saying that these measures need to be put in place immediately, and that is why, but now they've, of course, made several other demands, which is this bed, monitor, etc., and then elections to student bodies. All of those demands have just come in that 10-point demand that they made, which is just now. But earlier, their demands were about creating a safety and secure workspace in medical colleges and hospitals. How was that to be done? More CCTV cameras, restrooms, proper washrooms, resting areas, police deployment. And that is something now, of course, the state government has said, it's work in motion, set in motion, but it will take some time to complete. For example, when it comes to CCTVs, they say 26% of installation of CCTVs is done, the rest is underway. Toilets, washrooms, restrooms, these need construction and construction work is underway. When it comes to putting more police on duty, 12,000 more policemen, 12,000 recruitments are also being done. But these are all work in progress and the state government has informed the Supreme Court that it will take till 15th of October. This was in response to a question from the Chief Justice as to why the progress on this was tardy. And the state government said that the administration is also dealing with the flood situation in the state. Large parts of South Bengal was underwater, inundated. There is a flood situation in certain parts of North Bengal. There's water, flood situation in parts of Bihar, and that could also impact Bengal, certain districts of North Bengal. So the state government is also engaged in tackling this massive flood situation in the state, and therefore these are work in progress which will be completed by 15th of October. Now, the doctors say that because this, of course, they don't feel secure yet, they're going back to their protest. But they've also come up with a new list of demands, like I said, a bed monitor, and several other demands, elections to student councils, etc. And those are demands that, of course, will have to be looked at as to how the state government will, manage that, how will they look at that. But obviously, the doctors have made a 10-point demand. And, of course, these demands will have to be at some point, looked at. But, how the state government will go about it, how much time it will take, and for how long these doctors will be on strike is anybody's guess now.
Right, and of course, the doctors there, have resumed their protests. This is following another incident of attack on a medic, with the doctors at that medical college and hospital claiming that they were beaten up by the relatives of a patient who had died during a treatment, complaining of negligence. And of course, the medical staffers there claiming that their safety and security has been breached. So, Saurabh, we will keep coming back to you for more on this, as the agitation now has yet again resumed in West Bengal. Moving on now to more news, and this is a Bollywood actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda, who has been hospitalized early this morning after he suffered a bullet injury on his leg. The incident that took place at 4:45 in the morning. The actor is said to be out of danger, and his manager has gone on to say that he's doing fine. The injury was caused at the actor's Juhu residence, which is due to a misfire from his own licensed revolver. The 60-year-old actor was alone at his house at the time of the incident. Govinda was keeping the revolver in a cupboard when it fell to the floor and went off. The bullet went ahead and hit him below the knee. Govinda was getting ready to leave for a show in Kolkata as when the incident occurred, and his wife had already reached Kolkata before the actor, and she's believed to be on her way back now to Mumbai. The bullet has been removed, and Govinda is said to be out of danger. In fact, he is surrounded by his family in the hospital at the moment. This incident that took place at his own residence, misfire by his own licensed gun. Let's listen into what Govinda had to say.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम। नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
And we have my colleague Radhika joining us, as well as Sujata joining us right from outside the hospital where the actor has been admitted. Radhika, to you first, such incidents have occurred while cleaning a gun, etc. Safety weapon can end up costing one's life. This incident with Govinda could have gone any which way. Fortunately, the actor has been saved.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate incident that happened early this morning. Actor Govinda shooting himself accidentally when he was about to leave his residence towards the airport. In fact, he was to go to Kolkata. He was getting ready. He was taking some stuff from the cupboard when the gun, in fact, the revolver that was inside the cupboard fell, and then it just sort of misfired at that point. In fact, a bullet injuring his knee. Under his knee is where he was injured. Immediately he called his manager as well as his wife. In fact, he was alone at the time. However, he could call his family members, and then of course police rushed to the spot. He was rushed to the hospital. He is in critical care hospital in Juhu, from where he sent that audio message saying that he is fine and the bullet has been taken off, it has been removed, and with God's grace nothing serious in fact happened. Certainly unfortunate incident that happened. Of course, Govinda, a very popular actor, and also the fact that he also joined politics, Shiv Sena. He made a comeback to politics just recently after almost 14 years of Vanvas. He joined Shiv Sena recently, but he did not contest Lok Sabha elections. There is a possibility that he may contest assembly elections, not entirely certain, but as far as this entire incident is concerned, police is conducting an inquiry. They've also confiscated the firearm, which is a licensed firearm, is what we are being told. His wife is on his way from Kolkata. She was in Kolkata. His daughter is with him in the hospital. But all in all, his condition is out of danger.
Well, Radhika, this incident that took place at 4:45 in the morning is because the actor was said to be taking a very early morning flight to Kolkata for a show.
That's right. He was supposed to move to Kolkata. He was supposed to take an early morning flight to Kolkata where his wife was. He was getting ready for that. In fact, his manager was also supposed to join him in that particular flight. He was getting ready when this revolver, while he was rummaging through the cupboard, fell off, and in fact, it misfired. This is what happened. Thankfully, though, it did not, the bullet injuries were under his knee and did not cause any serious injuries on any other part of his body. So that is something that he is, he was been saying in the audio message as well, that he was fortunate that nothing serious happened. He was immediately rushed to the hospital, the bullet taken off of his leg, and after which, of course, he is taking rest in the hospital. The doctors there saying that his condition is out of danger. It was a misfire that took place. Of course, police is at the hospital inquiring with the actor. They were also at the spot to understand the circumstances leading to this particular incident. It was a licensed revolver, something we're being told. Very unfortunate incident that happened with the actor Govinda. He's sending out that audio message. A lot of wishes are pouring for him as well.
Right, of course, a very unfortunate incident, and of course, Radhika, this does bring to mind another incident which took place in Hollywood with actor Alec Baldwin, when that prop gun that went off during a rehearsal of a film called Rust.
That's right. This does remind us of multiple incidents of mishaps that happened with gun. Misfiring is something that we've seen in the past as well. Even among cops, among multiple cops, this has happened where, in between the duty or when they are at home, perhaps cleaning the gun, or when it fell off, the lock, in fact, goes off. That's what happened. Here we are being told that this particular revolver wasn't locked properly, which is why it went off. So these incidents have happened in the past as well, with not just celebrities or common men, but a lot with police officials, with cops who obviously have these guns at during their entire course of the day. So yes, incidents of this nature once again focuses on the use and misuse of gun as well. But this is a licensed revolver that Govinda was using, and it happened when he was taking off stuff from the cupboard, and it fell off, and then he was and it misfired as a result of it not being locked properly. Of course, investigations are underway to understand the circumstances leading to this unfortunate incident.
Right.
As of now, no case has been registered,
Radhika,
because this is an accidental,
right, hold that thought, Radhika.
Occurrence.
Right, many lessons to be learned for other people who perhaps are gun owners or gun handlers, lessons to be learned as far as the safety and security of the weapon is concerned. Let's just also go across to Sujata, who's joining us from right outside the hospital where the actor has been admitted. Sujata, take us to the kind of procedure that the actor had to go through early this morning after he was brought into this hospital in the wee hours of the morning. Well, Sujata, they're right outside the Kriti Care Hospital in Mumbai, where the actor was rushed early this morning. Like we've been saying, that the actor was supposed to leave at 6 in the morning from Kolkata. He was to take that 6 a.m. flight to Kolkata for a show. And on the way, in fact, while he was at home, there was this misfire incident that took place, a mishap that happened right at his residence. It was his own licensed gun that fell to the floor and it fired off its own. It went off, and which is what resulted in the actor being shot in the leg. At the time, he was alone in the house. His wife was already in Kolkata. But here at the hospital, at the Kriti Care Hospital, his daughter is with him and his wife is on her way from Kolkata to Mumbai to be with the actor. But, you know, what we're hearing from the authorities is that he is out of danger. And we have Radhika with us. Radhika, when we talk about, going forward in terms of the lessons that can be learned, because this does highlight and bring to light the mishaps that can happen when a weapon of safety can actually cause oneself a lot of harm.
Certainly, this does bring to light, the safety measures that one must follow when using a firearm. In this case, we believe that it was not locked. Was it a malfunctioned gun or a revolver that he was perhaps using? Were there any issues as far as the firearm is concerned, or or was there a problem with the usage in itself? The fact that it fell off and it misfired is a cause of worry, is a cause of concern. So, what exactly led to it? Was there any sort of malfunction associated with the firearm, which is why the police at this point have confiscated this gun to understand, the condition of this firearm. So yes, investigations will happen in order to understand what led to it and whether there were any problems with the gun itself and with the handling of the gun itself. So yes.
Let's get an update on the actor from Kriti Care, where Sujata is right outside. Sujata, take us through the kind of treatment that the actor has received early this morning when he was rushed in to Kriti Care with that gunshot wound.
Well, yes, and we see that after actor Govinda was rushed to the hospital at around 5:30 in the morning, when he informed his manager that he had accidentally shot himself with his own licensed gun, after which now that he was brought here, he was admitted in the ICU, the bullet was taken off, and at present he is kept in the ICU and it will be an observation for 24 hours, after which he'll be able, either he'll be shifted to a ward or being sent back home. But at present here in the hospital, if we see, it is his daughter who's already present. His wife, who was in Kolkata until morning, has now caught a flight and can reach her anytime. And also we see that several political leaders from Shiv Sena as well as Bollywood actors have begun to gather, and however within some time from now we are expecting the Chief Minister himself to come and visit the actor here. And we see that Shiv Sena leader Deepak Sawant too visited the actor, and he did say that he is in a better condition for now. He's speaking and he's also speaking nicely to his people, and also he's assuring them of relief. So at present, a team of doctors is also working on to understand that where did the bullet exactly hit on his left leg below the knee, and whether it needs a further surgery or not for it to get repaired is what the reports are being carried out. But at present here, we see that not only his well-wishers as well as his family members are here, but also a team of Mumbai police have reached here to inquire about the series of incidents that have happened, because the manager of the actor spoke and he said that it was a misfiring that happened where the gun was unlocked, and because he took that up and he went to keep it in the cupboard, that is when it misfired and eventually led below his knee. So that is why the Mumbai police is here to inquire about the gun, and at present the licensed gunfire has been seized, and also encounter specialist Daya Nayak has also reached the spot here to speak to the actor and also to know that why was it that he was carrying the gun, and because because it was his own licensed gunfire alarm, but why was it that it eventually led to it being unlocked and then being shot at his leg. And also the Mumbai police is trying to investigate and question the other staffers and bouncers of the actor, and at the same time we see that several family members of the actor have also begun to call the actor's manager as well as his daughter who's present with him inside the hospital and speak to them about his condition to find out that whether he's in a stable condition or not. But an audio clip that is being released by the actor clearly states that where he's thanking his fans for all the wishes and also thanking his guru and also to the doctors who saved his life because he was brought here on time. The incident that happened around 5:30 in the morning, and after which he was brought here at the Critical Hospital, which is at a distance of 1 kilometer from his residence, the Golden Beach in Juhu. So everything is currently in a stable condition. Govinda has assured his fans. Social media fans have somewhere got a relief, and at present we see that family members and friends and relatives of the actors, they have begun to gather, where his close relative Krishna Abhishek, who is also a comedian, his wife Kashmira Shah is currently present in the hospital. She's meeting him and also giving all sorts of help that is required. Over to you.
Right, Sujata, this feels like a scene out of a Govinda film itself, a comedy of errors, so to speak. And of course, this could have gone any which way. Fortunately, the actor has been saved. So from what we're hearing is that it's his daughter Tina who's inside the hospital with him while his wife is on her way from Kolkata.
Well, yes, and like you rightly mentioned, that it was a bullet, and because it was a misfiring incident that is being claimed as so this could have been actually, gone in any direction and hit him anywhere in his upper body as well. But it was, somewhere the blessings on him, and also the presence of mind. We could say that he tried keeping it in the cupboard while it fell down, and eventually it misfired, and while turning up in an upward direction, it hit him on his knee. So somewhere, of course, a great relief for the family, and also because of a misfiring incident, it could have taken any untoward turn. However, that did not happen, and at present, Govinda being in a stable condition, thanking his fans, and what we gather from our sources inside the hospital, they state that Govinda's daughter Tina is currently with him. She's doing all the hospital formalities, and also she is also in touch and trying to talk to her own father to understand that why was he carrying the gun or even inspecting it, and also to inform the Mumbai police that why was it that the gun was unlocked, and it was just taken towards the cupboard to keep it therein, and while it just fell down. So on one end, it is an accidental angle that the Mumbai police is investigating, and also on the other, they are trying to find out that whether was it unlocked beforehand, or who exactly was in that particular room near the cupboard before Govinda, and where was the gun kept at that it was unlocked. So somewhere to understand the series of the incidents, and also to further update and prepare it in their own report, and also to find out an authoritative statement from the family, which will lead to the Mumbai police investigating and filing a report of their own, because it was a licensed gun. If anything would have untoward would have happened, it would be on the Mumbai police to find out that how could without a proper usage and to know about its entire manual, how could it be licensed, and because of which the Mumbai police as well as the Daya Naik, the encounter specialist, have reached the hospital to question the actor once he's in a better state to talk. But at present, it is his daughter who was also present in the same home. She is speaking to the specialist and informing him of what Govinda has told her. So somewhere the communication is being carried out, and also a team of the Mumbai police are also present at his residence in Juhu, while one here at the hospital. And once Govinda's wife, she comes back, she's going to meet him, and after which she'll be heading towards the home, where her statement too will be recorded. So it is the family members, the staff, the manager of the actor, as well as the other bouncers and bodyguards that he usually walks with, because recently he had joined the Shiv Sena, and that being him, his participation in the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections were also important with Shiv Sena's point of view. So somewhere his involvement, and also at the same time this incident happening, it becomes extremely important for the Mumbai police to investigate all the angles and then come to a conclusion whether it was an accident or a conspiracy, like all the angles say so. Over to you.
Right, it seems to be an accident that's taken place at the residence of the actor with his own licensed gun, which fell to the floor and went off. Of course, why was he checking his gun that early in the morning before taking off to that show in Kolkata is the big question. Sujata, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Thank you for all the details. Now, let's just also switch tracks and get you the very latest from Karnataka, where the Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife, Parvati, has written to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority offering to return the plots of land that are at the heart of the corruption cases against her family. In a statement, she's gone on to say that she was obeying the call of her conscience, and along with returning these plots, I also demand a comprehensive investigation into all allegations related to the scam. And of course, it is the Enforcement Directorate that has filed a money laundering case against the the Chief Minister. And on the heels of that movement is when Parvati has offered to return the 14 plots allotted to her in the Vijayanagar Phase 3 and 4 in lieu of a compensation for the use of 3.16 acre of land. And of course, the BJP there questioning the timing of this.
See, I don't know. I don't know the intricacies or the decisions of ED to register a PMLA case. As far as I know, there was no financial transactions. There is no benefit out of those transactions, either by CM or CM's wife. In both the cases, I don't see any financial transactions. So why or how the ED has entered, I don't know. They have to justify later on.
That the Chief Minister's spouse has offered to surrender the 14 controversial plots. This raises very, very serious doubts and questions, because only a few days before, Mr. Siddaramaiah claimed that he was wronged and he needed 62 crore compensation for returning these plots. And today, you have the Chief Minister's wife saying she'll unconditionally return these plots. So something is definitely not adding up here. And it raises more questions than answer questions. So rather than writing letters to surrender and return plots, it's time the Chief Minister submits his resignation letter at once.
And Pratibha joining us. Of course, Pratibha, the heat as far as the Muda scam is concerned seems to be, getting only stronger in terms of the resignation demand of the Chief Minister. And of course, questions being raised as to why is she offering to return those 14 plots if the Chief Minister hasn't done anything wrong.
Like you said, the initial statement of yours, yes, the BJP has been stating that it's just a matter of time that he would resign, and it could be now or sooner than now. And these are the statements that we are picking up from the BJP stable, along with questioning the timing of the wife's decision here. In the meantime, the Congress has been suggesting that they would be discussing with the legal experts, like Mr. Parmeshwara pointed out, yes, why is there a financial transaction? Why is there a money laundering case here when there is no financial transaction, is also something that the Congress camp has been harping on. And the Congress leaders have been huddled in different kinds of meetings. The Chief Minister huddled in a meeting with the legal experts to try and see how he can fight this ED case, as well as the Lokayukta FIR there, and all of them trying to see if they can get an injunction order to thwart the ED from investigating this case. In the meantime, a new interesting twist is definitely this letter that you've already spoken about, the contents of it, the timing of it being questioned once again. But then the justification provided by Siddaramaiah's wife is that as soon as the Muda allegations surfaced, she wanted to return those 14 plots. But many of the well-wishers said that they would be trying to fight this politically and legally, mainly because this has stemmed from political conspiracy and that one needs to definitely fight it. Siddaramaiah, in the meantime, has also said that he was absolutely unaware of the decision taken by his wife, but then he has apologized to her for the kind of hurt that this entire conspiracy has caused. And then he has also asked several people to stay away from the politicians' family members here. Now, is this a victim card that is being played by the Congress camp? Is also something that we are picking up from the opposition's camp. Yes, a definite political flashpoint with this. We'll have to wait to see what kind of action would be taken by the investigating agencies, especially after this new twist.
Right, Pratibha, all eyes are on the next move of the Chief Minister. Will he be offering his resignation next is the big question. We will keep tracking all the developments. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com। क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
I've been reporting on all.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest. And the Delhi police have detained climate activist Sonam Wangchuk and his supporters at the Singhu border. Now, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has criticised this move as far as the government is concerned, saying that the Delhi's police detention of climate activists and his supporters at the border as unacceptable. That is how Rahul Gandhi is describing, saying that the detention of Sonam Wangchuk and hundreds of Ladakhis who were peacefully marching for environmental and constitutional rights is completely unacceptable. He attributed the responsibility for the detention to the Prime Minister. So he has been detained as far as border to Delhi is concerned from late last night, and he took to social media. The activist said that he and other volunteers embarked on a foot march from Leh to Delhi in order to urge the centre to resume dialogue with Ladakh's leadership regarding their demands. One of their key demands is for Ladakh to be included in the 6th schedule of the constitution, which would grant law-making powers to the local population and also in order to protect their land and cultural identity. So they have been saying, in fact, he's gone on to say that they are only demanding something that was promised by the government 5 years ago.
ले से वो लोग चले थे तकरीबन 700 किलोमीटर से ऊपर वो लोग चल के गवर्नमेंट का जो ध्यान है वो इस इश्यूज के ऊपर केंद्र करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और गवर्नमेंट से ये डिमांड कर रहे थे कि जो बातचीत का जो सिलसिला पिछले साल हाई पावर कमेटी के जरिए जो बातचीत का एक सिलसिला चल रहा था उसको फिर रिस्टोर करने का ये उनका डिमांड था और जो 4 पॉइंट एजेंडा है उसमें बातचीत करें। लेकिन बदकिस्मती की बात यह है कि जब ये लोग सिंघू बॉर्डर पर पहुंचे इनको अलग अलग ग्रुप में तकसीम करके इनको डिटेंशन किया गया। कल रात तकरीबन 3-4 बजे तक हम लोग जो है अलग अलग थानों में उनको ढूंढ रहे थे और उनसे मिलकर उनका हालचाल हम लोग पूछ रहे। उनको यहाँ पे आगे जाने नहीं दिया, डिटेंशन किया गया और अभी तक गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं है।
80 साल का एक बुजुर्ग अपने लद्दाख जैसे क्षेत्र की, जो पाकिस्तान से जुड़ा हुआ क्षेत्र है, सेंसिटिव क्षेत्र है, वहाँ के लिए कुछ मांगने अगर अपने देश की राजधानी में आ रहा है और महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पे आ रहा है, जिन्होंने पूरा जीवन अंग्रेज़ों के खिलाफ अहिंसा और विरोध में काट दी, ऐसे में केंद्र सरकार का दिल्ली में कर्फ्यू लगा देना, ये कह देना कि अब आने वाले 6 दिनों के अंदर 5 से ज़्यादा लोग इकट्ठे नहीं हो सकते, क्या बकवास है।
Right. We have, in fact, my colleague Tanushka joining us to get us more on this. Tanushka, Rahul Gandhi there and Arvind Kejriwal reacting, and also pinning this on the Prime Minister. We did hear Sonam Wangchuk say that he, the people walking with him, there are at least 75 more people walking with him, and many of them are elderly men and women way into their 80s.
Right, exactly, Divya. I am currently outside Narela police station, wherein what we're understanding from the officials here is that the member of parliament in the Lok Sabha, Mohammad Hanifa, has also been now detained by the police here exactly at Narela police station. They're also not allowing, anyone to go inside or visit at this point among all the other supporters who have also been detained. But this is the latest, that the member of parliament, Mohammad Hanifa, has also been detained allegedly, and Sonam Wangchuk is detained at the Bhavana police station. What we also know, of course, is that political reactions are coming in with respect to the detaining of this climate activist along with his 150 supporters. And like you also rightly mentioned, there were a lot of elderly people as well in this, amongst the supporters, people who, women and men in their 80s as well, a dozen of army veterans as well. So a lot of people have been detained, and what we also know is that people at this point, so as you can see, the police is trying to, not let us record anything out here at this point, because not just the member of parliament but other supporters have also been detained. As you can see right here, this is Mohammad Hanifa, who's being taken out of the police station, and he's being taken by the Narela police station, police here as well. He's just left the police station. We don't know yet where they are off to, but these are the scenes right now from Narela and Bhavana with respect to, the climate activist claiming that he is peacefully marching along with his supporters to Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. And of course, there's a lot of not just Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, but also Pawan Khera and Mallikarjun Kharge. A lot of opposition leaders have come out in support of Sonam Wangchuk and raised questions directly at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party at large, that how is it that for the first time, the national capital, a place known for protest and known for, causes and issues as well, people are not being allowed to enter in. These are environmental and constitutional issues that Sonam Wangchuk is raising with respect to statehood, the demand for statehood for Ladakh, and also for the 6th Schedule Amendment as well. So how is it that unarmed peaceful protesters are not being allowed to enter the national capital and raise their issues, their concerns? These are the questions that opposition leaders are raising at this point.
Right, Tanushka, of course, Mr. Wangchuk heard saying that this is a mission to remind the government to fulfill the promises that were made 5 years ago. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for joining us. And breaking news coming in at the moment at the Chanakya Defence Dialogue. The Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has gone on to say, as far as China is concerned, that China is a place that India and China will have to compete, cooperate, coexist, confront and contest. So in regard to the situation on the ground at the moment, he has gone on to say that it's stable, but it's not normal and it continues to remain sensitive. But, his wish is that he wants to bring the situation back to what it was pre-Galwan, before April of 2020. Let's listen in.
As far as China is concerned, it has been intriguing our mind for quite some time. And I keep saying with China, you have to compete, you have to cooperate, you have to coexist, you have to confront and contest. So what's the situation today as we are looking at? The positive signaling is coming from the diplomatic side. But what we have to understand, the diplomatic side gives you the options and possibilities. But when it comes to the execution on ground, when it relates to the ground per se, it is dependent on the military commanders on both the sides to take those decisions. So what's the situation today? It's stable, but it's not normal and it's sensitive. So if that be the case, what are we wanting? We are wanting that the situation, what was there pre-April 2020, that should be restored back. Whether in terms of the ground occupation situation or the buffer zones which have been created or patrolling which have been kind of planned as of now. So till the time that situation is not restored, as far as we are concerned, situation will remain sensitive and we are fully operationally prepared to face any kind of a contingency which will come through. And in complete gamut FSC, the trust has become the biggest casualty.
So do you see progress? Because that is the word that is being, used a lot, that there is progress. Do you see a possible deal on, say, on Demchok or some other place?
So what we're talking about from April 20th, we see that over a period of time, both sides have been sitting together, diplomatic parleys have been taking place. We have had approximately 17 SHMCL or the Corps Commanders Level Conference. We had 21 WMCC conferences which have taken place. And we have come a long way. In the sense, whatever were the low-hanging fruit, those have already been resolved. Now, when it comes to the difficult situations where we have a different perception from both the sides, it means that both sides need to have in any negotiation win-win situation. So some kind of indication have been given from both the diplomatic side. Now the military side will sit together and see how this can be translated on ground. And when it comes, what is on the table? Everything which is we can think of, it's on the table along the northern front, and it also includes Depsang and Demchok.
Right, trust has become the biggest casualty is what was said by the Chief of Army Staff. And with that, let's just switch tracks to other news coming in. And this is in regard to elections that are underway, the final phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, where 40 constituencies are facing, as far as those 40 seats in Jammu and Kashmir are concerned, the largest turnout, in fact, in the three-phased election that's taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. So far, we know 11.9% voter turnout was still about 9 o'clock in the morning, which improved by 11 o'clock this morning. 24 seats are located in Jammu, while 16 seats are located in Kashmir, with voting taking place for the third and final phase. 39.18 lakh voters will decide the political fate of 415 candidates in 40 constituencies spread from the plains of Jammu to the mountains of Kashmir. And we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through, what are the issues, the major issues that people are basing their votes on this morning?
Well, since morning there has been brisk polling across 40 assembly constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir, which are across 7 districts, 4 districts in Jammu, 3 in North Kashmir. 24 seats are going to polls in the Jammu region and 16 seats in the North Kashmir. And it is a very, very crucial phase for the political parties, more so for the BJP in Jammu region, because this has been the core constituency of BJP. Will they be able to repeat their performance in the recent parliament elections or the 2014 assembly election when they had won 25 seats? But one of the important highlights of this today's polling is the right to vote for several people in Jammu, whether it is Valmiki communities or just 6,000 voters or refugees from West Pakistan. And I'm here in Arispora border, where people who had come from West Pakistan, they celebrated. There was a band and baja here. We'll show those pictures later. Visuals later. But these people were led by all these decades by Lobaram Gandhi, who was running this campaign for the right equal citizens. लबाराम जी, पहली बार आप वोट डाल रहे हैं असेंबली इलेक्शन में?
बिल्कुल, 75 सालों के बाद पहली मर्तबा हमें वोटिंग राइट्स मिला है। इससे पहले हमारे पास सिर्फ एक ही वोट था, वो था पार्लियामेंट का।
असेंबली में पहली बार?
असेंबली में पहली बार। अभी इसके बाद पंच सरपंच की इलेक्शन आएगी, वो भी पहली बार मौका मिलेगा।
जी 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 जी।
यानी कि डेमोक्रेसी का अगर सही मायना देखा जाए तो हमें आज़ादी जो है आज ही मिल रही है।
अभी हमने देखा यहाँ बड़ा डोल बैंड बाजा चल रहा था, तो आप भी नाच रहे थे, जो विजुअल्स हम दर्शकों को थोड़ी देर में दिखाएंगे। तो ये बताएं कि वोटिंग के बाद काउंटिंग पे दिन जो जीतता है जश्न होता है, लेकिन आपका जश्न वोटिंग ही है।
बिल्कुल, हमें वोटिंग राइट ही अभी मिला है। पहली मर्तबा हम वोट डालने जा रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ी खुशी हमारे लिए क्या होगी। हमारे जो नौजवान हैं जिन्होंने अभी लॉन्ग रन जहां जम्मू में रहना है, उनके लिए खुशी का और क्या ठिकाना हो सकता है।
लेकिन एक दूसरी साइड जो है ये कहते हैं, ये मुखालफत कर रहे हैं धारा 370 के हटाने की, 35 के हटाने की। देखिए, कहा कि 1-1.5 लाख लोगों का आपने ख्याल तो रखा, लेकिन पूरी पॉपुलेशन है तो बाहर से लोग आ जाएंगे।
देखिए, धारा 370 और 35 की अगर बात करें तो वो तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लिखा है, इज द टेम्परेरी प्रोविजन।
ओके,
ठीक है। तो लेकिन उस टेम्परेरी प्रोविज़न की वजह से जितने भी वेस्ट पाकिस्तानी रिफ्यूजी थे, हिंदू रिफ्यूजी थे जहाँ पे, उन सबको वो सज़ा भुगतनी पड़ी। तो अगर आज धारा 370 अगर ख़त्म हुई है तो मेरा कहने का यही मतलब है कि बहुत अच्छा हुआ है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए। लेकिन जहाँ के कुछ लोगों को अगर प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है तो मैंने पहले भी टीवी में काफ़ी बार बोला कि जहाँ 371 जो है वो उसको लगा दो। हमारा पड़ोसी हमारी स्टेट है हिमाचल, वहाँ भी 371 लगी है, अरुणाचल में लगी है, बहुत सी स्टेटें ऐसी है जहाँ में धारा 371 जो है वो आज भी आइन पे है। तो अगर वो जम्मू कश्मीर में लग जाए तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं, क्योंकि हम जम्मू कश्मीर के नागरिक बन चुके हैं, जम्मू के वोटर बन चुके हैं, और चंद दिनों के बाद हम मालिकाना राइट्स जो है ज़मीनों का वो भी हमें मिलेगा।
लेकिन अब आप कहते हैं और कोई ना आ जाए और 371 हो।
बिल्कुल, हम तो पिछले 75 सालों से जहाँ बैठे हैं ड्यूरिंग जब हिंदुस्तान के 2 टुकड़े हुए, लेकिन जो आदमी कल आएगा तो वो यहाँ का मालिक कैसे बनेगा?
आप भी 371 मांग रहे हैं?
हाँ जी
आप भी? What a interesting thing. The people who have got right as equal citizens here, right to vote in the assembly, right to get a government job or the scholarship or the land ownership or land, now they are also saying there should be 371 for the Jammu and Kashmir state, so that outsiders are not allowed to, settle here. But they have been benefited because the abrogation of Article 35A and 370 in 2019, since this is the first assembly election after a gap of 10 years, these people for the first time are exercising their right to vote in assembly elections. Having said that, Article 370 has been a contentious issue. Aborigines Jammu and Kashmir have been saying it's a grave injustice to them and it was their identity. But people like these West Pakistan refugees are saying it was discriminatory law. So it's all the way, which side of the fence you are. You would talk about 370. Some are saying you can't throw the baby out with the bath water. So now talking about the elections, as I said, it is a brisk polling and it is going to decide the fate of 415 candidates in this phase. And there are some high-profile candidates like Sajjad Lone, who is contesting from 2 seats in Kupara, Nasir Aslamani, NC is provincial president. You have Tara Chand of the Congress, or the Davinder Singh Rana of BJP. Several people whose fate would be decided by the people in Jammu and Kashmir today. But for the West Pakistan refugees, it was a day of celebration as they got the right to vote for the first time.
Right, thank you so much, Nasir, for getting us, the mood of the voters this morning. And of course, we will keep tracking that story with a voter turnout of about 28.1% till 11 o'clock this morning. Well, now with switching tracks as we gear up for the launch of the 11th season of the NDTV Detain Banega Swasth India campaign, it's the Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav who spoke exclusively to NDTV about the need to shift from mindless consumption to mindful use of our Earth's resources to ensure a better future for generations. Listen in.
As we are ready to launch season 11 of the Banega Swasth India campaign, we have a very special guest with us. हमारे साथ हैं Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav. Sir, प्रधानमंत्री का इनिशिएटिव है मिशन लाइफ.
ये आज के समय की आवश्यकता है. जिस धरती पर हम रह रहे हैं, ये धरती हमें अपने उत्तराधिकारियों को देने के लिए मिली है, और इसलिए धरती के संसाधनों का उपयोग कैसे हो. हमारे को माइंडलेस कंजम्पशन की जगह माइंडफुल यूटिलाइजेशन की ओर जाना होगा. और इसके लिए आजकल हमारी मिनिस्ट्री मिशन लाइफ के लिए आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ कैंपेन चला रही है, जिसको आप आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ हैशटैग पे भी देख सकते हैं. और हमारे जुड़े हुए जो विषय हैं, वाटर को लेकर के, एनर्जी को लेकर, ई वेस्ट को लेकर, डिजिटल वेस्ट को लेकर, हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल को लेकर, फूड को लेकर, हम किस प्रकार के अच्छे इनिशिएटिव बना सकते हैं जो हमारे धरती को भी अच्छा रखे और दुनिया को भी अच्छा रखे. दूसरा, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा इनिशिएटिव चलाया गया है कि हमारा ग्रेटिट्यूड अपनी माँ के प्रति भी है, धरती माँ के प्रति भी है. और इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहूँगा कि सब अपने जीवन में कितनी ही बड़ी संपत्ति अर्जित करें, लेकिन एक पेड़ माँ के नाम पे जरूर लगाएं.
सर, आपने इतने अच्छे इनिशिएटिव्स कर रहे हैं और आपने इतनी अच्छी तरह हमें समझाया, जनता को समझाया. सर, एक सवाल क्लाइमेट चेंज पे एज एन एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्टर ये आपसे पूछना पड़ेगा. सर, हम जी रहे हैं, चाहे वो बाढ़ हो, बारिश हो, गर्मी हो, वी आर विटनेसिंग इट. सर, क्लाइमेट एक्शन के तौर पे मिटिगेट करने के लिए क्या स्टेप्स हमें लेने चाहिए?
सबसे पहले तो हमें एनवायरनमेंट के प्रति जागरूक होना होगा, अपने पर्सनल कंजम्पशन पे ध्यान देना होगा, और दुनिया में पॉजिटिव चीज़ क्या कर सकें, हम कैसे इसमें आगे बढ़ सकें और किस प्रकार से हमें बायोडायवर्सिटी को सेव करने के लिए, अपनी नदियों को अच्छा रखने के लिए, अपनी झीलों को स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए, अपने शहरों को भी अच्छा बनाने के लिए और जो चीज़ें हमने धरती से ली है उसको रीसाइकिल करके हम दुनिया को कैसे अच्छे बनाएं वो काम करना होगा।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its
Agitating junior doctors in West Bengal resumed their protest. Doctors say assurances given by the government were only on paper. Bengal Chief Secretary has informed that it's work in progress. Actor Govinda accidentally shot in the leg by his own revolver this morning. Misfire happened after the gun fell on the floor. Army chief calls ties with China sensitive. Karnataka Chief Minister's wife offers to return 14 plots linked to Muda scam allegations. BJP has questioned the timing of the decision. Voting underway in Jammu Kashmir for third and last phase of assembly elections to pick representatives for 40 seats, 24 in Jammu division and rest in Kashmir. Focus is on North Kashmir. And climate activist Sonam Wangchuk detained by Delhi police. Opposition leaders Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Arvind Kejriwal have slammed the central government. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in connection with the Muda land case. We're learning the Karnataka Lokayukta has visited the plots which are at the center of this scam. Well, Lokayukta chief officer is leading the prom team, we're learning, and Lokayukta officers are inspecting the plot site at the moment. Well, we have my colleague Pratibha joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Pratibha, what more details? All right, Pratibha will be joining us in just a bit. We'll try and get more details into this. Meanwhile, what we are learning is that the Lokayukta investigation officers have visited the 3.16-acre land in Mysuru, which is at the heart of the controversy. And this investigation is being led by the Lokayukta chief officer, TJ Udesh. The officers have inspected the land. Remember, before this also, there was a big development that took place when the Karnataka Chief Minister's wife also had offered to return the plots that were given to her in lieu of the 3.16-acre land that she had to give up a few years back in 2021 when after this controversy has erupted. Now we are learning now at this point in time the investigation is taking place and the Lokayukta investigation officers have inspected this very site which is at the heart of the controversy, the 3.16-acre land in Mysuru, over which a huge controversy has erupted now. This was visited by the Lokayukta officers. However, we'll try and get more details as to what progress has taken place in terms of the investigation that is happening in connection with the Muda land case. Well, there is a lot of pressure, of course, that's mounting on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The BJP is asking for his resignation. However, the Karnataka Congress has clearly said that the Chief Minister is not going to resign and he is going to fight back. Meanwhile, the investigation has already started and the Lokayukta investigation officers had visited the land site today. These are latest visuals that have come in at this point in time. All right, my colleague Pratibha is joining us on the broadcast. Pratibha, what more details do we have?
Well, what we know is that after the FIR that has been registered, all eyes have been on the kind of investigation that will take place by the Lokayukta officials. And what we hear is that the Lokayukta officers have gone to the exact spot where the entire allegations first began, and which is the 3.16 acres of land that originally belonged to a different family and then bought over by Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law, later gifted to Siddaramaiah's wife, and that is the exact land which was taken over by Muda for development and was later compensated with a different set of plots, 14 plots that we are talking of, but it was of higher value, and it was also in prime land in Mysuru's Vijayanagara area, which has become the point of contention as far as the BJP leaders are concerned. And that is entirely where the entire scam began, and this has put Siddaramaiah as well as his family in the dock. Today we are talking of the investigation that has proceeded with the FIR of the Lokayukta, also the ED registering a case, and then a new twist is Siddaramaiah's wife writing a letter to Muda stating that she would be returning those 14 plots of land. And Siddaramaiah himself has taken to social media talking about how this has hurt his wife as far as the political conspiracy is concerned, and has also apologized to his family members with this. Now, what will happen with the return of this land? How will this affect the investigation is also something that needs to be closely watched, because we are talking of Siddaramaiah facing different calls for his resignation. And here we are at one of the events that is going to be attended by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. All eyes are on the reaction that we would pick up from the Congress camp, because he has been huddled in meetings after meetings with legal experts trying to see how he can thwart this investigation as far as the ED is concerned, and how he can fight the entire Muda case as well. Will he be heading to the Karnataka High Court's division bench, or will he be heading to the Supreme Court, or will he cooperate with this investigation at all? There are three different different angles to the story, and it is only a matter of time when we will know the answers to each of them.
Okay, also help us understand here, Pratibha, you know, you've been tracking this story since some time now, and there are, of course, a lot of big developments that are taking place. On a daily basis, we are looking at a new twist in the story, of course. Well, Siddaramaya's wife, of course, has now requested that the plots, the land which is at the heart of the controversy here, the 14 plots, that she is willing to return them. But okay, the FIR was registered by Mysuru-based Lokayukta police on September 27, after which the Lokayukta officers today visited the Muda land. And the ED also filed a case against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah yesterday. So, is it part of the same investigation that is taking place? Or are these parallel investigations that are going to take place, one by the ED and one by the Lokayukta?
Well, as far as the two investigations go, one is dealing with the Muda scam entirely, and that is the FIR registered at the Lokayukta. The other is a money laundering case that has been filed by the same complainant, Snehamai Krishna, but it is in relation to the Muda scam. And when you talk of the money laundering, then it comes under the PMLA Act, and that is exactly what has been taken into consideration as far as the ED case is concerned. But with this money laundering, what we hear as reactions from the Congress camp is that there has been no financial transaction, and how can that amount to a money laundering case has been a question that has been raised by several Congress leaders here. But with respect to Snehamai Krishna, who is the main complainant with the Lokayukta as well as the ED, he has been suggesting that many of the forged documents have resulted in financial transactions as well, and that has benefited Siddaramaiah as well as his family members. That has been the gist of the complaint that we have received. But we have to wait to see how the ED would issue summons as well as investigate into Siddaramaiah's case as well as the money laundering case, look at the financial transactions as well as look at the assets as well as the plot of land. Now that is a parallel investigation that is yet to commence, but as far as the Lokayukta goes, yes, the investigation is already commenced with respect to the inspection of the land.
In connection with the matter here, as the probe is going on, and the ED, of course, is looking into the money laundering angle at this point in time. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we continue to track. We are shifting our focus now to some more news at this point in time. This is from West Bengal. Junior doctors in West Bengal who've been demanding better security at state hospitals after the rape and murder of a colleague at medical college in Kolkata back on strike. Suspension of work began at 10 this morning as the doctors alleged that there was no positive approach from the government to fulfill their demands for safety at work. The doctors have said that assurances given by the West Bengal government have been only on paper. The West Bengal government failed to end the environment of fear for them, and they had informed the Bengal Chief Secretary of these issues. Meanwhile, the Bengal Chief Secretary has informed that the doctors are aware that the Chief Minister held a review with the health department officials, principals and MSPPs of the districts, and work has begun at all places. The Bengal Chief Secretary has also said that the work is going on in different stages and some more time will be required, and we shouldn't be impatient so soon. Well, the government said that it has reached out to the protesting doctors, and certain works related to construction of toilets, installation of CCTVs will need time. The doctors, remember, had rejoined duties from September 21st amid a flood situation in the state. They had ended their 42-day cease work in protest over the rape and murder incident at the RG Medical College. But the cease work follows another incident of attack on a medic with the doctors at the state-run Sagor Datta Medical College, claiming that they were beaten up by the relatives of a patient who had died during the treatment. All right, we have reactions also coming in. Listen in.
আমাদের সুরক্ষা ও রোগী পরিষেবা নিয়ে পরিকাঠামোগত রদবদলের যাবতীয় সিদ্ধান্তগুলিকে কার্যকর করার, কিন্তু তার 12 দিন পেরিয়ে গেলেও দৃশ্যমান কোনো পরিবর্তন আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। এমনকি সাগর দত্তের ঘটনা সম্পর্কে তিনি সুপ্রিম কোর্টে দাঁড়িয়েও মিথ্যাচার করে গেছেন। সমস্ত ঘটনার দায়ভার চাপিয়েছেন জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের উপরে। এর আগেই আমরা স্বাস্থ্যক্ষেত্রে পাহাড় প্রমাণ দুর্নীতি ও ভয়ে রাজনীতির দায় নিয়ে নারায়ণ স্বরূপ নিগমের অপসারণের দাবি তুলেছিলাম। আমরা এও মনে করি স্বাস্থ্য দপ্তরের অপদার্থতা তা সক্রিয় মদত ছাড়া এই প্রবল দুর্নীতি অসম্ভব।
I am confident. I have interacted with them, and I am sure they will respond to this, and they will serve the society for which they have done this training. They are the doctors. We all respect their profession, and I think every citizen, everyone respects that profession, and we expect that same response from them. But point is, we are working, and we will work together with the health department, health officials, with the district officials who are working in different hospitals, medical colleges. Everybody is working together. It's a collaborative effort, and I'm sure, the results will be visible. So we should not be impatient about it.
Junior doctors at RGCor Medical College and Hospital have once again resumed their cease work protest. This comes after the Supreme Court hearing yesterday, and the junior doctors say that their demands for security measures have not been put in place completely. This is, of course, the RGCor Medical College and Hospital where that horrific incident on the 9th of August led to junior doctors going on strike, not just here in Bengal but also in several places across the country. The doctors have returned to strike, and in Bengal the strike lasted for much longer, but they returned to work after the flood situation worsened in the state. But now they've resumed their protest, cease work protest, saying that the security measures that were promised have not yet been put in place. Now the state government has already informed the Supreme Court that these measures are a work in progress. They are, of course, putting together deploying of more security personnel, CCTV cameras, and also building new washrooms, restrooms. Now, the state government's reply that all this work will be completed by the 15th of October came in response to a question from the Chief Justice of India, where he asked the state government why the work was so tardy. And in that response, the state government said that, it's taking time because there's a flood situation across the state as well, and the state administration is grappling with that, providing flood relief and managing the flood situation. And in the meantime, the doctors also say that their demands have not been made. They've made some fresh demands like a referral system, a bed management system, etc. They also want elections to be held in several bodies that look after welfare of those involved in the healthcare system. So obviously these are things that are fresh demands that have come forth now, and some of the demands are old demands, but the doctors have resumed their cease work protest at the RGCor Medical College and Hospital, and this of course comes in the backdrop of the incident at the Shagodatta Medical College and Hospital, where junior doctors were once again abused and manhandled. The allegation was that there, of course, what had happened was that a patient had died allegedly due to a delay in treatment, and that is of course something that the junior doctors say that their security is still in question, and therefore they are continuing their cease work protest, and they've gone on that cease work protest once again here at RGCor Medical College and Hospital. They've announced that decision. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi at the RGCor Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
All right, big development has taken place. Now the doctors have gone back on strike, saying that empty and hollow promises were made by the West Bengal government, and the assurances that were given to them were only on paper. Ms. Shatarupa, spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us on the broadcast. TMC spokesperson Dr. Kaushik Biswas also joins us. Dr. Biswas, how would you respond to the charge and the claim by the doctors who've now gone back to the strike, saying that the West Bengal government made empty promises to them?
First of all, I would like to say that the 10-point charter of demands that the junior doctors have put in, the point number 1, that is speedy justice for the Avaya, is the same for everyone on the earth. Number 2, our state government has done many things as rectifying measures in last 1.5 months, like allocating 100 crores of funds, and the detailing that how much has been done where has been put forward to Honorable Supreme Court yesterday. Even after that, when you know that quite a few districts of West Bengal state is now under the flood, this is a very unfortunate decision on the part of the junior doctors to go on a complete cease work statewide. We completely understand that the safety and the security of the junior doctors are of paramount importance, and trust me, the government of West Bengal in each and every medical college has put up a committee which is looking into the effects of putting on CCTVs, all other measures, everything that is taking place. Now the point is this, of all the 10 demands they have made, most of the demands are now worked upon. in this situation, we think and we urge to the junior doctors to get back to work as early as possible, thinking about the crores and crores of poor and the middle class people of West Bengal who look upon them for our service in the medical colleges.
You're saying that you had informed the Supreme Court, of course, yesterday about the work that is being carried out in connection with this, of course. But the court clearly said that it was unhappy over the tardy progress that has been made in installing the CCTVs and the rest of the work that is required to be done, and has asked you to complete it by October 15th.
Yes, exactly. So that we completely have seen the observation of the Supreme Court, and if you have seen what the state government lawyer had said, they have asked for a timeline till 15th October, by which time we should be able to do that.
Okay, let me take a response from the BJP on that. Let me take a response from the BJP on that. I'll come back to you. What does Ms. Shatarupa have to say on that?
You see, most importantly, the doctors are not feeling secure. In fact, since you're talking about the Supreme Court's hearing, yesterday the lawyer who was representing the junior doctors have said exactly this, that number one, the threat culture still prevails. The people who were the chief offenders in Arjikor are still moving around. They have not been suspended. They have not been asked to go on leave. Departmental inquiry has not been initiated. As far as what the Chief Justice of India has very categorically said, like you very correctly said, the tardy progress. There have been some 26% CCTVs which have been installed. Now here you have a health minister who's the same woman for the last 13 years. And she did not do anything beyond painting the hospital walls and the gate blue and white.
The TMC spokesperson here has informed us that that the money, the funds have been allocated already.
Now that's a big joke, because the money, I don't know what has been allocated where, because whatever the money gets allocated is only for the clubs and the local goons, to the sponsoring the local goons. So there's absolutely nothing happening. Another extremely funny thing is when they are blaming the floods. The floods are happening in very specific districts. CCTVs are not manufactured there. CCTVs are the contractors are all in Kolkata, and nothing has been done in any of the hospitals. What has happened the other day at the Shagardatta Hospital? It has again shaken the junior doctors. They're scared, and they're very rightly so.
Okay, ma'am. I won't have much time. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Ms. Shatarupa and Dr. Kaushik Biswas, for putting forth your views and the information that we have at this point in time, that the doctors have gone back to their strike and are in no mood to relent at this point in time. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, some breaking news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning in connection with the bulldozer action case in the Supreme Court. The top court has said that there will be no protection for encroachers, but they can't see women, elderly and children on road. Well, the Supreme Court has made some important observations also, saying that the law should not depend on a religion. We are a secular country. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, Sunil, important observations, strong observations being made by the court today.
That's right. As we speak, the arguments continue. The Supreme Court seems more or less inclined towards having a judicial oversight over demolition for certain cases. Justice Vishwanath has made it clear that both women and children cannot be on the streets when their houses are demolished. They must be given time. So it's in this backdrop that the arguments continue in the Supreme Court. They're trying to hear all sides on this very important aspect. And it's in that context that the Supreme Court, the Solicitor General, was not taking an adversarial view on behalf of the government, but giving certain suggestions, certain points. And the Supreme Court bench seems happy with the fact that even they would like some kind of judicial oversight over this bulldozer judgment. As you know, the advocate, senior advocate, Mr. Hegde, just now pointed out that when in Jangapuri there was this bulldozer justice after the tensions that had taken place, it was announced that there would be reprisal demolitions, and then the media rose on those bulldozers to cover it. And in fact, this was more for political gains. This was not so much for doing demolition for unauthorized construction, but more for political gain and media and TRP.
Okay. All right. Some, more information that's coming out of the court at this point in time. We're learning the court has also said that somebody being an accused or convict has no ground to demolish his home. All right. The hearing is taking place in the court here. We'll be getting more on that. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments. Some more news that we're tracking now. Bollywood actor Govinda was hospitalized this morning after he suffered a bullet injury on his leg. As per the Mumbai police, the actor is now out of danger and his manager has informed that he's doing fine. The injury was caused at the actor's Juhu home at around 4:45 a.m. today due to a misfire from his own licensed revolver. Well, the 60-year-old actor was alone at home at the time of the incident. Govinda was keeping the revolver in a cupboard, we're learning, when it fell to the floor and went off. Well, the bullet hit him below his knee. Govinda was also getting ready to leave for Kolkata when the incident had occurred. As per Govinda's wife, Sunita Ahuja, who was in Kolkata at the time and now has left for Mumbai. The bullet now has been removed and Govinda is out of danger now.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम। नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
Well, that was actor Govinda's audio from the hospital informing that he is all right now and is being operated upon. Well, what we are learning now is that Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also has dialed actor Govinda. He has wished Govinda speedy recovery. That's the latest bit of information that's coming out at this point in time. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also spoken to Govinda and also wished him speedy recovery. Those are latest visuals of visitors going to the City Care Hospital where actor Govinda is admitted at this point in time.
आप सभी लोगों के पूरे देश विदेश, पूरी दुनिया का जितने फैंस हैं, उन लोगों का आशीर्वाद गोविंदा जी के साथ है। और तभी इतनी बड़ी जो घटना घटी है, उससे जान भी जा सकती थी, लेकिन पैरों में गोली लगी, वो भी बहुत ख़राब गंभीर लगी है, लेकिन वो स्वस्थ है। डॉक्टर ने बोला ही इज़ फाइन, ही वॉज लाफिंग, अच्छे से मिले, स्माइल किया और मुझे ये कहा कि बजरंग बली की बड़ी कृपा है विनय, ये गोली कहीं और भी लग सकती थी, कुछ भी हो सकता था, तो बजरंग बली ने बचाया है।
गोविंदा जी हमारे बहुत ही प्यारे एक्टर है, हमारे प्यारे नेता है, उनकी तबीयत बहुत अच्छी है और ही इज़ आउट ऑफ डेंजर। कोई भी चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। उनके फैंस को भी मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि कोई भी चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं, ही इज़ ऑल राइट।
और सर, हम देख रहे हैं कि गोविंदा जी ने हालांकि एक ऑडियो क्लिप तो रिलीज़ ज़रूर की है, क्या उन्होंने आपसे बात की और आपको बताया कि क्या?
मैं आईसीयू में जाके उनको मिल के उन्होंने बात की और हंस के बात की।
All right, my colleague Anuj is joining us from outside actor Govinda's home. Abira will also be joining us. She is outside the hospital where Govinda is admitted. Let me go across to Anuj first. Anuj, what kind of movement is being seen there? We do understand Govinda is in the hospital, he is recovering, but are arrangements being made to bring him back soon?
Yes, I'm present here at Ruhiya Park residence of Bollywood actor Govinda, and just to show the kind of movement that is taking place here, it's quite normal. To be very frank, you see that there is a police van here, and then the security here, which was at a high alert in the morning, is also eased up a little. I'd just like to zoom in to show the residence of Bollywood actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda. The white vehicle you see on the right of the screen. And the house corresponding to it is the place where Govinda stays, and this is one of the more posh areas of Juhu region where most of the actors reside, and this is where the incident took place at around 4:45 a.m. today morning, when before leaving for Kolkata he was cleaning his gun, is what we know as of now, and then this misfiring incident happened. It was a licensed revolver which resulted in an accidental, which either fell or it got shot. Something that will become clear once we get an official statement from the hospital and more importantly from the police. But this is the update as of now from here. The police security is present here. The police van is present here, as you can see behind me. But besides that, there is a sense of ease because they believe that Govinda will be out either in 24 to 48 hours, considering that the injury which is under his knee is not very serious and is expected to be fine very soon.
Okay. We do hope he gets well soon and comes back home. He is one of the most loved actors in the Bollywood. We all have grown up watching his films, and we've all enjoyed his films. All right, Abira, my colleague, also with us. She is outside the hospital where Govinda is admitted. Abira, any more information that's coming out about actor Govinda's health? Of course, in his audio, he said he's all right. What is happening now? There has been a rush of visitors also, we do understand.
Yes, a lot of people have been coming here. His nephew Vinay Anand had already visited, and right now we spoke to Kirti Kumar, his elder brother, who confirmed that while he was cleaning the revolver, he said the revolver fell on his thumb and it accidentally shot his leg. So that he confirmed that, and he also confirmed that this happened at 4:45 in the morning before him leaving, taking a 6 o'clock flight for Kolkata. His wife is in Kolkata, and we are still waiting for his wife to come. We are guessing Krishna Abhishek, that is the famous comedian, and also his nephew is not in Mumbai right now. So his wife Kashmira Shah came to visit. While she didn't speak to the media, she was here to visit Govinda. That's what is happening here, and as you can see, there are a lot of police here, and the media is waiting for more updates from the police on this case. There is also Kirti Kumar said that there is investigation going on, and we will all cooperate with the police.
Okay, so the bullet has been removed already now, and he's been operated upon, and Govinda is out of danger. That is the latest information that we have, Abira? He's out of danger? There is no more danger to his life?
Yes, that is the latest information. He's out of danger. No, there's no danger, but Kirti Kumar said while he wants to leave the hospital as soon as possible, doctors have said that he needs to be in the hospital for at least 2 to 3 days.
And he's not just an actor, he's a politician also. He's a Shiv Sena party leader also. Any reactions that have been coming in from the party, anybody who's come to visit him?
Deepak Sawant came to visit him, but no reaction from the party yet, or there's nothing on social media also yet. That's all we know for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Abira, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest coming in. Those visuals also that are coming in from outside the hospital in Mumbai where Govinda has been admitted. Well, all right. Well, Shiv Sena leader Deepak Sawant also had met Govinda just a while back, and he informed that Govinda is doing fine, he's out of danger, and he had met him in the ICU and he was smiling all along. That is what the Shiv Sena leader had said. Govinda's nephew also had spoken to the media just a while back, and Kashmira Shah was seen visiting Govinda. Well, what we are learning is that Kashmira Shah had gone to the hospital just a while back. However, what we are confirming at the moment is that Govinda's wife is not in Mumbai at this point in time. She was in Kolkata, and Govinda himself, he was up early in the morning at 4:45 a.m. when this incident happened, because he was supposed to catch a flight at around 6 a.m. for Kolkata. His wife is in Kolkata and she is already left for Mumbai, what we are learning. She will be reaching Mumbai in some time from now. However, as per the information that's been coming in, it's confirmed that the operation, the surgery has already happened. The bullet has been removed from Govinda's leg and he is out of danger now. Well, those are some of the visuals that we have of Govinda seen with Eknath Shinde some time back when he had joined the party, and Maharashtra Chief Minister also has spoken to Govinda while he continues to be in the hospital and has also wished him speedy recovery. Well, important information now coming in at this point in time with regard to the health update about Govinda. What we are learning is that Govinda is out of danger. There is no danger to his life, and the bullet has been taken out from his leg. And this incident, as we know, had happened at around approximately 4:45 a.m. while he was trying to check the weapon before heading out. He was supposed to take a flight for Kolkata at around 6 a.m. But before that, this accident happened. Initial reports suggested that the bullet struck his knee, and immediate medical attention had to be given to the actor at the Criticare Hospital in Mumbai. Well, as of now, what we are learning is that the statement that has come in, Govinda himself has released this audio that we played out just a while back. As per that, he said that he is out of danger, and he is doing well. My colleague Radhika is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Radhika, we do understand that Shiva Sena leader Deepak Sawant also had spoken to the media a while back, and he had also visited actor Govinda. What is happening now? Well, we've spoken to Abira also. She's right outside the hospital. Govinda, of course, is out of danger. But not just an actor, he is also a Shiva Sena leader. Maharashtra Chief Minister also, we do understand, has spoken to him.
That's right. Maharashtra Chief Minister has also spoken to actor Govinda. In fact, several within Shiv Sena have been wishing speedy recovery for the actor, and of course they've given out statements and media bites as well. As far as his condition is concerned, we know for a fact that he is out of danger. I'm at the Juhu police station, which is investigating the circumstances leading to this incident. I did speak to a couple of police officials. They say that they're trying to understand what exactly led to the accident, whether there is any apparent defects when it comes to this particular gun is concerned, is something that the police officials are looking into. Looks like there is some sort of defect or malfunction as far as this gun is concerned, because remember the incident happened early this morning. Govinda was to leave for airports to go to Kolkata. He was in his residence. He was rummaging through his cupboard when the gun, the revolver fell off, and then this misfire happening. So there is a possibility that the gun may have been defective. It was not locked properly, something that the police officials are telling us. So yes, a statement of Govinda will be taken. And apart from that, the gun has also been seized, confiscated, in order to understand what kind of defect it had. But it is a licensed gun, is something that the officials have told us. But fortunately, though, it hit his knee, under his knee, and the bullet has been removed, so he's out of danger. But certainly a very, very unfortunate incident happening, especially when Govinda was alone in his residence. He did not have anybody at the time, but because it hit his leg, he was in a position to communicate about this incident to somebody within the family. He spoke to his wife, who was in Kolkata. She's on her way here, and also managed to speak to his manager as well. And then he was rushed to the hospital where the concerned procedure happened, and currently is out of danger. A lot of visits happening. Govinda himself giving out a statement saying that he is doing well.
Okay, that's actually called being lucky, I would say, that he was at least able to communicate this to his wife, even though nobody was present at the house, as you've been informing us here, Radhika. And well, thankfully the actor is out of danger now, and we'll be getting more on the updates that will be coming in about his health in just a bit. Abira is also tracking the developments on the ground there. Thank you so much, Abira and Radhika, for getting us all those details there. At this point in time, we'll keep an eye on the story. Some more news now. Voting is taking place at the third and final phase of the Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections. 39.18 lakh voters will decide the political fate of 415 candidates in 40 constituencies in Jammu Kashmir. Out of the 40 constituencies, 24 fall under the Jammu division and the remaining in Kashmir. Well, the security detail across all poll-bound assembly seats remains tight, with the CRPF and quick response teams deployed in Udhampur, Baramulla, Kathua and Kupwara. Well, the most prominent candidates in the fray for phase 3 are People's Conference Chairman, former Minister Sajjad Lone, National Panthers Party India President Dev Singh. Also, what we are learning at this point in time is that the voter percentage is at 28.1% till 11 a.m. We'll be waiting for more voting percentage numbers to come out. That will be out at around 1 p.m. we believe. But before that, what we are learning is that till 11 a.m. 28.1% voting has been recorded so far.
ये उत्सवमय वातावरण, ये लोकतंत्र का उत्सव, ये जमहूरियत का जश्न, ये ना केवल जम्मू में बल्कि सारे के सारे जम्मू कश्मीर में कई वर्षों के बाद पहली बार देखने को मिल रहा। मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि दिस इज द ट्रू मेन स्ट्रीमिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर।
All right, my colleague Nazir is also now joining us live on the broadcast. He is outside a polling booth in Jammu there. Are there still long queues that you can see there, Nazir?
Well, number one, I am at Suchitgarh, which is the last polling station at the international border. On the other side is Sialkot in Pakistan. And because of the peace on the borders, you can see all these people have come and voted. So democracy prevails on everything. All these people, women, you can see long queues of women. And then here are men. They're waiting for their turn to cast their vote. 415 candidates are in the fray. Their fate will be decided by the people. There are 39 lakh plus voters in this election. And there are so many young voters also, because this is the first election, assembly election, after a gap of 10 years. So which is the longest gap between two assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. So when you are living in a border and border is peaceful, what does that mean? तो आप border पे रह रहे हैं और जो शांत बनी है border पे, इससे आप खुशी और वोट भी खुशी से ये बड़ी आराम से डाल रहे हैं और खेती भी हो रही है।
हाँ जी सर, हो रही है खेती भी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या मुद्दे हैं इस इलेक्शन में आपके, जिनकी बुनियाद पे आप वोट डाल रहे हैं?
जिसको मन चाहे डाल दिया।
फिर भी क्या इशू, क्या चाहते हैं आप अपने प्रतिनिधियों से?
सरकार सारे अच्छे काम करे, जो आप पहले आई वो भी अच्छे किए हैं, जो आगे और बनेगी वो भी अच्छे काम करे।
अच्छे काम। तो क्या चाहते हैं आप यहाँ अपने वोट से? क्या
यही चाहते हैं, अच्छी सरकार हो, अच्छे काम करे।
क्या काम होना चाहिए? अच्छे काम का मतलब क्या?
सभी काम अच्छे, गाँव का खुशहाल होना चाहिए, गाँव की विकास होना चाहिए, नौकरियां मिलनी चाहिए सभी।
तो सरहद पे हम देख रहे हैं बिल्कुल अब अमन है। आपको पहले कितनी मुश्किल होती थी अपनी खेती करने में? दूसरी
बहुत मुश्किल होती थी, अब मोदी की वजह से शांति है, आराम है।
शांति है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ऑल दीज वुमेन सो दे तो लेट मी टॉक टू मेन नाउ, लेट मी टॉक टू द मेन नाउ, दे आर वेटिंग पेशेंटली। साहब बताएं क्या इश्यूज हैं? हाँ जी, क्या किस बुनियादों पे क्या मुद्दे हैं जिसकी वजह से आप वोट डाल रहे हैं? क्या चाहते हैं आप अपने सरकार से? क्यों नहीं? वोट तो डालना ही पड़ेगा, वोट तो डालना ही होता है। वोट तो है, लोकतंत्र में हक दिया है वोट का। तो क्या चाहते हैं आप इससे तब्दीली आ जाए?
पढ़े लिखे गलबात सानू नहीं आती, अभी पढ़े लिखे नहीं, सानू गलबात।
अच्छा, मालूम नहीं। और लोगों से बात करते हैं यहाँ। लेट मी टॉक टू, आप शायद यंग वोटर हैं यहाँ? जी सर। तो असेंबली इलेक्शन में कभी इससे पहले वोट डाला है? या ऑफ कोर्स डाला। हाँ, डाला। क्या है आपकी उम्र? मेरी उम्र 29। तो 2014 में आपने वोट डाला होगा जी। तो आज इस 10 साल बाद इलेक्शन हो रहा है, तो क्या मुद्दे हैं युवा में? अभी तो फिलहाल तो कोई नहीं है। कोई मुद्दा नहीं? फिलहाल इसको बंद करिए, मैं फिर बात करूँगा। अच्छा, कैमरा बंद करें उसके बाद बात करें। अच्छा अच्छा, सरकारी एम्प्लॉय है, अच्छी बात है। तो भाई साहब क्या मुद्दे हैं इस इलेक्शन के? आप बताएं। हाँ जी, क्या किन बुनियादों पे आप वोट डालना चाहते हैं?
मुद्दे तो सर बहुत हैं। जो बॉर्डर एरिया है ना, बॉर्डर एरिया के बहुत मसले हैं।
जैसे कि ना तो इधर नहर का पानी पहुंचता है, ना किसी ने कोई ट्यूबवेल लगाया है, और ना ही हमको लाइट मिलती है।
जी जी जी।
कम से कम भी इधर 70-80 हज़ार के बिल भेजे हुए हैं सरकार ने। कहाँ से बिजली के बिल भेजे हुए हैं। और बॉर्डर इतना सेंसिटिव रहा है, आपको पता है कितना डिस्टर्ब रहा है।
ठीक है।
और 20-25 साल के बिल अभी भेज रहे हैं, कहाँ से देंगे ये लोग? बहुत मुश्किल है लोगों के लिए, बॉर्डर के लोगों के लिए। इन्होंने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में किसी भी पार्टी ने कुछ नहीं रखा,
किसी पार्टी ने कुछ।
बॉर्डर का एक अलग मसला है।
जी जी।
इसको कम से कम इन्होंने मैनिफेस्टो में रखना चाहिए था। कहाँ से लेके कहाँ तक बॉर्डर है, सारा डिस्टर्ब है।
बिल्कुल नहीं, अब तो शांत है। अब आप
नहीं, चलो अब तो शांत है। 5-7-10 साल से
6-7
साल से शांत है। अशांति रहता है जी। कम से कम जब से मुल्क आजाद हुआ बॉर्डर अशांत ही रहता है।
बिल्कुल।
शांत तो चलो हो गया, 5-6 साल हो गया अशांत, कभी भी अशांत तो हो सकता है।
सही बात है।
लेकिन कम से कम इनका बॉर्डर का बजट जो है अलग होना चाहिए। किसी भी पार्टी ने बॉर्डर का अलग नहीं रखा है मैनिफेस्टो में।
Well, despite a border development program which government is a scheme by the government, border area development plan, they are saying they are facing serious problems of civic amenities. Then they are talking about electricity bills. They are saying thousands of rupees are being charged to them which they cannot afford. Overall, if you see, their election is all about when a common man can flag his issues and politicians are forced to listen. And this is the time when we all have to listen to these people and convey their message. Perhaps politicians may listen that tomorrow when they are elected they will deliver on the promise.
Absolutely, they will have to
but
listen.
here in the in Suchitgarh border in Jammu,
and this is going to decide their fate. Well,
correct.
Yes, this is the third and the final phase, of course, Nazir, and you've got really interesting reactions there coming in from the people you've spoken to. We'll come back to you, Nazir, in just some time from now. We'll have to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more news and updates after the break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
आप इन
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
BJP is holding a press conference over the Muda scam case. Listen in.